Hello everyone, I am the Creeps Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I never really liked hospitals or anything related to sickness. I think it's something that runs deep from childhood, the constant smell of antiseptic, the feeling of too much sterility that almost feels unnatural. So when my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer, I remember feeling a strange mix of guilt and dread. It wasn't because I didn't love her. Of course I did. But as a child, I could never really grasp the concept of death. It felt distant, like something that happened to other people in other places, not something that would ever touch me personally. And then, there it was like a storm cloud hovering over my family, casting a shadow I couldn't ignore. Grandma's house was always the place I felt most at ease. The small house, nestled in a quiet neighborhood, with the creaky wooden floors and the scent of cinnamon and lavender always lingering in the air. I remember her old rocking chair in the corner of the living room, her thick glasses perched on her nose as she read old novels by the fire. She was always warm, comforting, and there. But when cancer found its way into her body, everything changed. The house felt different now, like the warmth had been replaced with something cold and heavy, something we could all feel, but no one knew how to talk about. I was 13 when it happened. My mother and I moved into Grandma's house to help care for her during the final weeks of her life. It was a strange experience, this feeling of being in limbo, watching someone you love slowly slip away, and yet feeling as though you weren't allowed to show too much emotion. My mom, who had always been strong, kept it together on the surface, though I could see the weariness in her eyes. We both knew what was coming, but neither of us were prepared for how it would feel, how it would change us. My mom had been up all day, tending to Grandma, making sure she was comfortable, adjusting the blankets and the pillows in just the right way. I, being a kid, had no idea how to help beyond offering the occasional glass of water or sitting beside her for a few minutes, watching her as she dozed in and out of sleep. Grandma had barely left her bed for weeks, except for the occasional trip to the bathroom with assistance. It was a strange thing to witness. The once strong woman, who used to take walks around the block with me, now barely had the strength to lift a glass of water to her lips. On that particular night, everything seemed quiet. It was one of those deep, unbroken silences that you could feel pressing in around you. I was already in bed, the covers pulled up high to my chin, staring at the ceiling, half expecting sleep to come, but somehow not quite reaching it. The darkness outside the window was complete, the kind that made the world seem far away. That's when my mom burst into my room. I didn't know what time it was, but the look on her face told me it wasn't good. Her eyes were wide, frantic. She stood in the doorway, her breath shallow, almost as if she had been running. "Mom," I asked, sitting up in bed. She didn't say anything at first. She was looking over her shoulder, like she was checking to make sure no one else was in the hallway. Then she turned to me, still standing in the doorway, and whispered in a voice that didn't quite sound like hers. "Grandma was in my room just now. She woke me up, and then she just left. She was walking around the house." Her voice broke, but I could hear the fear in it. What the hell is going on? It didn't make sense. Grandma hadn't walked in days. She could barely move, let alone get out of bed and walk around the house at 3 in the morning. My first thought was that my mom was delirious, exhausted from all the stress, or maybe she had dreamt it. But no, there was something in her voice, something in the way she was looking at me, that told me she wasn't making this up. I jumped out of bed, not bothering with shoes, and followed her out into the hallway. I could hear my mom's footsteps quickening as she reached my grandmother's room, and I rushed to keep up. We both pushed open the door at almost the same time, and the moment I stepped into the room, I knew. Grandma was gone. There was no denying it. She lay there, still, her body cold. The quiet of the room felt suffocating. It was like the air had thickened around us, pressing down on my chest, and I had to fight to breathe. My mother froze, staring at her, not moving. Her face went pale, and she stumbled back into the wall, her breath catching in her throat. It wasn't until later that night, after we had called the hospice nurse and gone through all the necessary steps, that the full weight of what had happened began to sink in. We didn't sit and talk about how weird it was. We didn't discuss it at all. Instead, we went through the motions, making phone calls, telling family, dealing with the immediate shock. In a way, I think we were both too stunned to process anything fully. But months later, as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, I finally found the courage to ask my mom about it. I don't even know why I waited so long. I guess it was one of those things that kept bubbling up in the back of my mind, the unanswered question that hung in the air like a strange, unexplained riddle. And I figured, well, it was worth asking now. It was only natural that we talk about it at some point, right? Mom, I said one evening, as we sat in the living room, both of us too tired to do anything but stare at the TV screen. Do you remember when you came into my room that night? When Grandma had gotten up. She looked at me, her face blank for a moment, and then slowly shook her head. No, she said, her voice quiet. I don't remember waking you up. I don't remember anything like that. She paused, her brow furrowing as if she was trying to piece it together. But then the confusion seemed to settle in, and she just shook her head again. I don't know why I would have said that. I was stunned. I had always trusted my mom's memory, her sense of what was real and what wasn't. And here she was, saying she couldn't remember anything of what had happened. That strange, surreal moment when she had rushed into my room, scared and frantic, now seemed even more mysterious. There was something unsettling about the fact that neither of us could make sense of it. My mom had been so sure, so convinced that she had seen Grandma up and walking, but now it was as though it had never happened. No memory of it, like it was just gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. We never spoke of it again, not really. The memory of Grandma's death, the strange occurrence of her walking around when she couldn't even get out of bed, faded into the background of our lives. But every once in a while, I'd catch my mom staring out the window, her face clouded with something I couldn't quite understand. And I would wonder if she was remembering it too, the way Grandma had walked across the house, and how neither of us could figure out why. Now looking back, I still can't explain it. I still don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was the exhaustion, or maybe the stress had affected both of us more than we realized. But deep down, I think we both knew something wasn't quite right. Something that never got explained, something that still lingers in the back of my mind. As I think about it now, I realize that the worst part of it wasn't that Grandma had passed, or even the strange occurrence itself. The worst part was that neither my mother nor I could trust our own memories anymore. And sometimes, that's the scariest thing of all, the realization that something might have happened, something important, but it's gone, buried in the fog of confusion and grief, never to be understood, never to be explained. When I was about 7 years old, my two older brothers and I decided to spend the afternoon at a place near our neighborhood that everybody just called the Jumps. It wasn't an official motocross track or anything. It was just a big patch of open dirt land on the edge of the woods where older kids would ride their dirt bikes and race around, building jumps and carving trails into the dusty ground. It was rough and torn up, with ruts and bumps and old pieces of wood scattered around. In the summer, the dirt would dry out and crack into hard, sharp plates, but that day it was late spring, after a week of light rain, so the ground was packed just soft enough to dig if you tried hard. It was the kind of place parents told you not to go, full of broken glass and rusty metal, and the smell of gasoline and old fires. But of course that only made it better. It felt wild and exciting, and even if the older kids weren't there riding, it was a good place to run around and feel like you were doing something important. That day we had no real plan, no bikes, just some sticks we picked up along the way, and the whole afternoon ahead of us. We wandered around for a while, kicking rocks and pretending we were explorers or soldiers, or whatever we could think of. Somewhere along the back edge of the lot, near a clump of trees, we found a spot where the ground sloped slightly, like a natural little hill. The dirt was packed but still soft enough that when you jabbed a stick into it, it left a good hole. I don't know whose idea it was, probably one of my brothers, but someone said we should dig a tunnel. It seemed like the greatest idea we had ever heard. A real tunnel, underground, like a secret passage or a bunker. None of us stopped to think about how tunnels were supposed to be made or what could go wrong. We were just three dumb kids with a dream and a couple of sticks. We started digging right away, working side by side. At first, it was fun. The ground gave way pretty easily, and every handful of dirt we pulled out made it feel like we were accomplishing something huge. We took turns scraping at the face of the hole with our sticks and dragging the loose dirt out behind us with our hands. It was slow work, but being kids, we didn't really notice. Time stretched out forever. The sun was high and hot, and we barely felt it because we were so focused. Dust clung to our skin and clothes, getting in our noses and mouths. After a while, our arms and legs were coated in a layer of sweat and dirt, and our clothes were darkened with grime. The tunnel was only about 2 feet high, just enough to crawl into on your belly, but that made it feel even more adventurous. By the time a few hours had passed, we had made it about 6 feet deep. We were so proud. It wasn't straight by any means. It curved and dipped a little as we dug, depending on where the soil was easiest to pull out. We didn't talk much, just grunted and laughed and kept pushing ourselves deeper. The smell of damp earth all around us, the feel of it gritty and cool on our hands. At some point, I ended up being the one right at the face of the tunnel. I don't know if I volunteered or if it just happened because I was the smallest and could fit the easiest. My brothers were behind me, probably goofing around or taking a break. I wriggled further in, eager to carve out a little more, to make it just a bit bigger. I remember how dark it was up there, just a little light filtering in from the opening behind me. The air was warm, thick with the smell of dirt and sweat. I jabbed at the wall with my stick, pulling loose dirt away with my hands. Everything felt normal, routine, just part of the job. And then, without warning, the whole world fell in on me. There was no sound, no rumble or crack to give me a second's notice. One moment I was lying there, thinking about how far we could dig, and the next the tunnel collapsed. The dirt above me gave way all at once, and everything went instantly black. At first, I didn't even understand what had happened. It felt like getting hit by a wave, but instead of water, it was heavy, dry, choking earth. The weight slammed down on me from above, pressing me flat against the ground. My arms were pinned, my legs trapped, my head locked in place by the crushing force of the soil. I couldn't move at all. It was like the world had gotten 1,000 times heavier in a single second. The heat hit me next. It wasn't just warm like being outside in the sun. It was furnace hot, the dirt pressing against my skin from every angle, trapping the heat from my own body, making it hard to breathe. The dirt was so close to my face that I could feel it against my lips and cheeks, gritty and coarse. I tried to suck in a breath, but the air was thick and dry, and I could feel dirt getting into my mouth and nose. I started coughing immediately, but even that made things worse. Coughing made my body jerk and contract, which squeezed even more air out of my lungs. I started to panic. I tried to move my arms to clear the dirt from my face, but I couldn't. It was like I was locked in a full-body cast of earth. My mind went into overdrive, pure animal terror taking over. I thrashed as much as I could, which was barely at all, but the dirt just shifted and packed tighter around me, squeezing in from every side. Every tiny bit of movement just made it worse. The darkness wasn't just black anymore. As the panic rose and the pressure built, the darkness behind my eyes started turning red. At the time, I didn't understand why. Now I know it was probably the blood being forced into my head from the pressure. But back then, it felt like something much worse. The heat, the crushing weight, the red darkness, it all mixed together in my 7-year-old mind into something unspeakably awful. I thought I had died. Worse, I thought I was going to hell. I wasn't a particularly religious kid, but every scary story I'd ever heard about hell, about being trapped and burning and unable to escape, came flooding into my mind. I started crying, though the tears just mixed with the dirt and made a muddy paste against my cheeks. My chest felt like it was going to explode. Every breath was a battle, a painful, scraping fight to pull in the tiniest bit of air past the dirt clogging my mouth and nose. I don't know how long I was buried like that. In my memory, it feels like forever, an endless stretch of heat and pressure and terror. Time didn't mean anything in that moment. It could have been a few seconds or a few minutes. It felt like years. I felt completely alone, lost in the dark, pinned under the earth with no way out. Just when I thought I couldn't take another second, when I felt myself starting to slip away into something worse than fear, I felt a sudden tug on my foot. It was so faint at first I thought I imagined it. But then it came again, stronger, more insistent. Something was pulling at me, trying to yank me backward out of the dirt. For a moment, I didn't understand. My brain was too fogged with panic. But then it hit me, my brothers. They must have seen the tunnel collapse. They must have realized I was trapped and started digging. The tugging turned into real pulling. I could feel hands gripping my ankles, jerking me back inch by inch. Every movement sent new waves of pain and fear through me as the dirt scraped and tore at my skin, but I didn't care. I wanted out. I needed out. The dirt fought to keep me, clinging to every part of me, but my brothers were determined. I could feel their hands straining, slipping, grabbing again, pulling with everything they had. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, my body started to move backward through the collapsed tunnel. The dirt around my head loosened just enough that I could gasp in a real breath, sharp and painful, but the best thing I had ever felt. After what felt like an eternity, they dragged me free of the collapse. I tumbled out into the sunlight, coughing and choking, my whole body shaking. Dirt poured off me in clumps. My hair, my clothes, even my mouth were packed with it. I lay there on the ground for a moment, gasping like a fish out of water, too weak to even sit up. Somewhere in the middle of it all, I realized I had pissed myself. I didn't even care. All I could think about was that I was alive. The sun was blindingly bright after the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. The air was cool against my skin, even though it was probably still warm by normal standards. Everything smelled like dirt and sweat and something sharp, like fear made into a real smell. My brothers hovered around me, faces wide-eyed and pale, but we didn't say anything. We didn't need to. We all knew how bad it had been, how close it had come to something much worse. We didn't tell our parents. We knew we'd be in huge trouble, and somehow it felt like admitting it out loud would make it even more real. Instead, we just stumbled home, covered in dirt from head to toe. My brothers grabbed the garden hose, and I stood there in the backyard while they blasted me clean, the water freezing cold and shocking against my skin. The dirt ran off in rivers, pooling in muddy puddles around my bare feet. I shivered through the whole thing, not just from the cold, but from the leftover terror still clinging to me. Even as the dirt washed away, I could still feel it in my mouth, my nose, my ears. It felt like it would never be gone completely. When my mom saw us, she just shook her head and told us to stay outside until we dried off. She didn't ask what we had been doing, and we didn't offer any explanation. I think part of me wanted to tell her, to spill everything and cry into her arms, but another part of me knew it wouldn't change anything. I was safe. That was enough. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the weight of the earth pressing down on me again. I saw the red darkness. I felt the heat. I would jerk awake gasping for air, heart pounding. It took days before the feeling finally started to fade. Even now, years later, the memory is as sharp and clear as ever. The feel of the dirt, the heat, the terror. The moment when I thought I was really going to die. And the feeling of being pulled back into the light, back into the air, back into life. We never dug another tunnel again. I remember that day as if it were yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It was one of those foggy, misty November days, the kind that makes everything look muted and gray, as though the world is held together by a thin layer of cold haze. My dad and I had decided to visit the Manassas battlefield. It was one of those places I'd heard about growing up, a spot steeped in history, filled with stories of the Civil War. My father had always been the type to appreciate history, particularly military history, and he wanted to show me the significance of places like this. So, on that quiet morning, we drove out to the battlefield, just the two of us. It was one of those rare weekends where we spent time together, just enjoying each other's company. We arrived at the battlefield, and the fog clung to the ground, so thick it made the air feel damp and cool against your skin. The sun barely filtered through, casting a faint, watery light over everything. The landscape looked peaceful at first glance, but knowing the history of the place, it felt different. You could almost sense the weight of the past lingering, like the land still carried the echoes of soldiers' footsteps, of battles fought, and lives lost. The cannons positioned on the hills stood like silent sentinels, watching over the land, their barrels facing outward toward nothing in particular. We parked the truck on a slight incline at the edge of the hill, just a little off the main path. My dad had packed us McDonald's for lunch, something simple but satisfying, 2 burgers, fries, and a couple of sodas. We sat on the tailgate of the truck, eating in silence for a while, taking in the view. My dad was always quiet when he wasn't speaking about something he was passionate about, and even though we weren't really talking, I didn't mind. The quiet felt comfortable. It was just us, sitting there on the back of the truck, the fog curling around us, and the soft sound of our chewing the only noise. We ate slowly, savoring the simple meal while watching the cannons in the distance. There was something eerie about the sight, seeing them surrounded by the mist. It was hard to shake the feeling that the battlefield wasn't quite empty, that something was still there, lingering, like the land itself hadn't forgotten. The fog only made it more intense. The whole place felt frozen in time. That's when we saw him. At first, I thought it was just a figment of my imagination, maybe the mist playing tricks on my eyes. But there he was, standing just by one of the cannons. A man, tall and thin, dressed in full Confederate uniform. It was hard to make out much of his details at first, just the shape of him, dark brown or gray, the color of his uniform blending with the surrounding fog. He stood absolutely still, his back straight, his head slightly turned toward us. And then, almost as if he were aware of us, he raised his arm. It was a deliberate, slow movement, and he waved. Not a casual wave, but one that seemed purposeful, like he was trying to signal us. It was like he was inviting us, motioning us to come closer. I remember how my stomach sank when I saw him, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I glanced at my dad to see if he noticed. His gaze followed mine, and he didn't say anything at first, just squinted into the fog. The mist was so thick that it seemed to make the figure shimmer, almost like he didn't belong there. For a moment, I thought maybe it was a reenactment. After all, we were at a historic battlefield, and there were often reenactments of Civil War battles, especially around that time of year. But as my dad pulled out his binoculars and focused in on the man, I noticed something strange. He wasn't moving. He was standing there, perfectly still, with only his arm moving as he waved. The more I looked, the stranger it seemed. There was no sign of the usual trappings of a reenactment. No other soldiers around, no one else in period clothing. And the man didn't look like someone acting out a part. He looked real. He looked like he belonged in that moment, in that time, even though I knew that was impossible. My dad didn't hesitate for long. He said something under his breath about thinking the man needed help. I remember him mumbling something about reenactors getting stuck or needing assistance sometimes. He turned to me, told me to stay put, and started walking toward the figure. I watched him walk down the hill, the distance between us and the man narrowing as he descended, and I felt my heart beat faster. The figure never moved, never took his eyes off my dad as he approached. The closer my dad got, the more I could feel the air around me thickening, as if something in the world was waiting for something to happen. My dad was about halfway down the hill when something caught my attention. The man, the Confederate soldier, began to fade. It wasn't like he was disappearing. He was just losing his form, blurring at the edges, as if the mist was swallowing him whole. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. It was like he wasn't solid anymore, like he was being absorbed into the fog. But I didn't say anything. I kept my eyes fixed on my dad, who was now only about 20 feet away from the figure. My dad wasn't acting nervous, which made me feel a little better. I thought maybe I was just imagining things. Then I saw it. The figure's form wavered, and my dad froze. He stopped walking and stood there for a second, looking at the man. I saw the confusion on his face from where I sat, his brow furrowing like he was trying to understand what was happening. For a brief moment, the two of them just stood there, looking at each other. The silence between them felt like an eternity, thick and uncomfortable. Then, something strange happened. My dad suddenly turned around and sprinted back toward the truck. His steps were fast, almost frantic. It didn't make sense. He wasn't the kind of guy to run unless there was a reason. My heart raced, and I jumped off the truck and ran toward him. When I caught up to him, he was already throwing everything back into the truck. His hands were shaking. The bags of food, the drinks, even the cooler. Everything was getting tossed in haphazardly. I was out of breath, but I managed to ask him what was going on, what had happened. He didn't answer me at first. He just kept working quickly, his eyes scanning the horizon. Finally, when he finished, he slammed the tailgate shut, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the truck. As we pulled away, I asked him again what happened. That's when he finally spoke. His voice was low, almost shaken. The man, he wasn't real. I don't know how to explain it, but as I got closer, he started to fade away. It was like he was part of the fog, and the moment I got near him, he was gone. Just like that. And I don't know what it was, but I got the worst feeling in my stomach. Like something was wrong. Something was really wrong. He didn't say much after that, but I could see it in his face. He didn't need to explain further. The look in his eyes said everything. My dad had seen a lot in his life. He'd been in combat in Vietnam, had been through things most people could never imagine, and yet, there he was scared. Not just scared, but disturbed, something deep in his gut telling him that whatever we had seen wasn't right. To this day, I don't know what happened. I don't know if we saw a ghost, or if we just both happened to see something that our brains couldn't fully comprehend. But there's one thing I know for sure. That feeling, the one in my dad's eyes when he told me what happened, was real. I can still see it when he talks about that day, his voice almost dropping an octave, his skin prickling with goosebumps as he remembers the fear. And now, every time he tells the story, I see the same unease in his eyes. I don't know what it was we saw that day, but I'll never forget it. Whatever it was, it stayed with both of us. And I'll never be able to shake the feeling that something on that battlefield, something from the past, was watching us that day, waiting. I don't think I'll ever forget that day. It happened when I was 13 or 14, and though I've tried to push it out of my mind over the years, it's one of those things that you can't ever really forget. That day, I was skating with my two best friends, Tim and Brandon. We spent most of our weekends out on our boards, taking turns doing tricks in parking lots or hitting up our local skate spots. We were young, invincible, and had no real sense of danger. It was one of those regular, carefree summer afternoons that I'd always looked forward to. Little did I know, it was going to be a day that would haunt me for years to come. We just wrapped up our skating session at one of our usual spots and decided we were thirsty. We were all pretty parched, so we skated over to the 7-Eleven a few blocks away to grab some drinks. It wasn't far, just a quick ride through the streets of our small town. It was a Sunday, and the place was mostly quiet, like usual. I still remember how the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows on the pavement as we rolled into the parking lot. Inside the store, we picked out our usual snacks and drinks. It was just an ordinary trip, nothing special. We go to 7-Eleven all the time. After paying, we walked back outside, my board under my arm and the others walking alongside me. We stopped for a moment at the edge of the parking lot, near the exit, waiting for the light to change so we could cross the street. It wasn't a busy highway, not by any means. Our town was small, just a handful of stoplights, a few businesses, and some residential areas. Nothing like the big city, but still, it was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, or at least you thought you did. I remember looking over my shoulder at the gas pumps. There was a white truck parked at one of them, a middle-aged man pumping gas. He didn't stand out at first. Just another guy, doing what you'd expect, minding his business. But then he looked at me, just stared. At first, I didn't think much of it. But then it hit me. His gaze didn't move. He was staring right at me, like he was fixated on me. There was something off about it. I can't explain it, but it made me uneasy. My stomach twisted, and I turned my attention back to the light, hoping it would change soon. But then, without warning, the man dropped the gas pump. I didn't know what he was doing at first, but then it hit me. He was jumping into his truck. It happened so fast. One moment, he was standing there by his truck, and the next, he was slamming into the driver's seat, his tires screeching as he floored the gas pedal. Before any of us had a chance to react, the truck was coming at us. Fast. I could hear the engine roaring as it sped straight toward us. I felt the rush of adrenaline hit me hard, and for a split second, everything slowed down. The truck was coming at us so fast, I couldn't process it at first. It was like watching a movie, but this wasn't a movie. It was real. Very real. I don't know how we did it, but we all jumped out of the way just in time. The truck grazed my arm as it barreled past, but I don't think it was intentional. It was like the guy didn't care where he was going or who he hit. He just wanted to run us over. I could hear Brandon screaming, "WTF, you fucking dick," as the man swerved, barely missing us. But he didn't stop there. No, that wasn't enough for him. I watched, frozen for a moment, as the man drove through a ditch, the kind that separated the 7-Eleven parking lot from the next one, and he turned his truck sharply toward us again. It wasn't just a random incident. It was clear now that he was coming for us. "Run!" Tim shouted, and that snapped me back into reality. We started running, full sprint, straight toward the local library. It was the closest place we could get to, and we figured we might be able to make it there before he could catch up. My legs felt like they were moving on their own, the panic and fear pushing me faster than I thought possible. As we ran, I looked back, and that's when I saw it. The truck wasn't slowing down. In fact, it was speeding up. The maniac was behind the wheel, his face twisted with rage. I could see him through the rear window of the truck, but it wasn't his face that I was focused on. It was the way he was driving, swerving around the street corners, cutting through the parking lots like he was hunting us down. We were about halfway to the library when I glanced over my shoulder again. The man was still on us. And this time, I saw him jump out of the truck, holding something. It looked like either a shotgun or a crowbar. I couldn't tell from where I was, but I knew it was something that could cause serious damage. My heart was racing, and my breath was shallow as I pushed myself harder. I was almost there, almost to the safety of the library doors. Tim and Brandon reached the doors and pushed them open, running inside, but I wasn't close enough. I wasn't going to make it. I knew I wasn't going to make it. I veered off to the side, toward the woods. The library was closed on Sundays, and I knew there was a trail that ran through the woods behind the library that led directly to my backyard. It was my only shot, my only chance to lose him. I could hear the man's footsteps behind me as I ran, but I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning with every step. I wasn't even thinking anymore. It was just instinct. Get home and get safe. I made it into the woods. My heart was pounding so loud in my chest that I couldn't hear anything else. Not the man chasing me, not the sound of my footsteps on the dry leaves, nothing. I was almost there. My street was so close. I could see the lights from the houses in the distance. I had to keep going. When I finally reached my street, I saw my neighbor's car pulling up to the curb. Tim's dad was inside, waving for me to get in. I didn't even hesitate. I ran straight to the car and jumped in. Tim and Brandon were already there, and when I looked at them, their faces were pale. They didn't say anything, but I could tell they were shaken. When we got to the video store where Tim's mom worked, I was greeted by the sight of 3 police officers. I could see my mom, too, standing there with tears in her eyes, looking like she had just seen a ghost. She rushed toward me, hugging me so tightly that I could barely breathe. I had no words. I was still processing what had just happened, but all I could focus on was the look in my mom's eyes. She had been scared, terrified even. Brandon and Tim had told her that they didn't know if I was alive or not. They didn't know what had happened to me. Tim later told me that he had seen the guy running after me, deep into the woods. That was the worst part. Tim and Brandon thought the maniac was after them. But he wasn't. He was after me. I didn't know that at the time. It makes my stomach turn to think about it. The police never caught the guy. They took our statements, but there was nothing they could do. I don't know why he did it. I don't know what he wanted. All I know is that he tried to run us over, and he didn't care who got hurt in the process. He didn't care that there were people all around, standing by watching. People saw what happened, but no one did a damn thing to stop it. That's what's haunting, the fact that nobody helped. They just stood there and watched. For years after that, I'd find myself looking at every white truck I saw, wondering if it was him. I'd get a sick feeling in my stomach whenever I passed a parking lot, my eyes scanning the cars for any sign of that truck. And even now, when I'm out on the streets, I can't shake that feeling, that fear, because I don't know why he tried to hurt us, and I don't know if he's still out there. That day changed me. It made me realize how fragile life is, how quickly things can go from ordinary to life-threatening. And no matter how much time passes, I'll never forget the terror of running for my life, not knowing if I'd make it out alive. When I was about 13 or 14, I lived on a farm in North Carolina. But it wasn't your typical farm with fields of beans or corn. No, this was a pine tree harvestery. Pine needles were a big deal for landscaping back then, so we lived in the woods and spent our days gathering and baling pine straw. I guess it wasn't a farm in the traditional sense, more like a patch of land dedicated to something much quieter. The trees stretched for what felt like forever, and you could hear the wind through the pines, but it was never the kind of peaceful you might imagine. It was always a little eerie, always isolated. My house was smack in the middle of 550 acres of these perfectly lined longleaf pines. Our house was old, built in the 30s by some dentist who had a thing for weird, custom architecture. I don't really know why the house was built the way it was, but it was off. The living room had this huge picture window that stretched across nearly the whole length of the room, about 50 feet of glass. The house sat on a subtle hill, so the living room itself was about 5 or 6 feet off the ground. It was like sitting in a treehouse, but the trees weren't your friends. The view from that window was a solid mile of trees. Pine trees, all around, as far as you could see. The thing about the window, though, it was huge, and it gave you the feeling that everything outside was just waiting for you to notice. It wasn't comfortable. Winter was the worst. The little bit of snow we got would reflect the moonlight, just enough to make the world seem alive at night, especially when the dogs ran around. It was always too quiet, but you could hear the faint crunch of their paws on the snow, their barks echoing across the yard. It wasn't exactly comforting. The dogs would chase anything. They'd chase animals that could have torn them apart if they wanted to. But it wasn't the dogs that spooked me. It was the thought of what might be out there, watching from between the trees. That window always made it worse. It felt like something was always lurking just out of sight, just beyond the moon's glow. One weekend, my cousin came over. It was just us in the house, and we did what kids do when they're bored. We threw stuff in the fireplace to see what would happen, watching as the flames flared and the things we tossed and fizzled out. The fire was dying down by the time we decided it was time for bed. We built a fort with couch cushions and blankets in the living room, trying to make the most of the night before we passed out. Everything seemed normal at first. We lay there in the dim light, the glow from the embers of the fire casting shadows on the walls. Then we heard the dogs barking. At first, it wasn't that weird. Our dogs barked at everything, every animal, every car that passed by. The property was huge, and the woods were full of animals, deer, foxes, even the occasional bear. I figured the dogs were just chasing something off in the distance. The yard stretched for nearly a mile, so it wasn't unusual for them to bark at something far out. But then the barking started to get different. It was far away, but the sound was almost frantic. They were in the woods, deep in the woods, not at the edge of the yard where they usually were. That's when my cousin started acting strange. He was staring out the window, silent. He didn't say anything at first, but he looked uncomfortable. I asked him what was going on, but he just kept staring, eyes fixed on something in the distance. I asked him a few more times, but he just shushed me, so I sat there with him, trying to see what he was looking at. He looked like he was trying to focus, like he was seeing something that didn't quite make sense. I stared out the window too, but there was nothing, just trees and snow. For a minute, it felt like I was the crazy one for asking, but then he spoke. "I think I'm seeing things," he said, voice low. Naturally, I felt my stomach drop. I thought maybe he was messing with me, so I leaned in closer, trying to see what was going on. I couldn't see anything at first, just the dark outline of trees. Then something moved, out in the distance. It was subtle at first, just a shadow shifting between the trees. Not a run, not a leap, just a brisk walk, the way someone would move through the woods, trying to be stealthy. Whoever it was didn't make a sound. At least, not at first. I didn't say anything. I just stared. My cousin was practically glued to the window now. His breath fogged up the glass as he tried to get a better look. I stayed quiet too. Maybe it was just a trick of the moonlight, I told myself. Maybe we were seeing things. But the more I watched, the less it seemed like that. Whoever it was, they were moving between the trees, methodical, like they knew exactly where they were going. I couldn't tell if they were coming closer or not. The snow reflected the light, but the figures were too far out to make anything clear. There was just that fleeting movement. We stayed quiet, waiting for something else to happen, but the person disappeared behind a tree before we could really figure out what was going on. I felt a knot in my stomach. I figured maybe it was someone hunting. That seemed plausible. But then, after a few minutes of silence, it happened again. A shadow appeared, this time about 50 feet from where the first one had been. Someone else, just as fast, just as smooth. They moved between trees, only to vanish again a moment later. My cousin didn't say anything at first. He just kept staring, his eyes wide. Now I was really starting to get nervous. The dogs were still barking, and the shadows were still moving. 2 people, or maybe more. The figures didn't seem to be moving toward the house, but the thought that someone might be out there, in the woods, so close to the house, it was unsettling. And still we said nothing. We didn't make a sound. We just watched, hoping to make sense of it. This continued for what felt like forever. Every few minutes, one of the figures would appear, moving between the trees, only to disappear again moments later. We kept watching, frozen, too scared to leave the window. I think part of us didn't want to believe what we were seeing. It didn't make sense. But at the same time, we knew it wasn't some animal. Animals didn't move like that. It was too deliberate. Eventually, it happened again. But this time, the figure didn't disappear. It kept moving, and it was coming closer. My heart stopped. The figure was running now, faster than before, but not in a panic. It was purposeful. Whoever it was, they were coming straight toward the house. I don't know why we waited so long before we ran to wake my dad, but we did. The whole time we were rushing down the hall to his room, I couldn't help but feel like we were too late. That someone was already in the house, waiting for us. My dad woke up groggily when we told him what was happening, but by the time we got to the living room, there was nothing out there. The woods were still, silent. We locked up the house. Every door, every window. We double-checked everything. Every light was on. I'm not sure what we thought would happen, but it felt like we had to be ready for something. The dogs were quiet now. They must have known something we didn't. It felt like we were in the eye of a storm, waiting for something to break. But it never did. Nothing happened. We spent the rest of the night staring out the big window, hoping the whole thing was just some bad dream. But we couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The next morning, we went outside to check. Sure enough, there were footprints in the snow. They weren't from our dogs. These prints were too deliberate, too human. They were scattered all over the place, as though someone had been walking in circles around the house. The weirdest part, there were tracks right up to the window. Someone had been standing there, just outside, watching us. I don't know who was out there or why they were watching us. Maybe they were just trying to scare us. But that night, I learned something important. Not everything in the woods is as it seems. And out there, in the dark, you never know who might be watching. I was only a boy when I first heard the story, but it stayed with me all my life. My grandmother swore by it till her dying day, and though I was young when she told it, the way she spoke about it, the way her voice would go quiet and her hands would fidget with the hem of her skirt, told me that this wasn't just a family tale to her. It was something she carried deep inside, something she thought about when she was alone, when the world went still. It happened during the war, when London was under constant bombing. My father was just a baby at the time. He was barely old enough to crawl, she said, though I never asked exactly how old he was. The only thing that mattered was that he was small, helpless, and completely dependent on her. Their old house had been bombed to ruin a few days earlier. One moment they were living an ordinary life, as ordinary as you could during wartime, and the next they were running through the streets with nothing but what they could carry in their arms. She had always said she never even had time to grab proper shoes. Just the baby and the shawl she kept near the door. That was it. Everything else gone in an instant. It was a friend of hers, a woman she had known for years, who offered her a place to stay. It wasn't much. Nobody had much of anything back then, but it was a roof and four walls, and after what they had been through, that was a miracle. The house was narrow, a tall thin slice of brick squeezed between others just like it. Inside, it smelled of damp wood and coal smoke, and a little bit of old cabbage. The stairs were steep and narrow, the kind that creaked if you so much as looked at them. The friend set her up in the spare room at the very top of the house. It wasn't big, just a little box of a room under the eaves, with a low slanting ceiling and a single small window. They managed to drag a cot up there for my father and a little iron bed for my grandmother. She didn't mind the cramped space. After sleeping rough for days, anywhere with a mattress was a blessing. The first evening there, everything seemed fine. They had a little supper in the kitchen, some stale bread and a bit of stew, and tried to pretend for a moment that life was normal. Outside, the city was never really quiet anymore. Even when the bombs weren't falling, you could hear the distant rumble of trucks, the wailing of sirens, the occasional thud of something terrible happening just a few streets away. But people got used to it in a strange way. You learned to live around the fear. That night, after eating and washing the dishes in cold water, my grandmother scooped up my father in her arms and started up the narrow staircase to the top floor. She said it was dark on the stairs, darker than it should have been. The single bulb overhead was too weak, too yellow. Everything was dipped in deep shadows. The wood under her feet felt soft and splintered, and she kept her hand on the wall as she climbed, trying not to trip. She was about halfway up, just reaching the last flight to the top floor, when it happened. She always said it wasn't like seeing a proper person standing there. It was more like seeing the suggestion of someone, like when you catch a glimpse of a reflection in a dirty window. Not solid, not clear, but there, no mistaking it. A figure standing just a few steps above her, right between her and the top of the house. She said she froze mid-step, her heart hammering so hard it hurt. She didn't know why. but every hair on her body stood on end. It wasn't anything about the way the figure looked. She couldn't even see a face. It was more the feeling it gave her, like cold water rushing over her, like the moment before something terrible happens, and you know it but can't stop it. She knew in her gut that it was telling her something, warning her. Not with words, not out loud. Just a feeling, heavy and cold, like a stone dropping in her chest. Don't go up. Don't sleep up there tonight. She didn't think. She just turned around, clutched my father tight against her chest, and hurried back down those stairs as fast as she dared without falling. Her friend was still downstairs, probably tidying up or knitting in the sitting room, and my grandmother told her, without explanation, that she wasn't sleeping upstairs. She didn't ask permission. She didn't argue. She just made up a bed right there in the sitting room with some old cushions and an itchy wool blanket, and settled down with my father tucked in close beside her. Her friend wasn't happy about it. She had gone to the trouble of setting up the spare room, dragging the cot up all those steps, making sure there were clean sheets and a place to sleep. She thought my grandmother was being silly or difficult, or maybe just ungrateful. But there was something in the way my grandmother acted that night, the way she kept glancing toward the stairs, that probably made her keep her mouth shut. The sitting room was cold. The fire had burned low, just a few sullen red coals in the grate. The blackout curtains were drawn tight across the windows, but the edges still fluttered slightly whenever a gust of wind rattled the loose panes. She wrapped my father up as best she could, tucked him against her body to keep him warm, and tried to sleep. Sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound set her nerves on edge. The creak of the house settling, the distant thump of bombs falling somewhere across the river, the scrape of tree branches against the glass. She kept seeing that figure in her mind, standing there on the stairs, half-formed and silent. She didn't know if she was losing her mind. It was possible. People were worn thin back then, always half-mad with fear and exhaustion. But deep down, she didn't think she was crazy. Deep down, she trusted what she felt. Somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning, she must have drifted off, because the sound that woke her was a sound she would never forget. The bomb didn't fall directly on the house. It fell somewhere nearby, maybe a few streets over, but it was close enough. The world split apart with a roar so loud it didn't even sound like noise at first. It was like being picked up and shaken by a giant invisible hand. The floor heaved under her. The windows blew inward, glass shattering and spraying across the room like deadly confetti. She threw herself over my father without thinking, shielding him with her own body, pressing her face into the floor and praying to a god she wasn't even sure was listening. When the shaking stopped, there was a strange silence, like all the air had been sucked out of the world. Dust hung thick in the air, gritty and choking. Every breath tasted like plaster and smoke. She could hear the faint crackle of small fires starting somewhere nearby, the distant sound of people shouting and running, the low whimper of someone crying for help. Slowly, trembling, she sat up and checked my father. He was crying, his face scrunched up red with terror, but he was unharmed. Not a scratch on him. She hugged him to her chest and looked around the room. It was wrecked. Broken glass everywhere, the heavy blackout curtains torn from their rods, the walls cracked and sagging. The front door was hanging half off its hinges. And upstairs, the stairs themselves were partly collapsed, splintered and broken like matchsticks. And through the gaping hole where the top floor used to be, she could see straight up into the night sky. Stars, clear and cold, winking down through the torn roof. Later, when daylight came and the emergency crews made their way through the rubble-strewn streets, they confirmed what she already knew. The top floor had taken the worst of the blast. The roof had caved in completely. The little spare room where her friend had so carefully set up the cot for my father was nothing but a pile of broken beams and shattered bricks. The cot itself was crushed flat under a heavy beam, its metal sides twisted like paper. If they had been up there, if she had ignored that feeling and gone on up those stairs, they would have been right under it when the roof came down. There would have been no chance, no miracle, no second story to tell. My grandmother didn't like to talk about it much after that. She wasn't the sort of woman to dwell on things she couldn't explain. She had lived through enough horror in the war without needing to invent any. But every once in a while, when we sat together in the quiet of an afternoon, she would bring it up. Not in a spooky way, not to scare us, but more like she was reminding herself of something important. Trust your gut, she would say, even when it doesn't make sense. Especially when it doesn't make sense. She never claimed to understand what happened that night. Maybe it was just her own instincts, sharpened by fear and exhaustion. Maybe it was her mind playing tricks on her, pushing her to protect her child in the only way it knew how. Maybe it was something else entirely. She never said. All she knew was that she listened. She listened to that deep, wordless warning in her bones, and because of it, she and my father lived to see another morning. The house was repaired eventually. Life somehow went on. The friend she stayed with never spoke much about that night either. It was just one more story among thousands, one more scar laid over the city's battered skin. But for my grandmother, it was more than that. It was proof that sometimes, even when everything around you is falling apart, even when the world is too loud and too cruel to understand, there is a part of you that knows how to survive. She never forgot that night. Neither did I, and I never will. When I was around 13, our dog had this habit of running away. It wasn't uncommon, not in our neighborhood anyway. Our backyard had a gate that didn't always close properly, and sometimes one of my family members would forget to shut it all the way. She'd get out and go roaming. Most of the time, it wasn't a big deal. The neighborhood wasn't dangerous. It was a quiet, middle-class area where everyone knew each other, and the streets were safe. Plus, our dog wasn't the type to roam far. Usually, I could find her within a few blocks, sniffing around, checking out people's trash cans or sniffing at something interesting in the alleys between the houses. She wasn't the smartest dog in the world, but she was curious. The moment I'd show up to find her, she'd drop whatever she was sniffing at and trot right over to me, tail wagging, looking pleased as punch like she hadn't just spent the last hour wandering off. We'd walk back home together, and it was all forgotten until the next time. No harm, no foul. But there was this one time. This time, she didn't come when I called her. I remember it clearly. The weather had been decent, and I was in the house when I noticed she wasn't around. The gate was wide open again, swinging lightly in the wind. I grabbed my shoes and headed outside to look for her. No big deal. I had done it plenty of times before. I called her name and started walking down the block, expecting to find her just a few houses away, sniffing around someone's trash or chasing a squirrel in someone's yard. But after a while, I started to feel a little uneasy. She was nowhere to be found. No wagging tail appeared around any corner, and I couldn't hear her barking. I kept walking a little faster now, my footsteps becoming more purposeful, but I still couldn't find her. I headed toward the neighborhood's edge, past the houses and towards a stretch of townhomes and rental properties, places where I knew she'd never gone before. She'd never ventured that far before. My heart started to race a little. I called her name again, louder this time. Nothing. I walked for nearly an hour at that point, getting farther and farther from home, and I was starting to lose hope. I wasn't sure what I was going to do if I didn't find her soon. My thoughts started spiraling. What if she got hit by a car? Or worse, what if someone had taken her? My chest tightened with anxiety. I couldn't help it. I just wanted to find her and bring her home. That's when I saw some slight movement behind a wooden fence. A flash of white. My heart skipped. I thought maybe, just maybe, it was her. I heard a faint yip. Yes, it was her. I knew that sound. It was my dog. I ran toward the fence, calling her name again. I couldn't see her clearly yet, but the excitement in my chest was overwhelming. I was almost there when I spotted her, tied to a post in the yard behind the fence. She was dirty, covered in mud, and her fur was matted. She looked like she had been out in the rain or some kind of rough weather. But she was there, and I could see her collar. The tag on it clearly had our name and number on it. Relief flooded through me. She was okay. Except she wasn't. She was pulling desperately at the chain that tethered her to the post, barking and yipping. The sight of her, my dog, trapped like that hit me hard. She looked up at me, and I saw the panic in her eyes. She wasn't just curious anymore. She was scared. She knew I was there, but she couldn't get to me. I wasn't thinking straight at that point. I just had to get her out of there. I rushed to the front door and rang the doorbell. I waited a few moments, my mind racing. Nobody answered. I rang it again, giving it a good 20 seconds before trying again. Finally, the door creaked open. A man stood there, older, maybe in his 50s. He looked at me through the crack in the door. He was Asian, a little hunched over, wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants. "Yeah," he said, eyeing me suspiciously. I was so relieved to see someone finally answer that I almost didn't know what to say. "Hi, my name is Absolutely No Shame, and and I'm here about my dog. I'm so glad you found her. Thank you for getting her off the streets." He stared at me for a moment, clearly confused, and then asked in a thick accent, "What dog?" I blinked, stunned. My stomach twisted. "What? My dog. The little white dog in your backyard," I said, pointing back towards the yard where I had just seen her. He frowned, and I could feel the tension building in the air. "We have no dog here," he said, his voice flat and dismissive. He started to close the door. I froze. My heart skipped a beat, then pounded harder in my chest. I couldn't believe it. "What?" I said, trying to hold the door open with my foot. "The dog in your backyard. Right there." I was getting louder now, panic creeping into my voice. I could see her through the crack in the door, still tugging at the chain. She barked frantically, trying to get to me. He glanced at the direction I was pointing, then looked back at me, his expression hardening. It was like he hadn't seen her at all, like I was crazy. Then, without saying another word, he sighed and muttered something under his breath before closing the door all the way. He didn't even give me a chance to explain. I stood there, stunned, for a second. My dog was still barking, and I knew she could hear me. I had to get her back. I had no idea what was going on, but something didn't feel right. I walked around the side of the house to the back gate. I was about to climb over it when I saw him. He was coming out of the back door. He didn't say anything to me. He just walked into the yard. My dog, as soon as she saw him, cowered away from him, retreating to the farthest corner of the yard. He went up to her, and I could see him unchaining her. She cowered further from him, almost like she was scared of him. My heart broke. I watched as the man grabbed the chain and stepped over the fence with her, opening the gate. She didn't hesitate for a second. As soon as she was free, she bolted towards me, jumping into my arms as I knelt down to meet her. She was trembling, and I could feel the wetness of her fur against me as I held her tightly. Without a word, the man turned and walked back to his house, disappearing inside. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what had just happened. He hadn't tried to return her to me, or even mention the collar with the owner's information. It was like he hadn't intended to give her back at all. But now she was here, in my arms, and I wasn't about to let her out of my sight again. I walked home with her, my arms still wrapped around her, and I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. I didn't feel safe until we were back inside our house, the door locked behind us. I wanted to forget about what had just happened, but the feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. The man's strange attitude, the way he had denied having my dog, the way she had acted around him. Everything about the encounter felt wrong. After that day, if she ever got out again, she was never more than a few feet from the house. I'd see her waiting outside the gate, sitting and looking up at me, like she knew I was watching her. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible might have happened to her if I hadn't gone looking for her that day. And I'll never know what that man's intentions were. Maybe he'd rescued her from the streets, or maybe he had stolen her. I'll never know for sure. All I know is that I got lucky that day. I found her before anything worse could happen, but I'll never forget the way that man looked at me, the way he tried to deny everything. It still gives me chills thinking about it. I've never trusted anyone in that neighborhood the same way again. I kept my dog close after that. I never let her roam far, not like before. And if anyone ever tried to take her again, I knew I'd do whatever it took to get her back. Last summer, I was back at my parents' house for the holidays. It had been a while since I stayed there for more than a few days at a time. Life had gotten busy with work, and honestly, going back to the town I grew up in always made me feel a little strange. Everything was familiar, but not the same. Little things kept reminding me that time had passed, like the scratch marks on the wooden stairs that used to be fresh when we were kids, now worn smooth from years of people stepping over them. Or the garden, which my mom used to keep so neat, now a little overgrown at the edges. It was the small changes that made the biggest impression on me, that feeling that everything was both the same and different at once. It was comforting, but also made me feel slightly uneasy in ways I couldn't really explain. That night, I was in my old bedroom upstairs. It still had a lot of my stuff from when I was younger. Posters peeling off the walls, some old textbooks on the shelf, a few random items like a lamp that flickered if you touched it the wrong way. I had my laptop set up on the old desk by the window, the only real light in the room aside from the glow from the street lamp outside. I wasn't doing anything important, just mindlessly clicking around, maybe watching some videos or scrolling through stuff. I wasn't tired at all. I never slept easily when I stayed at my parents' place. The house made a lot of noises at night, wood shifting, pipes groaning, and even though I should have been used to it after growing up there, being away for a while made those sounds feel foreign again. It was just past 3 a.m. when my phone, sitting face up next to my laptop, lit up and buzzed. It was my sister calling. Now, that was already weird because her bedroom was just a few doors down the hallway. If she needed something, she could have just walked over. It's not like she was all the way across the house. I stared at the phone for a second, kind of frowning, and then reached over to pick it up. Right as my thumb brushed the screen to answer, the call ended. I sat there for a second, the glow from the phone's screen fading back to darkness. It left me feeling a little unsettled, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe she'd misdialed or changed her mind and hung up. Still, something about it bothered me. Without thinking too much about it, I stood up and padded barefoot across the old wooden floor, out into the hallway. The hallway was darker than my room had been, the only real light spilling out from my open door behind me. The floorboards under my feet were cold. As I moved toward my sister's room, I passed the old framed pictures that still lined the walls. School photos, family vacations, all those frozen little moments that didn't match the mood in the house right now. Everything was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the occasional creak from the house settling. I reached my sister's door and lifted my hand to knock, but before I could even touch it, she started screaming from inside. It was sudden, loud, raw. Not a playful scream or a startled yelp, but real, heart-clenching fear. I didn't even think. I just shoved the door open with my shoulder and stumbled inside. The room was empty. She was sitting up in her bed, tangled in her sheets, still screaming for a second before it cut off into messy sobs. I rushed over to her without even looking around. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything over it. I kept glancing around the room, even as I tried to calm her down, but there was nothing. Nobody. Just the shadows shifting on the walls from the streetlight outside. Her closet door was half open, the old mirror leaning against the far wall, her desk piled up with clothes and books. The usual mess. Nothing out of place, but everything felt wrong somehow, like the air itself was heavier. It took a few minutes before she could really breathe properly again. She sat there clutching her sheets up to her chest, shaking so hard I could feel it from where I was standing a few feet away. After a while, she managed to tell me what happened. She said she woke up because she felt something, like a presence right in front of her. When she opened her eyes, there was a dark figure hovering just centimeters from her face. No features, no sounds. Just this overwhelming, suffocating feeling of someone being right there. That's when she screamed. I listened, trying to make sense of it. I was still wired from the sudden adrenaline rush of hearing her scream, so it took me a minute to really register what she was saying. I looked around her room again, slower this time, checking corners, under the bed, inside the closet. There was nothing. Nobody hiding. No signs that anyone had even been in there at all. After a while, when she seemed a little calmer, I told her about the phone call. How she had called me just minutes earlier, which was why I had come to her room in the first place. She looked confused. She said she hadn't called me. She said she didn't even have her phone with her. It was downstairs in her purse. At first, I thought maybe she was just too shaken up to remember. But I decided to check anyway, mostly to put both our minds at ease. I told her to stay put and hurried downstairs. The house felt too big and too empty around me. Every floorboard I stepped on felt too loud. When I got to the kitchen, her purse was sitting on the counter by the fridge, right where she had left it earlier that evening when we all came home from dinner. I reached into the purse, feeling the smooth leather strap, the familiar crumpled receipts and gum wrappers, and found her phone buried at the bottom. The screen was dark, battery still alive. I tapped it awake and pulled up her call log. Nothing. No outgoing call to me. No recent calls at all for the past several hours. I stared at it, feeling my stomach twist a little. I pulled out my own phone from my pocket and opened my call history. There it was, 3:07 a.m., incoming call from her number, lasting only 2 seconds before ending. I just stood there in the kitchen for a long moment, both phones in my hands, not knowing what to make of it. I checked the time again. It hadn't even been 15 minutes since the call. It wasn't like the record could have vanished. It wasn't like it could have been forgotten. I went back upstairs, trying to move quietly. Every step felt heavier. My sister was still sitting up in bed when I got there, her hands clenched in her lap. staring at the door like she was expecting something else to come through. I didn't really know what to say. I ended up telling her the truth, that her phone was downstairs untouched, but my phone still had the log of the call. I could tell she didn't know what to do with that information any more than I did. She just nodded, like she was too drained to say anything. Neither of us slept the rest of the night. We ended up dragging blankets and pillows into the living room, turning on the TV to something stupid and loud just so there wouldn't be so much silence pressing down on us. We didn't really talk. We just sat there, half watching the screen, half glancing at every window and door like we expected someone or something to be standing there. The next morning, the sunlight pouring in made it all seem almost ridiculous. The house looked normal again. Familiar. Warm. Safe. My sister joked weakly about how we must have spooked ourselves. She laughed, but it didn't really reach her eyes. We went back upstairs together to clean up our beds and put things back in order. Her room looked exactly the same as always. No signs that anything had ever been wrong. No footprints. No fingerprints. No weird marks on the floor or furniture. It was like nothing had happened at all. I checked both our phones again later that day. Same story. My call logs still showed the incoming call. Her phone still didn't show anything. We never figured it out. There wasn't some big dramatic twist after that. Nobody broke into the house. Nothing else weird happened that summer. Life just moved on. I went back to work. She went back to school. But every once in a while, usually late at night when I'm by myself, I think about it. How easily something slipped into our lives for just a moment. How it left no trace except for a single call log on a phone and a memory that won't go away. And it makes me wonder if there was ever really anything there at all, or if maybe that's what makes it so much worse. Because if you can't find the thing that scared you, if you can't name it or fight it or prove it was real, how do you ever know when it's really gone? Maybe you don't. Maybe it's still there, somewhere just out of sight waiting. Or maybe it's not. But either way, I still don't answer calls at 3 a.m. anymore. Not from anyone. And I never will again. The house my grandfather had his eye on wasn't much to look at, even by the standards of a third-world country. The village it sat in was small and isolated, one of those places that felt as though it had existed for centuries without much change. People lived in rough, weather-beaten houses, and the land was often covered in thick mud that swallowed up shoes. It wasn't the kind of place where people went for vacation or fun. It wasn't the kind of place that seemed welcoming. But the house? It was a deal, or so my grandfather thought. The company he worked for, something with timber and mining, was setting up a new office in this remote part of the world. They were trying to expand into markets where the costs were low and the resources were abundant. The location was perfect for their purposes. Isolated enough that they wouldn't have to worry about anyone interfering with their operations, yet close enough to the few roads that led to other parts of the country. The land itself was untapped, wild, and ripe for exploitation. But there was one problem: finding a place to set up an office. The search had been long, tedious, and difficult. My grandfather and his colleagues had scoured the area for months before coming across this old house. The price was too good to pass up. It was far cheaper than anything else in the region, and it had everything they needed. Enough space for an office downstairs and a living area upstairs for the man who would run the project. What my grandfather didn't know was that this house came with a history that was far darker than anyone had realized. The locals were quick to warn him about the house. They told him it was cursed, haunted even, and that everyone who had ever lived there had died violently. Some said it was the spirits of the previous occupants. Others swore that the house had a kind of malevolent energy that drove people to madness. But my grandfather, ever the practical businessman, wasn't one to fall for superstitions. "That's all nonsense," he said, brushing off their concerns. "People around here need to mind their own business. A cheap house is a cheap house, and we're not passing that up." And so, despite the warnings, he bought it. The man who was supposed to run the office was a seasoned worker, an older fellow with a wife and 3 kids. He moved in with his family, settling into the top floor of the house. The lower floor would be used for the office. Things were quiet for a while. Too quiet, maybe, but my grandfather didn't think much of it. After all, it was a remote part of the country. Power outages and communication issues weren't uncommon. For weeks, he heard nothing from the family. No updates. No reports. Nothing. At first, he wasn't too worried. It was the kind of place where life moved slowly, where time didn't always follow the same rules. But after several weeks without so much as a word, my grandfather started to get concerned. He'd sent emails, left messages, nothing. So he did what anyone would do when they're trying to get answers in a place like this. He called the local police. The police weren't much help at first. They told him it was a bit too far out of their way and that they had other things to worry about. But after some back and forth, they agreed to check on the family. They made their way out there, not really expecting anything out of the ordinary. What they found, however, would change everything. When the police arrived at the house, they found the door barricaded. A heavy old bed had been shoved in front of it, jammed tight enough that it would have been nearly impossible to move without a considerable amount of force. At first, the officers thought it was just a case of a simple domestic dispute. Perhaps the man had snapped and locked himself away from the rest of his family. But when they finally managed to break through, they found the scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The family was dead, every single one of them. The man, his wife, and their 3 children had been brutally murdered. But what was even worse was the manner in which they had died. It wasn't just some simple shooting. No, this was far worse. The man had killed his wife and children with a machete, hacked them to pieces, each blow leaving deep, savage cuts. He hadn't stopped there, though. He had turned the blade on himself, hacking at his own flesh until he died in the same violent way. The police reports were chilling. They described how the entire room had been covered in blood, walls, floor, and even the ceiling. The blood splatters were so extensive that some of the officers swore it looked like the bodies had been thrown around by an unseen force, leaving bloody marks everywhere. The description of the scene was enough to make even the toughest of men feel their stomach turn. But what struck the police most was the barricade. The bed had been moved into place with such force that it would have taken a man far stronger than the one they had known to do it alone. How had he managed to push that heavy bed up against the door? How had he even gotten the strength to carry out such a violent attack? Locals began to whisper that it was the work of the spirits, that the man had been possessed, driven to murder by the house itself. But my grandfather didn't buy that for a second. He wasn't about to believe in some supernatural nonsense. No, he believed the man had simply gone mad. The isolation of the house, the stress of setting up the office in such a remote place. Those things could break a person, make them snap. In his mind, that's what happened. The man lost his grip on reality and killed his family before taking his own life in a fit of rage. The police never got a solid explanation for the blood on the ceiling, but they did the best they could to try to make sense of it. They claimed it was just a result of the pressure from the blood and the violent nature of the deaths. In a place like this, things didn't always make sense. People talked about spirits, about magic, but none of it could explain the brutality of what had happened. They didn't have the resources or the will to investigate further. My grandfather, ever the businessman, didn't waste any time. He bribed the police to keep the whole thing quiet. In that part of the world, it wasn't hard to do. A few handshakes, some cash, and a promise of silence. Nothing ever made it to the press. He had the deaths classified as natural, which was absurd given the nature of the crime, but in that corner of the world, anything was possible. Everyone who had any knowledge of the deaths was forced to sign non-disclosure agreements. Silence was key. After that, my grandfather tried to keep things moving forward. He needed people to take on the office, to set up shop in that cursed house. But the stories had already begun to spread, even if most of the details were kept under wraps. No one wanted to take on the job. It wasn't just the fact that the family had died there. It was the violence, the brutality. No one wanted to step foot in a place like that. Even those who hadn't heard the full details knew something was wrong. So, my grandfather offered the job to someone else. He made the man a deal, gave him a fancy title, told him he was in charge of setting up the office. But the man didn't last long. He quit just a few weeks into the job. He couldn't handle it. The pressure, the rumors, the weight of what had happened. He couldn't stay. And that was the end of it. My grandfather eventually gave up on that location. He moved the office to a safer, more populated area. The house? It stood empty for years, a relic of a past no one wanted to acknowledge. People still talked about it, still whispered about the deaths, but no one dared go near it. Some might say the house was cursed, that it was haunted by the spirits of the family who died there. But in my mind, it wasn't anything supernatural. It was just a man who had lost his mind, driven to madness by isolation and stress. He didn't need spirits to make him do what he did. The house was just the place where it all fell apart, where a man's sanity broke, and everything he had built came crashing down. In the end, that's all it really was, just a man pushed too far, and the consequences of what happened when he snapped. Every time I stayed at my grandma's house, I would hear the footsteps. It didn't happen right away when I was little, or if it did, I was too young to notice, too easily distracted by cartoons and running around outside. It wasn't until I was about 14 that I really started hearing it. That was when things changed in the house. My grandparents started sleeping in separate bedrooms, both on the first floor, and they moved me to a different room to stay in when I visited. It wasn't the room I had always slept in as a kid. This one was right underneath the room I had always been the most scared of. For as long as I could remember, the upstairs of their house had scared me. I couldn't explain it. No one had to tell me anything. There wasn't some creepy story passed down or anything like that when I was little. It was just the feeling. I hated going up there. Even if someone else was with me, even if it was bright in the middle of the day, there was this heavy, cold feeling that settled on me the second I put my foot on the stairs. I would avoid it unless I absolutely had to, and even now, at 23 years old, I refuse to go up there alone. I would rather make up an excuse than walk up those stairs by myself. The upstairs had a few rooms, but there was one that stood out the most. A long, narrow bedroom at the end of the hall. When you opened the door, there were closets immediately to your left and right, almost like it was funneling you down the middle. The bed sat square in the center of the room, and directly opposite the door was a window that looked out over the front yard. When I was a kid, my grandparents told me, almost casually, that the sons of the previous owners used to claim they saw a gorilla come out of the closet at night, dance around the room, and go back into the closet. It sounded ridiculous. It sounded like something you tell a kid to spook them, something you laugh about later. I never thought much about it. It was just a silly story, until they moved me into the room right underneath it. The first night I slept there, everything seemed normal at first. We had the usual family dinner. The TV played the same shows it always did in the background, and the house smelled like it always did. Old wood, faint coffee, a bit of soap. When it got late, my grandparents went to their separate rooms. I turned off the light, got into bed, and tried to fall asleep. The house was dead silent. There were no cars outside, no neighbors close enough to make noise, just crickets and the occasional creak of the house settling. At first, I thought maybe I was just hyping myself up. I pulled the covers tighter and closed my eyes, willing myself to relax. But then I heard it. A slow, steady thumping. It started at one end of the room above me, a soft, weighty step, then another. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't frantic, and it wasn't loud enough to be something falling over or a door swinging. It was deliberate. I could feel my body tense up instantly. It was like my ears tuned to it so sharply that I could almost map the footsteps out in my mind. They crossed the room, passing directly over where I was lying, and stopped near where I imagined the window upstairs to be. I stayed perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. I kept telling myself it was the house settling, just like my grandpa always said. Old wood, shifting at night. But deep down, I knew what footsteps sounded like. I knew the difference between a creaky beam and the slow, measured walk of a person moving across a room. I must have laid there for a solid 10 minutes, eyes wide open, covers pulled up to my chin. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to leave the room and go to my grandpa's bedroom. I stood in his doorway for a second, embarrassed, before telling him what I heard. He didn't seem worried. He just mumbled something about the house being old, got up, and turned on the dining room light, so I wouldn't feel so alone in the dark. I thanked him and crawled back into bed, the warm, yellow light spilling faintly into my room. I laid there, staring at the ceiling, trying to listen for anything. It stayed quiet for a while, and I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe it really had been the house creaking, and I was just being stupid. Then I heard it again. The footsteps started at the far end of the room upstairs, right where they had stopped the first time, near the window. Thump, thump, thump. They walked right across the room again, straight over my head, and stopped near the door. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, but my whole body was tensed so tightly that I could feel the muscles in my arms and legs aching. I thought that was it. I thought it would stop again like before. But then I heard it, clear as day, the creaking of footsteps moving down the stairs. One step, 2, 3, 4, 5. Silence at the landing, just like the layout of the house would suggest. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then another heavy silence as it reached the first floor. I stopped breathing. My heart was thudding so loud in my ears, I thought it would wake up the whole house. Whatever had been walking upstairs was now on the same floor as me, and it was close. I stared at my doorway. The dining room light was still on, glowing weakly through the open door, but the light didn't make me feel any safer now. It felt thin and useless, like it couldn't protect me from whatever had come down those stairs. My vision started to swim, and I felt dizzy. It was like the fear had overloaded my senses. I pulled the blankets over my head, the way kids do when they think it'll keep them safe, and that was when I heard it. A slow, scraping sound. It was coming from inside my room, from the corner, near where my grandpa kept his old wooden gun case. I knew it immediately, because I could hear the specific way the wood vibrated with each scratch. Long, dragging scratches, slow and deliberate, like fingernails or claws being pulled down the surface. Every scratch ended with a soft knock as the door of the gun case tapped lightly against its frame. I was frozen. My entire body felt like it had turned to stone. I wanted to scream, but my throat locked up, and no sound came out. I had to force myself to breathe, forcing air into my lungs until I finally managed to let out a loud, cracked scream. Seconds later, I heard my grandpa's footsteps, fast and heavy, coming toward my room. When he reached me, I felt an instant wave of relief crash over me, but it was hollow. He still didn't believe me. He turned on more lights, checked the room, told me everything was fine. He didn't hear the scratches. He didn't see anything wrong. That night, I dragged a sheet down from the closet and draped it over the side of the bed like a curtain. Then I crawled underneath the bed, wrapped myself tight in a comforter, put on my headphones, and turned my back to the room. I cranked the volume just loud enough that I wouldn't be able to hear anything even if it happened again. I decided that if something wanted to walk into my room or scratch at things, it would have to do it without me knowing. The next morning, my grandpa casually told my grandma what had happened during breakfast. I didn't expect anything from it, but that was when she mentioned that one of my cousins had done almost the exact same thing the last time she stayed there. Woke up terrified because she heard footsteps. I didn't feel validated. I just felt more trapped. I stayed for the rest of the week because I didn't have a choice. I slept under the bed for the next few nights. I kept my headphones on, kept my back to the door, refused to look at anything after the lights were off. It became a pattern after that. Every time I stayed there, the footsteps would come. Always twice a night. Always starting at one end of the upstairs bedroom, walking across, stopping, starting again. I never heard it come down the stairs again after that first night. I don't know why. Part of me wonders if it was some fluke, something that almost slipped into reality but couldn't quite stay. Part of me wonders if whatever it was just didn't bother coming down anymore because it knew I was already terrified enough. Now, when I visit, I don't sleep under the bed anymore. I sleep on top of it, but always the same way, lying with my back to the door, blankets up to my chin, headphones in. I keep a small nightlight on now, too, tucked behind a dresser, so it throws a faint light into the room without being too obvious. I don't try to listen for the footsteps anymore, but sometimes, even over my music, I think I can still hear them. A soft vibration through the floorboards, a shift in the air. I know the pattern so well now that I can map it out in my head without even thinking about it. I haven't asked my grandparents if they ever hear it. I don't think I want to know. I don't know if they just accept it as part of living in an old house, or if they know exactly what it is and have just decided to live around it. The house hasn't changed. Neither have I. I still get that same heavy frozen feeling every time I pull into the driveway. Still feel that tightening in my chest when I walk past the stairs. Still feel my skin crawl when I look at the upstairs hallway. I don't try to explain it anymore. I don't think about it too hard. I just turn my back to the door, press my headphones tighter against my ears, and pretend that the house is as quiet as it looks. And if the footsteps ever start coming down the stairs again, I don't want to be awake to hear them. I never thought I'd be one to believe in anything supernatural. Growing up, I'd always joked about ghost stories, especially when my friends tried to scare me with tales of haunted houses and strange sightings. I had never encountered anything that couldn't be explained. So when I went over to my girlfriend's house that night, I wasn't expecting to experience anything that would shake my views or make me question reality. It started off like any other evening. I had just finished work and drove over to her place. Her house wasn't anything fancy, just a small suburban home, kind of quiet, tucked away in a nice neighborhood. Her parents were out, so it was just the two of us. We'd planned to hang out, watch a movie, maybe grab a late dinner. I rang the doorbell, and as usual, she greeted me with a hug and a kiss on the cheek. But something felt off that night, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. We went inside, and as soon as I stepped into the living room, a cold shiver ran down my spine. I don't know why. There wasn't anything particularly unsettling about the room. Just a couch, some chairs, a coffee table, the usual. But the air felt heavy. It felt like the space around me was full of something I couldn't see, something out of place. I tried to shake it off. I followed her into the living room, where we sat on the couch for a while and talked, but the feeling stuck with me. The uneasy sense that I wasn't alone in the room, even though it was just the two of us. And then I saw it. Her grandmother's china cabinet. It hadn't been there before. The last time I came over, it was a regular corner with an empty spot, but now, standing in the corner of the room, was an old china cabinet, about 6 feet tall, dark wood, intricate carvings. It was beautiful, but in a way that didn't quite sit right with me. There were glass doors in the front, and I could see delicate teacups, porcelain dolls, and other small, fragile items on display inside. Where did that come from? I asked. Oh, it's my grandmother's. We just brought it over, she said casually, as if it was nothing. But something about her voice didn't sound normal, like she was trying to convince herself it was no big deal. She passed away a few months ago, and we didn't want to get rid of it. Mom thought it would be nice to keep it in here. I nodded, but my mind was already swimming in discomfort. I didn't know her grandmother. She had been bedridden in the hospital the entire time we'd been together. I had never even gotten the chance to meet her. But there was something about that cabinet, about the furniture that had belonged to someone who had passed, that made the room feel different. It was like the air itself grew thicker, and the weight of the cabinet seemed to press down on me, making everything feel heavy, out of place. I had never been superstitious, but that night, I started to question whether there was something to those ghost stories people like to tell. I tried not to show it. I wasn't going to let something so trivial ruin the night. So, we continued talking, but my eyes kept drifting to the cabinet. It wasn't until she excused herself to go to the bathroom that I found myself drawn to it. I stood up, almost against my own will, and walked over to the cabinet. It was even more imposing up close. The dark wood, the fine detail of the carvings, the old, polished brass handles. I looked at the porcelain teacups, the delicate figurines, the small dolls. None of them were particularly creepy on their own, but together, in that cabinet, under the dim lighting, they gave off an odd vibe. I ran my fingers along the glass, careful not to touch anything inside. And that's when I saw it. A shadow. It wasn't just the reflection of me in the mirror inside the cabinet. This was different. The figure in the mirror didn't look like me at all. It was tall, thin, with a vaguely human shape, but I couldn't make out any details. It wasn't clear enough to distinguish, but I knew it wasn't just a trick of the light or a distortion of the glass. It felt wrong. I froze. My heart started to race as my eyes locked on the shadow in the mirror. It didn't move at first, just stood there behind me, as though watching. Is someone in here? I called out, my voice trembling. I wasn't sure if I was speaking to myself, or if I was hoping someone, anyone, would come in and tell me it was just my imagination. But as soon as I called out, I heard it. A loud, shrill screech, coming from the bathroom. Without thinking, I sprinted toward the bathroom door. I pounded on it with my fists, my anxiety rising by the second. What's wrong? I shouted. The door flew open, and there she was, my girlfriend, sitting on the floor, tears streaming down her face. She looked terrified, her eyes wide, as if she'd seen something truly horrifying. She was breathing heavily, and her hands were shaking. I saw it, she gasped between sobs. In the mirror, in the bathroom. It was standing right behind me. I didn't know what to say. I just pulled her up, and together, we bolted out of the bathroom. My heart was pounding in my chest as I grabbed her hand, pulling her towards the front door. We weren't even thinking about shoes or jackets. We just needed to get out of there. We rushed to my car, not looking back. I slammed the door shut behind us, and I started the engine with shaking hands. I didn't know where to go. I didn't care. I just drove fast. For about an hour, I drove aimlessly, my mind reeling. I had never been scared like this before. When I finally returned her to her house, it was late, and the streets were eerily quiet. As I pulled into the driveway, I saw her mom sitting on the doorstep, her expression tense. She looked up at us as we got out of the car. "I've been seeing things," she said softly. "Shadows moving in the windows." At that moment, something clicked in my mind. It wasn't just the cabinet. It wasn't just the bathroom mirror. It wasn't just the shadow I saw. It was all of it. The unease in the air, the panic in her mom's voice, the way the room seemed to change when we brought in that piece of furniture. I couldn't explain it, but whatever was happening, it wasn't normal. It wasn't just some trick of the mind or a bad coincidence. There was something about that cabinet, something about her grandmother's things, that was making the house feel wrong, like it was carrying something with it. I don't know if it was the furniture itself or if something else was going on, but that night, something shifted in me. It wasn't just a matter of seeing things or hearing things. It was a deep, visceral feeling of unease that I couldn't shake. I never went back to that house after that night. It's been a month now, and every time I think about it, my stomach tightens. My girlfriend says everything's fine, that I was just overreacting. But I don't think I was. I don't know what I felt that night, but it was real, and I haven't been able to forget it. Sometimes, I wonder if it was just the old furniture, or if something more was attached to it, something that couldn't be explained. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or spirits, but I can't deny that feeling I had. That unease that didn't leave me until I was far away from that house. Maybe some things just aren't meant to be understood. Maybe there are forces at play that we can't see, things that don't follow the rules we're used to. I don't know, but I'll tell you this. I'll never look at old furniture the same way again. I was 16 when it happened, and I had just gotten used to the quiet hum of my grandmother's house. I had been staying with her for the weekend, a regular routine since my parents lived a little further away. There was always something calming about it. Her house, the smell of old wood and lavender, the creaky floorboards, and the hum of the old fridge. It wasn't a big place, but it was cozy, and she always made it feel like home. That night, I had washed my clothes earlier and hung them on the door frame of the room I was staying in, just like I always did. It was a habit I'd picked up years ago, ever since my room in our house had started getting stuffy. I never trusted dryers, and I liked the way my clothes smelled after drying naturally. That's what I thought I saw first, the clothes moving, gently rustling as if a breeze had come through the room. But it wasn't the breeze, it was something else. At first, my eyes were blurry from just waking up, still half-dazed from sleep. But there it was again, this sound, a soft swishing, the fabric of my clothes shifting in the doorway. I froze. I thought it might have been the wind again, but the air was still. I blinked, trying to focus, and that's when I noticed something that didn't belong. There were legs, really gray and veiny, like they were wrapped in some sick, decaying skin. The legs were thin, unnaturally thin. They moved in jerking motions, dragging along the ground, like they didn't belong to a person. At first, I couldn't comprehend it. My mind was slow to catch up to what I was seeing. But then, the shadow of something tall loomed in the doorway, blocking the dim light from the hallway. I tried to blink the grogginess away. I had to be imagining it. The legs shifted, pulling back into the doorway, and I realized that it wasn't just legs. There was something else, something bigger. Something talle. Something wrong. It didn't take long for my sleep-addled eyes to adjust. The figure in the doorway became clearer, and I realized that what I was seeing was a man, a creature, really a man of sorts. The first thing I noticed was his skin. It was gray, like stone, with veins protruding from beneath it, almost as though he hadn't eaten in years. The skin looked unhealthy, like it was hanging loosely off of bones that were too large for his emaciated body. His stomach was distended, as though he hadn't eaten in months, maybe even longer. The ribs jutted out from his chest in a way that made me feel sick to my stomach. But what really made me freeze wasn't his stomach, or the veins, or his thin arms. It was his hands, or rather, what he was doing with them. His fingers, long, unnaturally long, reached out, and they were twisting through the fabric of my clothes. The fingers were like sticks, covered in dried, cracked skin. They moved through my shirts, stretching and pulling the fabric, as if they were searching for something. His movements were slow, deliberate, and it felt like he was aware of me watching him, but he didn't care. I wasn't sure if he was trying to find something in my clothes, or if he was just enjoying the moment. It was as if he were trying to touch everything, to feel everything in the room. I felt my heart beat louder in my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stared. I was paralyzed. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this a dream? No. This was real. This thing, this man, was real, and I could see him. He wasn't hiding in the shadows, waiting to pounce. He wasn't afraid of me. He was surprised that I could see him. His face, oh God, his face was what really got me. It was like something from a nightmare, stretched out and wrong. His chin was so long it almost looked like it was going to touch the floor. And his eyes were huge, way too big for his face. There were no eyelids, just these massive, round eyes that didn't blink. His mouth was tiny, puckered, like he was pretending to suck on a lollipop that wasn't there. And his lips twisted in an almost mechanical way, like his mouth couldn't move properly. His head, oh God, his head, was cone-shaped, like it had been stretched out of proportion, and I could see the wrinkled skin stretching over the bone, too tight, too thin. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't blink. I couldn't move. He just stared at me, unmoving, but I could feel him. His presence, it was all-consuming. I wanted to scream. I wanted to shout, but no sound came out. I opened my mouth, desperate to get some kind of sound, but I was paralyzed. I tried to reach out, to touch my grandmother, to wake her up, to make her see what I was seeing. I needed help. I needed her. But I couldn't speak, couldn't move. It felt like hours had passed, but it was only seconds. I kept trying to scream. My throat was dry, but my body just wouldn't cooperate. I started shaking, trying to nudge my grandmother awake, but she didn't stir. She was just lying there, oblivious to what was happening. I don't know how long I sat there, just staring back at the creature. I noticed more things as time went on. His hairless body, the way his spine curved unnaturally, like he had been hunched over for centuries. The gown he wore, it wasn't even a gown. It looked like a hospital gown, but it was torn in places, like it had been worn for years, maybe even decades. The fabric clung to his body, stretching over his bony frame, but it didn't seem to fit him right. It looked like it had been hastily thrown over his shoulders, as if he had put it on in a hurry, but had no need for it. He didn't care about clothes. He didn't care about anything, except for the fact that I could see him. And that realization, just the simple knowledge that I could see him, filled me with a sense of dread, like I had crossed some unseen line. Suddenly, my grandmother stirred beside me, her body shifting as she slowly woke up. She turned her head toward the door, her eyes blinking in the dim light. And then, just like that, the thing in the doorway was gone. Vanished. Like it had never been there. I don't know what happened after that. My mind was too scrambled, too terrified. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I sat there, still in shock. My grandmother looked at me, confused, and asked me what was wrong. I couldn't answer. I couldn't even look at her. I was afraid if I spoke, I'd somehow break the fragile reality I was clinging to. But I didn't need to say anything. She saw my face. She knew something was wrong. The rest of that night is a blur. I remember crying, but I'm not sure if I even made a sound. My grandmother comforted me, but I don't know if it helped. It didn't matter. I couldn't shake the image of that thing in the doorway. I couldn't stop seeing those huge eyes, that twisted, gaunt body, those fingers that moved through my clothes like they were alive. In the weeks that followed, things only got worse. The strange occurrences didn't stop. At night, I'd hear my bedroom door slam shut, the lock clicking into place on its own, like something was shutting me in. I'd wake up to the sensation of hands on my legs, touching my feet, crawling up my body, and I'd be paralyzed in fear, unable to move. The nightmares were relentless, too. They were worse than anything I had ever experienced before. I couldn't sleep without feeling like something was watching me, waiting for me to fall asleep again, to make me an easy target. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I told my parents everything, the creature, the nightmares, the doors locking, the hands on my legs. They listened, even though they didn't believe me. But I knew something had to be done. It wasn't just my imagination. I wasn't just stressed out from school or being a teenager. Something was wrong, and I couldn't fix it on my own. That's when they had my room exorcised. I don't know if the exorcism worked. I don't know if it was the rituals, the prayers, the incense, or something else that made everything stop. But after that night, the nightmares stopped. The doors stopped locking on their own. I didn't feel the hands on my legs anymore. And for the first time in weeks, I was able to sleep without feeling like I was being watched. But the experience changed me. I still don't know if it was real, or if I had just manifested it in my stressed out teenage brain. Maybe it was a combination of both. Maybe the fear and the pressure of everything just made me see things that weren't really there. But I'll never know for sure. All I know is that I'll never sleep with the door open again. My mom told me this not too long ago. I remember we were just sitting around after dinner, and it kind of came out of nowhere. She wasn't even trying to scare me or anything. It was just something that came up while we were talking about weird coincidences. At first, I thought she was just messing around because it honestly didn't sound like something that would happen to our family. We're not really the kind of people who believe in ghost stories or anything like that. We've never been superstitious. We never talked about haunted houses or spirits or anything when I was growing up. We were just normal, plain people. But when she told me this story, I could tell she really meant it. She wasn't laughing or smiling, and the way she looked at me, I could see that it was something that had stuck with her for a long time. It happened about 10 years ago now. Back then, my cousin, who was about 17 or 18 years old, had gotten into a car crash. She had been a normal, happy teenager before that, always laughing, always on the move, always busy with school or friends or babysitting. She used to babysit a lot for our aunt, my dad's sister. My aunt had 3 little kids at the time, none of them older than 4. They absolutely loved her. She was like a second mom to them, always patient, always ready to play. My aunt relied on her a lot, especially with the house being a mess because of the construction that was going on. See, right before the accident happened, my aunt and uncle had started renovating their house. It wasn't anything fancy, just basic stuff, adding a new room, updating the kitchen, fixing the roof. The place was a bit of a disaster zone. Piles of wood everywhere, tarps covering half the furniture, dust hanging in the air, even when you just walked through the hallway. Construction workers were coming in and out every day, hammering and drilling and yelling back and forth to each other. It wasn't the kind of place you wanted to spend a lot of time in, but it didn't seem to bother my cousin. She still came over to help out whenever she could, watching the kids while the workers did their thing. Then came the accident. It was one of those things where you don't even believe it when you first hear about it. One minute everything is fine, and the next everything just stops. I wasn't there when it happened, but my mom said she got the phone call late one night. My cousin had been driving back from a friend's house. It wasn't even that far, maybe 10 or 15 minutes away. Somewhere along the way, she lost control of the car. Maybe it was the rain, maybe she swerved to miss something in the road. Nobody really knows. She crashed hard. They rushed her to the hospital, and for a while there was still hope. She was alive, hooked up to machines, and everyone was praying and visiting and just trying to keep it together. But after a couple of weeks, she just slipped away. It broke everyone, my aunt especially. She cried for months. She wasn't even herself for the longest time. She'd just sit on the porch and stare out into the yard while the kids played, not even noticing when they called for her. She still had the construction going on through all of this, which just made it worse. There was no peace, no time to heal, just noise and strangers walking through the house all day. And that's when it started. A few weeks after the funeral, my aunt got a phone call while she was at work. It was one of the construction workers. He sounded annoyed. He told her there was this teenage girl who kept showing up at the house. Not just once or twice, but pretty regularly. He said he and some of the other guys had seen her walking around the property, checking out the construction, slipping in and out of the unfinished rooms. It wasn't like she was causing any damage or messing with their stuff. She was just there, watching. At first, my aunt didn't think much of it. Maybe it was a neighborhood kid. Maybe somebody who was just curious. Construction sites are like magnets for nosy kids. She asked him what the girl looked like, just in case she could figure out who it was and tell her to stay away before she got hurt. The worker described her in detail. He said she had long brown hair, wore a red baseball cap, denim overalls, and a white jacket. And just like that, everything stopped for my aunt. Because that was exactly what my cousin used to wear. Not sometimes. Almost every time she came over to babysit or hang out at the house during construction. She loved that stupid red baseball cap. She'd gotten it at some fair or festival a few summers before and never took it off after that. The overalls were her favorite thing to wear when she knew she was going to get messy, and the white jacket was one of those puffy ones that made her look even smaller than she already was. My aunt couldn't even speak for a second. She just hung up and sat there at her desk, staring at the wall. She knew. She just knew. When she got home that night, she didn't say anything right away. She waited until the workers were packing up for the day. Then she went out to the garage, dug through an old box of photos, and found a picture of my cousin from just a few months before she died. In the photo, she was wearing the red cap, the overalls, and the white jacket. It wasn't a formal picture or anything, just one of those random snapshots somebody takes at a barbecue or a birthday party. She wasn't even posing, just laughing at something off camera. My aunt brought the photo out the next morning and showed it to the construction crew when they showed up. Not all of them had seen the girl up close, but a couple of the guys recognized her right away. They said it was definitely her. No doubt about it. They swore up and down that was the girl they'd been seeing wandering around the construction site. None of them knew what to say after that. Some of the guys looked kind of uncomfortable, like they were trying to think of some other explanation, but couldn't. A few of them just got really quiet and didn't say much for the rest of the day. But here's the thing that stuck with me when my mom told me this. It wasn't just a one-time thing. It wasn't like someone had seen a girl once and gotten confused. They'd been seeing her for weeks, over and over, always around the same time of day, late afternoon when the light was starting to change, but before it got dark. Always just walking slowly around the house, like she was checking on the place, like she still had a reason to be there. And there wasn't anyone in the neighborhood who matched that description. No teenagers with long brown hair and a red cap. No girls who dressed like that. Nobody coming forward to say it was them. After my aunt showed them the photo, the sighting stopped. Just like that. Nobody saw her again after that day. It was like whatever had been happening had run its course. The construction finished a few months later. My aunt got her new kitchen. The new room was added on. The house finally looked the way she had always dreamed it would. But she never really loved it after that. Not the way she had before. She stayed there for a few more years because it was home and because the kids were still little. But eventually she and my uncle sold the house and moved somewhere new. Somewhere fresh, where there weren't any old memories hiding in the corners. I think about that story sometimes when I'm driving through neighborhoods where there's construction going on. I'll see half-finished houses, tools lying around, men shouting to each other, and I'll wonder who might be hanging around just out of sight. My mom told me that when she heard about what happened, she didn't really know what to think. Part of her wanted to believe there was some normal explanation, some random kid, some weird trick of the light. But deep down, she said she knew it didn't add up. Our family never made a big deal about it. They didn't turn it into some huge story that they told at every holiday or anything like that. It was just something that happened, something that none of them could explain. It wasn't about ghosts or spirits or anything like that. It wasn't about horror or scaring people. It was just about loss. About how sometimes the people we love don't let go of the places they cared about so easily. About how sometimes, even when they're gone, it feels like they're still trying to finish what they started. And that's the part that stays with me the most. Not the fear, not the mystery, just the sadness of it all. Because when I picture my cousin, I don't see something scary or strange. I just see her in her red cap and her denim overalls, walking around the half-built house, making sure everything was okay. Making sure the place where she had spent so much time and had so many happy memories was still standing. And when I think about it like that, it doesn't scare me anymore. It just makes me miss her, even though I never knew her the way my aunt and my dad did. It just makes me think that maybe love doesn't just disappear, even when people do. Maybe it sticks around, quietly, just like she did, until the ones we leave behind are ready to move on too. It was one of those cold autumn mornings in the woods, the kind where the air seems to crackle with silence. I was only about 10 years old, maybe a little younger, but my family had been hunting together for years. My dad, my uncles, my cousins. Everyone loved it, but I wasn't as into it as they were. I didn't care about killing things for sport. To me, the idea of hunting for a trophy or to prove something to someone always seemed wasteful. It wasn't that I was some animal rights activist. I just couldn't understand the joy in shooting something, then letting it rot in the woods for nothing more than bragging rights. But I loved spending time with my family, and that's how I ended up on that hunting trip. It had started out like any other. We had piled into the truck early in the morning, heading for the hunting grounds. The scent of pine and damp earth hung in the air as we made our way through the dense woods, pulling up to the hunting blinds. The trees stretched high above us, their skeletal branches clawing at the pale blue sky. The smell of wet leaves mixed with the faint, metallic scent of gun oil. It was the same every time, and for some reason, it was comforting to me. Still, I wasn't looking forward to sitting in the blind all day, waiting for something that might never show up. "All right, buddy," my dad said, handing me a can of bug spray and a walkie-talkie. "You're going to sit in this blind, keep an eye out, and let us know if you see anything." I nodded, taking the gear with a smile. I didn't mind the quiet isolation of the blind. At least it would give me a chance to catch up on my Game Boy. I was deep into Pokemon at the time, trying to level up my team for the next big battle. The blind was small, just enough room for me to sit cross-legged, and the view was mostly of trees and open patches of ground. It wasn't exactly the most scenic spot, but I wasn't really paying attention to that. My focus was on finding my game and zoning out for a bit. I settled in, making sure the radio was on and set to the right frequency. I opened up my backpack and pulled out my Game Boy, starting up Pokemon. The morning passed slowly, the only sounds coming from the wind rustling the leaves and the occasional crack of a branch snapping under the weight of a passing deer. I'd heard my dad and uncles talking earlier about the possibility of spotting a buck, but so far, it had been quiet. Too quiet. I didn't mind though. At least I had the game to distract me. After a while, the repetitive grinding of Pokemon battles started to wear on me. I'd been at it for hours, leveling up my Pokemon, trying to make progress in the game, but the monotony was starting to get to me. I turned off the Game Boy and tossed it back into my bag. I wasn't sure what to do next. The blind felt like a cage, and the silence pressed in around me like a heavy weight. I stared at the radio, thinking I could call my dad and check in, but it seemed unnecessary. He told me to just keep watch. That's when I heard it, a strange whooshing sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it didn't sound like the wind at all. It was a heavy, almost rhythmic sound, like something big was moving through the brush. My heart picked up speed, my body immediately alert. I scanned the area through the small openings in the blind, but there was nothing. No deer, no sign of movement, just the usual rustling of leaves. I stood up and stepped outside to get a better view. The morning light was still dim, but there was enough to make out shapes in the distance. I walked around the back of the blind, carefully stepping over the uneven ground, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever had made that sound. My eyes swept the trees, the underbrush, the tall grasses that waved gently in the breeze. Nothing. It was dead quiet again. Maybe it was just an animal moving through, but it felt wrong. The air was too still, and the whooshing sound hadn't been normal. Then I saw it. Or rather, I saw them. The entire outer wall of the blind was covered in spiders. At first, I didn't realize what I was looking at. It was like the wall was covered in a dark, shifting mass, and my brain couldn't quite process it. But as I looked closer, I saw that they were spiders, hundreds, maybe thousands of them. They were all linked together, moving in a coordinated wave, climbing over each other, covering the wooden slats of the blind like a living, pulsating blanket. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I knew I had to get away, but the thought of running was terrifying. I had no idea where the camp was, and I had been driven out to the blind earlier. I didn't even know the exact way back. I should have just run, but in that moment I didn't. Instead, my mind raced for a solution. I remembered the can of off-bug spray in my backpack. It wasn't a good solution, but I was desperate. My eyes scanned around the blind, and I grabbed the can of bug spray, thinking it might be enough to kill a few of them. But as I pulled it from my bag, my hand brushed against the lighter I kept in there, just in case. A stupid idea sparked in my mind. Why not use the spray and fire to burn them off? The flames would surely kill them, right? I didn't think it through. My mind was clouded by panic, and I acted without fully considering the consequences. I stood downwind of the spiders, holding the lighter in one hand and the bug spray in the other. My hand shook as I flicked the lighter, the small flame catching. Then, I aimed the can at the mass of spiders and pressed the nozzle. The fire shot out immediately, and the moment it hit the spiders, all hell broke loose. The spiders exploded into motion. They didn't scatter like I thought they would. They flew. Flaming spiders, their tiny legs still wriggling, shot through the air toward me. I screamed, the sound of my voice piercing the still air like a sharp, high-pitched cry. I tried to run, but it was too late. The burning mass was all around me, sticking to my skin, my clothes, my hair. They didn't stop. They came from every direction, crawling over me, burning as they landed, biting as they went. I felt them crawling inside my clothes, under my shirt, down my pants. I rolled on the ground, frantic, tearing off my clothes, trying to get away, but it was like they were everywhere. My skin felt like it was on fire. Every time I thought I had gotten one off, another would land on me. My heart raced in a panic I had never known before. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think clearly. I was in full-blown survival mode, but there was no escaping it. The fire from the lighter was still crackling in the distance, but it was the spiders that had taken over, and they wouldn't stop. In a blind panic, I grabbed the radio and screamed into it. "Dad! Dad! Come get me! I want to go home. Please now. Right now." I was crying by then, not even caring that I sounded like a child. The desperation was so raw, so primal, that I didn't care how pathetic I sounded. I just needed to get out of there. My hands were trembling as I clutched the radio, hearing my dad's voice crackle through. But I couldn't wait. The spiders were still everywhere, and the terror was suffocating. I managed to stumble to my feet, still tearing at my clothes, but there was no relief. The spiders were relentless, burning and crawling and biting. They were everywhere. I heard my dad's voice again, faint but clear this time. He was coming, I knew it. He had to. I sat there, shaking uncontrollably, covered in sweat and dirt, my heart still pounding in my chest. I could still feel them crawling over me, even though most of them were gone. I didn't care about the hunting trip anymore. I didn't care about anything. All I wanted was to get away from the nightmare I had created. Eventually, my dad found me. I could hear his heavy footsteps crunching through the leaves as he reached the blind. He must have seen the look on my face, because he didn't ask questions. He just helped me up and wrapped me in a jacket. I couldn't stop shaking. My entire body felt like it had been set on fire, and I couldn't calm down. The relief of seeing him was overwhelming, but it didn't change the fact that I would never be the same after that. We didn't hunt that day. We didn't even stay the night. We packed up and left, the whole family gathering around me, trying to comfort me, but there was nothing they could do. I had seen something that I couldn't unsee, something that haunted me every time I closed my eyes. After that, things weren't the same. I avoided the woods. I avoided any place where spiders could be. I could still feel them on me, crawling through my hair, under my skin. I had nightmares for weeks, waking up drenched in sweat, unable to breathe. My dad tried to reassure me, but nothing helped. Eventually, I went through therapy. My fear of spiders became more than just a fear. It was a full-blown phobia. I couldn't look at pictures of them. I couldn't watch TV shows or movies with them in it. I avoided forests, parks, or anywhere I might encounter them. Every time I saw one, my heart would race, my hands would tremble, and I would feel the panic rising in my chest. I couldn't explain it, couldn't make anyone understand the depth of it, but I knew what I'd seen. I knew what had happened to me. The day I learned what true terror was, what it felt like to lose control of everything. And that's how it stayed. A phobia, a constant reminder of a childhood experience I couldn't erase. I never went hunting again. I woke up. The first thing I noticed was the darkness, deep and absolute. The clock on my nightstand read 3:34 a.m. My mind was fuzzy from the sleep that was still clinging to me, but something about the stillness felt off. The air was thick, and for a brief moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Everything was quiet, so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then I heard it, a rattling sound from downstairs. It was so faint at first, like the creaking of an old house, but then it grew louder, more deliberate. I froze. My eyes darted around the room, searching for something to explain it. But there was nothing. My bedroom was as I had left it, my cluttered desk, the pile of books on the floor, the soft glow of the digital clock, nothing unusual. But that rattling, it sounded like someone was moving around downstairs. Maybe a door was opening, or maybe something heavier, a cabinet or a drawer, was being pulled open. I couldn't make out the specifics, but I could tell it wasn't just the house settling. Someone or something was moving around down there. I sat up slowly, careful not to make any noise, as if the act of breathing could alert whoever, or whatever, was making the noise. My mind raced. It was 3:34 a.m. Why would anyone be awake at this time? It wasn't like my parents were the type to have late-night parties or anything. So who was downstairs? My stomach churned with an unexplainable anxiety. My first instinct was to go to my parents. I needed to make sure they were okay. I swung my legs off the bed, feeling the coolness of the floor beneath my feet. The carpet was soft, but it felt like it was pressing against me with a weight I couldn't shake. My legs felt heavy, and my movements felt slower than usual. I stood up and tiptoed toward my bedroom door, trying not to make a sound. The house was silent again, but the rattling continued faintly in the background. I winced at the noise, but then gathered enough courage to open the door. I moved through the dark hallway, my heart pounding louder with each step. The house was unnaturally quiet, and I had to force myself to keep going. The only light came from the small night light that illuminated the bathroom at the end of the hall. It was the only constant in this unsettling moment, casting long, distorted shadows along the walls. When I reached my parents' bedroom door, I knocked softly. There was no answer. I knocked again, more firmly this time. Still nothing. The door was slightly ajar, but the room was dark. I pushed it open gently, hoping to see the faint glow of the television or my parents asleep in their bed. But when I stepped inside, I felt a chill in the air. The room was empty. Where were they? I stood there for a moment, my eyes adjusting to the darkness, trying to piece together what was happening. Maybe they were downstairs too. I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. Maybe the rattling downstairs wasn't some intruder. It could just be them, moving around for some reason. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air seemed heavier now, colder, and the silence stretched on in a way that made my skin crawl. I turned and headed for my brother's room. He was the only one who stayed up all night. Whether it was studying, playing games, or just messing around, he was always awake at 3:34 a.m. I figured he'd be in his room, maybe watching TV or on his computer. I crept toward the stairs, the dark feeling in my chest growing with each step I took. When I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed the light in my brother's room was on. That was strange. Usually, he kept it off to save power, and besides, he didn't need a light to see anything. His eyes were used to the dark. I approached his door and pushed it open, expecting to find him sitting there, eyes glued to a screen, or maybe lying on his bed in a deep, comfortable sleep. But the room was empty. I stood frozen in the doorway. The light cast harsh shadows across the room, making it look even emptier. The bed was made, the desk untouched, no sign of him anywhere. It didn't make sense. He was never asleep at 3:34 a.m., especially not with the light on. My stomach twisted into knots, and a cold sweat broke out across my back. Where the hell was everyone? I couldn't stay in the hallway, so I turned and quickly descended the stairs. Every step seemed to echo louder than the last, adding to the growing sense of dread. By the time I reached the bottom, the rattling from earlier had stopped, replaced by the soft thuds of footsteps. They were faint but growing louder. I moved toward the living room, my legs shaking, unsure if I was even breathing properly. Then I saw them. 2 men, standing in the middle of the living room, in front of the TV. They were tall and thin, moving around like they were rummaging through things. At first, I thought maybe it was my parents, but they looked wrong. Their bodies were stiff, like they were moving with too much deliberation, too much purpose. They weren't wearing normal clothes, just dark, nondescript outfits that blended into the shadows. The light from the street lamp outside spilled into the room through the curtains, just enough to make their faces stand out. They didn't seem to notice me at first. They were focused on the TV, their hands fumbling with the wires, pulling it from its stand. I wanted to scream, to call out, to do something, but my voice was stuck in my throat. I could barely move. My brain was stuck in a loop of disbelief, telling me that this was real, that these men weren't supposed to be here. I turned and ran. As quietly as I could, I bolted up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. My breath was coming in short, frantic bursts, and my footsteps seemed so loud in the dead silence. I slammed my bedroom door shut and locked it. I stood there for a moment, trying to steady myself, listening for any sounds. I had to know if they were following me. I couldn't hear anything. No footsteps, no movement. Just silence. Then came the banging. It was loud, aggressive, and so sudden that it startled me to the point where I thought I might faint. Someone was at my door. The banging came again, harder this time, as if the person was trying to break it down. I backed away, my mind racing. My hands were trembling as I clutched the door handle. That's when I woke up. I gasped for air, my body jerking upright in bed. I was drenched in sweat, heart still pounding, my mind disoriented. I glanced at the clock. 3:34 a.m. I blinked and rubbed my eyes. It was all a dream, a nightmare. The relief washed over me like a cold wave. I was still here, in my bed, in the safety of my room. But something didn't feel right. I had to prove it to myself, had to check. I couldn't just lie there and hope it was all in my head. I threw the covers off and stood up shakily. My legs were weak beneath me as I walked down the hallway. My footsteps seemed so loud in the silence of the house, like they echoed through the walls. I reached the stairs, looking down into the living room below. There was nothing unusual. The house was quiet. Still, I felt that weight in my chest, the same one I'd felt in the dream. I went downstairs. I stopped dead in my tracks when I reached the bottom. The two men were there. In the kitchen, standing in front of my parents and my brother. They were shouting at them, though I couldn't make out what they were saying. My parents were frozen, their faces pale, their bodies tense with fear. My brother's hands were raised, trying to defend himself, but he didn't stand a chance. Everything that had happened in my dream was happening again, right in front of me. I turned and ran upstairs, slamming the door behind me. My heart was in my throat, and I could barely catch my breath. I locked the door, the sound of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. 10 seconds later, the banging started again. This time, I didn't wake up. I sat there in the dark, my body trembling uncontrollably, and realized the nightmare wasn't over. This was real. The fear had seeped into my bones, and I knew there was no escaping it now. I didn't manage to fall back asleep for the next 36 hours. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their faces, the men who had been in my house, who had been terrorizing my family. And every time I heard the faintest sound at night, I would freeze, heart racing, waiting for them to come back. I'm still not sure if it was a lucid dream, sleep paralysis, or something else entirely. But I know one thing for sure. It felt too real. Too real to be anything other than a nightmare that never really ended. I lived in a big old Victorian house when I was a child, a place that always felt like it was just a little too big for me, too quiet when the lights went out. It wasn't a grand mansion or anything, but it had this heavy, old-fashioned feel to it, with creaky wooden floors and long hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. The wallpaper was a faded floral pattern, the kind that looked too cheerful for such a gloomy house, as though it was trying to cover up something beneath. There were thick carpets in the living room, but the bedrooms were mostly just bare wood floors, creaky and cold at night. I was an only child, and my mother was a single parent, working long hours to keep us afloat. She was always tired, always looking for ways to keep me entertained, and I think, in some ways, she relied on me to be quiet and well-behaved. I don't think she ever meant to, but I often found myself trying not to bother her, feeling like I had to look after myself while she went about her busy life. But no matter how quiet I tried to be, something about that house always kept me on edge. It was hard to explain, but I could feel it in the stillness of the air, in the way the house seemed to watch you. The most unsettling thing, though, was the laughter. It started when I was around 5 or 6, waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of laughter in the hallway. It wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable, high-pitched, almost mocking, like someone was enjoying a joke I didn't understand. Sometimes it sounded like a group of people. Other times it was just one voice, echoing through the halls. At first, I thought it was the TV. Maybe my mom had left it on too late, but the laughter never seemed to fit. The timing was off, like it was waiting for me to hear it, to wake up in the dark and feel it crawl under my skin. It never sounded like it came from a specific room, but just from the hallway outside my bedroom door. I told my mom about it the next day, but she didn't take me seriously. She shrugged it off, saying maybe I had just been dreaming, or that it was probably the TV playing something strange. But it didn't feel like a dream. I could still hear the faint traces of it, echoing in my mind long after I'd tried to sleep again. And it wasn't the TV. I knew it wasn't. It was something else. The nights started to get harder to sleep through. I'd stay awake in bed, listening to the sounds of the house settling, the creaks of the wood shifting under the weight of time. But no matter how still I lay, I'd hear that laughter again. Sometimes I'd try to get up and peek through the crack in my bedroom door, but I'd always chicken out at the last second. What if there was someone out there? What if they heard me? But then one night, it was different. I woke up, feeling the familiar weight of sleep still pressing on me. It was dark, really dark, and I could hear that laughter, but this time it was much closer. It was in my room. I could hear it echoing in the corners of my mind, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The sound was hollow, almost like it was coming from inside my own head. But at the same time, I could feel it coming from the air around me. I tried to sit up, thinking maybe I'd had a bad dream, but when I tried to move, I couldn't. My shoulders felt heavy, like someone was holding me down. I couldn't see them, but I could feel invisible hands pressing into my shoulders, pushing me back into the mattress. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I was frozen, unable to do anything but hear that laughter swirling around me, getting louder, almost like it was mocking me for being so helpless. It was cold too, like the air in the room had dropped several degrees. I tried to scream, to call out for my mom, but my throat wouldn't work. My chest was tight, and all I could do was lie there, feeling the pressure on my shoulders, feeling the laughter wrap itself around me like a blanket. Finally, I found my voice and I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could, my heart pounding in my chest, desperate for it to stop. That was when my mom burst into the room, flicking on the bedside lamp. The light burned my eyes, and for a moment, everything was blurry and disoriented. She rushed to my side, pulling me into her arms, trying to comfort me as she assured me that it was just a bad dream. "You're okay, sweetheart, it's okay," she repeated over and over. But I couldn't shake the feeling of the invisible hands still pressing into my shoulders. I couldn't forget the laughter. My mom stayed with me for a while, sitting on the edge of the bed, gently brushing my hair away from my face, convincing me to close my eyes and go back to sleep. But I couldn't. I kept thinking about the laughter, about the feeling of someone holding me down, and most of all, about the pain in my shoulders. I didn't know if it was from the pressure of being held down or if it was something else, but it hurt. It hurt in a way I couldn't explain. Finally, after a few minutes, I pulled away from her, sitting up. "My shoulders hurt," I said quietly. I don't think I even meant to say it, but the words just came out, like my body was trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mom looked at me, her face softening with concern. "What do you mean?" she asked, lifting up the hem of my t-shirt. I don't know what I expected to see, but what she found made her stop dead in her tracks. There were 2 handprints on my shoulders. They weren't bruises, but they were unmistakable, large, adult-sized handprints, like someone had gripped me tightly enough to leave a mark. They were red and raw, as if I had been held down with force. My mom's face went pale, and I could see her hands shaking as she looked at them. She didn't say anything for a moment, just staring at the marks on my skin, and then she pulled me into her arms again. It's okay," she repeated, but I could feel the tremor in her voice now. I had never seen her look so scared before. It was like she was trying to convince both of us that everything was fine, but deep down, I could tell she was just as shaken as I was. She stayed with me for the rest of the night, holding me close, but the laughter never came back. It never returned in the same way, not that night, or any night after that. The house was quiet again, but something had shifted. That night, I thought I would never forget the sound of the laughter, the feeling of being held down. It was like something had been trying to get to me, but I didn't know what. As I grew older, I convinced myself it had been a bad dream, a product of my overactive imagination. I didn't want to remember the handprints on my shoulders, the way they felt so real, so undeniable. It was easier to just forget about it, easier to let it fade into the background, buried beneath the layers of time. But the other day, I mentioned it to my mom. I was just talking casually, not expecting anything from her, and I brought up the strange things that used to happen in that old house. I remember her face going blank, her eyes wide with shock, like she hadn't thought about it in years. And then, without a word, she said, "I don't want to remember that." I didn't push her to explain. I could tell it made her uncomfortable. I could tell that whatever had happened in that house wasn't something she wanted to face. And I didn't need to ask her to know that she was just as haunted by those memories as I was. It wasn't just a bad dream. It wasn't something we could explain away. Something had happened, and it was real. I don't think I'll ever truly understand what it was. Whether it was something in the house, something about that place, or something deeper that we couldn't explain. But I know one thing for sure. Whatever it was, it left a mark. On me, on my mother, and on that house. And it's something neither of us will ever forget. I lived in a bizarre little house when I was a kid. It wasn't like the normal houses you see in suburban neighborhoods. This one was tall and thin, like something out of a storybook, but more on the side of strange than magical. It looked like a house that was too shy to spread out, so it just kept stretching up, filling the space with narrow, cramped rooms. 3 floors, a basement, and an attic, all stacked on top of each other in a way that didn't make much sense. The house was freestanding, but it looked like it was meant to be attached to something else, like a leftover part of a larger building that never happened. We had a tiny backyard, just enough room for a few potted plants and a crumbling fence. It was so small that you couldn't take 5 steps without hitting something. And the quirks, oh, the quirks. There were 2 fully functioning fireplaces, one on the first floor and one on the second. We didn't have a traditional kitchen, but we had a rope-pull dumbwaiter that went from the kitchen to my bedroom on the 3rd floor. It wasn't practical, not at all. But it worked, and it was a strange sort of charm, especially to a kid like me. There was also a shower stall in the basement, just sitting there with no real explanation, like someone had forgotten to finish the bathroom down there. I loved that weird little place. I was used to it by then, and despite its oddities, it was home. But the house was old, so old, and no matter how much we patched up the cracks or repainted the walls, the repairs just kept piling up. Eventually, the cost of trying to keep it standing was more than my parents were willing to deal with, and so we started getting ready to move. Packing for the move was a chore, as it always is. I tried to do as much as I could myself. I didn't mind the work. I shoved clothes into drawers and boxes, clearing out little pieces of my childhood one by one. Most of my stuff I dumped down the dumbwaiter: books, toys, old mementos, whatever I didn't need anymore. The rope-pull dumbwaiter became a kind of storage system for me as I packed up my room, and I became an expert at sending things up and down, especially when I was too lazy to run them down the stairs. One day, while clearing out my closet, I came across something I'd never seen before. It wasn't obvious at first. The attic entrance was hidden in the roof, just above the closet door. It was one of those pull-down ladders, the kind that you yank on, and the rungs unfold like some kind of secret pathway into the unknown. It took me a while to notice it. I guess I never had a reason to. My parents had always told me not to go up there, so I hadn't given it much thought. But that day, with the house being slowly emptied out, it felt like I was exploring the place for the first time. I climbed up, stepping onto the stack of clothes I had piled high in the closet. They had formed a solid mass, like a brick wall of fabric. The attic entrance creaked as I pulled it down, and I hesitated for a moment, standing there in the dim light of my room. My heart was pounding, not because I was scared, but because it felt like I was about to discover something important, something hidden away for far too long. The attic was surprisingly well lit. It wasn't completely dark like I expected it to be. Red Christmas lights were strung across the beams, still flickering faintly, their incandescent glow casting a soft, eerie light across everything. The lights weren't even plugged in. They had been left up there, tangled and forgotten. It was as though they had been left on, even after all these years, just waiting for someone to come across them. The first thing I noticed was the strange setup. It wasn't just a typical attic filled with old boxes and forgotten furniture. No, this place was different. The insulation was ripped away, and the exposed walls were covered in old, cracked plaster. The floor was cluttered with things: furniture, sheets, random items that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. Among them was an old, rusted mint green refrigerator. It stood there in the middle of the room, out of place and eerie. I couldn't believe it still worked, but when I opened it, I found it still cold inside. Old food wrappers, yellowed and dusty, lined the shelves. I shuddered but didn't shut the door. And then I saw the bones. They were scattered across the attic, piled in clumps all around the room. There were bones of every size, every shape. Some were small and delicate, maybe the bones of animals. Others were large, broken, jagged, and splintered. I didn't understand what I was looking at first. I wasn't old enough to know much about anatomy, but I could tell these were real bones. Not plastic, not fake. They were clean, bleached white, like they'd been left out in the sun for years, but still sharp and unnerving to look at. There were so many of them. Too many for any single person to ever need. I didn't know what to think, but my feet felt stuck to the floor. I didn't want to step any closer, but something about it called me forward. I moved toward the center of the room, where the piles seemed to gather most heavily. They were not organized at all. They were haphazardly stacked, thrown together with no sense of pattern, as if someone had just dumped them there. I looked closer, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it all. 2 of the piles were blackened, burned, as if someone had tried to set them alight. The bones in those piles had dark scorch marks on them, charred edges that made the whole scene feel even more sinister. I could see that there were markings on the wall near those burned piles, dark smears and smudges that looked like someone had dragged their hand across the plaster. At first, I thought it was just dirt or something, but then I saw the words, barely visible, written in the dark stains. They were hard to make out, but I saw the word sorry more than once. It was smeared in a frantic, sloppy way, like someone had been in a hurry or in distress. I stepped back, my heart hammering in my chest. The room felt so wrong. The bones, the markings, the strange setup, it didn't make sense. I thought about going back down, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. I tried to convince myself it was all just an old, forgotten part of the house's weirdness, a leftover from some long-forgotten resident who had lived there before us. But there was no explanation for the bones. No good reason why they would be there. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving the piles. I didn't know what to do. The attic had been sitting above me for 8 years while I slept, while I played, while I lived in that strange house. And all the while, these bones had been there, hidden from me. The thought of them made my skin crawl. I felt like I was invading some secret space, uncovering something that was never meant to be seen. I climbed back down the attic ladder and pulled it up behind me, sealing it shut. My mind was spinning. I didn't know what I had just found, but I knew one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't something I could tell anyone. Not my parents. Not my friends. No one. It was too strange, too unsettling. The next few days went by in a blur of packing and cleaning. My parents were busy with the move, and I kept quiet about what I had seen. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in the house. Something had been uncovered, and it wasn't just the attic, it was everything. I felt like the walls of the house were closing in on me, like they were hiding something dangerous, something I wasn't supposed to know. When the moving truck finally pulled away, leaving the house empty behind us, I took one last look at the old, weird place. It didn't look any different, but to me, it had changed forever. I would never forget the bones in that attic, or the strange feeling that came with them. They would stay with me, even as we moved on to a new home, a new life. But I knew deep down that the house wasn't really gone. It was still there, somewhere waiting, and I'd never feel completely free of it. Back in 2004, I was 17 years old and thought I knew everything. I had just started my first semester of college in the city after growing up my whole life in a small town out in the country. It was a big move for me, probably way bigger than I realized at the time. I was excited and scared at the same time, but mostly excited. The freedom felt endless. No one telling me what to do, no curfews, no chores waiting for me when I got home. Just me, finally doing whatever I wanted. I guess I thought that made me an adult. It was a Saturday night, and the city had a certain buzz about it. The sidewalks were busy earlier in the evening, people laughing, music pouring out from open bar doors and clubs. It all seemed so glamorous to me, so alive. I didn't have any real plans that night, just kind of wandered around after dinner, checking out the city. I wasn't thinking about how I was dressed or what time it was. I had jeans on, sneakers, and an old hoodie, nothing fancy, but I guess it didn't matter. What mattered was how stupidly naive I was about the situation I was putting myself into. By the time I decided to head back to the dorm, it was well past 1 in the morning. I remember checking my little flip phone, seeing the time, and thinking, I should probably get back. I figured it wasn't that far. I had a general idea of where I was, and besides, it's the city. How hard could it be to find my way back? I didn't realize at the time that I had wandered way off the nicer parts of downtown. The people I had seen earlier were gone. The restaurants were closed, bars were closing up, streets were emptying out. At first, I didn't really notice anything wrong. I was walking fast, hands in my pockets, focused on getting back. But slowly the vibe around me started to change. I started noticing that the streetlights were either flickering weakly or completely busted out. The sidewalks were cracked and uneven. Trash littered the curbs and doorways. Old beer bottles, fast food wrappers, even what looked like broken furniture piled up in front of some of the houses. The houses themselves were rundown row houses, leaning into each other like they were too tired to stand up straight. Some of the windows were boarded up. Others had thin curtains that didn't hide the flicker of televisions or angry voices shouting from inside. It smelled like garbage and something else, something sour and thick that hung in the air. I picked up my pace. Every little sound made me jump. A dog barking behind a fence. A loud thud from a trash can getting knocked over somewhere down the block. I tried to remind myself I was being dramatic, that cities just had rougher edges than small towns. But it didn't help. My gut was twisting itself into a knot. That's when I noticed the car. I heard it before I saw it. The low rumble of the engine creeping along behind me. I turned my head slightly and caught it in my peripheral vision. A beat-up four-door, something dark-colored, maybe black or navy blue, hard to tell in the dim light. The windows were down. At first, I told myself it was just a coincidence. They're probably just looking for parking. Maybe they live around here. But then the car didn't pass me. It stayed just a few paces behind, keeping speed with me. I swallowed hard and kept walking, my hands curling into fists in the pocket of my hoodie. I tried not to look again. I tried to pretend I hadn't noticed. I made myself believe that if I ignored it, it would go away. But then I glanced again. 5 guys in the car. 5. All of them looking at me. Some were laughing. One leaned halfway out the window, his arms dangling casually against the door like he had all the time in the world. I was nearing an intersection. In my mind, I was screaming at myself to think, to move, to run, to do something. But my body didn't listen. I just kept walking toward the corner, every step slower than the last. The car sped up slightly and made a sharp left at the intersection, tires squealing a little. I thought maybe they were leaving. Relief started to bubble up in my chest, but it was short-lived. The car stopped, right there, in the middle of the street, blocking the sidewalk directly in front of me. I froze. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. My body felt like it turned to stone. I just stood there, about 10 feet away from them, staring like an idiot. I knew deep down that if I tried to run, they'd be out of that car and on top of me before I could even scream. My heart was slamming so hard against my ribs it made my whole body shake. My vision was tunneling. It felt like the entire world had shrunk down to just me and them and the yawning darkness all around. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been a few seconds. It could have been a full minute. Time didn't make sense anymore. I was paralyzed, my mind an empty, buzzing void. I remember thinking, in some detached way, that this was it. That this was how girls disappeared. How parents got those awful phone calls. How lives ended. And then out of nowhere, a porch light clicked on. I flinched so hard it hurt. The light came from the house just past where the car was idling. It cut through the dark like a spotlight, bathing the broken sidewalk and the street in a yellow, almost dirty glow. The front door creaked open, and a guy came out. He wasn't big or threatening looking. Just an ordinary guy in a hoodie and pajama pants, holding a white trash bag in one hand. He didn't even seem to notice me or the car at first. He was muttering to himself, fiddling with the bag, walking toward the trash can at the edge of the curb like it was just any other night. The guys in the car reacted immediately. They peeled out, tires screeching, the engine roaring louder than it should have been for how slow they were going at first. The smell of burnt rubber filled the air as they disappeared around the next corner, gone like smoke. I didn't move for a second. I couldn't. Then I just crumpled, right there on the sidewalk. My knees gave out, and I sat down hard on the concrete, gasping and shaking and crying without making any sound. I felt like my whole body had been wrung out like a wet towel. The guy with the trash noticed me then. He stopped dead, holding the bag awkwardly, looking confused and concerned. He said something. I couldn't even understand it through the buzzing in my ears. But then he just dropped the bag and came over slowly, hands up like he didn't want to scare me more. I remember blurting out some mess of words, trying to explain. I told him I was lost. I told him about the car. I don't even know if it made sense. I couldn't stop crying long enough to string a full sentence together. But he got it. He understood enough. He crouched down and asked if I wanted to come inside for a minute. Again, I don't remember exactly what he said, but I remember how he said it, calmly, gently, like I wasn't in trouble, like I wasn't stupid for being there. I followed him inside like a stray cat. His house was messy but warm. Old couches, dishes in the sink, posters tacked crookedly to the walls. The place smelled like old pizza and laundry detergent. Another guy, his roommate I guess, poked his head out of a back room, looking half asleep. They didn't crowd me or make me feel weird. They gave me a soda, a cold can straight from the fridge, and just let me sit there and drink it while I tried to pull myself together. I don't know how long I sat there, holding that can with both hands like it was some kind of lifeline. Eventually, once I could breathe again without sobbing, they asked me where I needed to go. I gave them the name of my dorm, still hiccuping through my words. They both looked at each other and nodded without a second thought. They grabbed their jackets, found a working flashlight, and told me they'd walk me back. No hesitation. No making me feel like a burden. They acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. The walk back was still terrifying. Every shadow looked like it was hiding someone. Every noise made me jump, but having them with me made it bearable. They didn't crowd me or try to talk too much. They just walked a little ahead and behind me, like a human shield, keeping a lookout. When we finally got close enough to my dorm that I could see the front lights and the security guard at the door, I almost cried again from sheer relief. I thanked them over and over. They just smiled and waved it off. They mentioned they did stand-up comedy at some local bars and invited me to come check it out sometime. I remember laughing a little, still shaky, and telling them I was only 17. They laughed too, not in a mean way, just kind of surprised. I guess they thought I was older. I never saw them again after that. I don't even remember their names now. It's been so long. Just blurry faces, and that porch light cutting through the dark like a miracle. But sometimes, when I think back on that night, I wonder what would have happened if he hadn't decided to take the trash out right then. If he had waited even 5 more minutes. If he hadn't seen me. If they hadn't cared enough to walk a dumb, scared girl all the way back to her dorm. I think about how easily things could have gone a different way. How my life could have twisted into something darker, something that never got the chance to come back. And I think about how 2 complete strangers, without even thinking about it, probably saved my life that night. It's something I've never forgotten. Something I'll never forget. When I was 8 years old, my family packed up everything we had and moved from the bustling urban sprawl of South Florida to a small, quiet town in northern Florida. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and things feel a little too still sometimes, like the air is always waiting for something to break the silence. It was the kind of move you read about in those old Goosebumps books. The feeling that something was wrong with the place from the start, even if you couldn't quite put your finger on it. I remember how different everything was. The thick trees, the smell of the woods, and how dark it would get out there at night. The roads felt endless, and the houses were far apart. It didn't take long before the weird stuff started happening. Small things at first, things I couldn't explain, but they were enough to make me feel like I was always looking over my shoulder. Little things you'd dismiss if you were trying to convince yourself everything was normal. But when I was 23 and my sister moved back into our parents' house, things got a whole lot worse. At the time, my sister had a young son, a baby, and her husband was overseas in Afghanistan. It was one of those situations where, after months of being alone in a trailer, she couldn't take the loneliness anymore. The isolation was overwhelming. Raising a newborn alone in the middle of nowhere isn't something anyone should have to do, especially when you're as young as she was. So, she moved in with our parents. It was only supposed to be temporary, but it quickly became clear that things weren't quite right in that house anymore. It started slow. Little noises here and there that she didn't think much of at first. The first thing she noticed was the headboard of her bed. Sometimes, when she'd wake up in the middle of the night, she'd hear it slam against the wall. It wasn't loud enough to be truly alarming, but it was enough to make her raise an eyebrow. The first couple of times, she thought maybe it was just the house settling. But after a while, it happened more often, and it got harder to brush off. Then one night, she woke up because someone was tickling her. She thought it was just her son, maybe his little hand brushing against her in the dark. But when she opened her eyes, no one was there. And her baby was still fast asleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. That's when the feelings started to creep in. She didn't talk about it much at first, but it was clear she was uneasy. It wasn't something she'd say out loud, but you could tell. The house felt off. But it wasn't until one night, a few weeks later, that things escalated in a way that no one could ignore. My sister woke up screaming. It wasn't the kind of scream you'd expect from a nightmare, either. It was the kind of scream that felt real. My mom rushed into the room, and what she saw left her frozen. The bed was rocking. Not like it was shaking from the wind, or anything like that. This wasn't some gentle swaying. It was violent up and down, side to side, like something was underneath the bed, throwing it around. My sister wasn't just scared, she was terrified. And it wasn't the kind of thing you can just explain away. The bed was moving, and my sister was alone in the room, holding her baby. My mom tried to calm her down, but she could see it in my sister's eyes. She wasn't imagining this. I wasn't in the room, but I could hear the panic in their voices. My mom was trying to console her, trying to make her feel safe, but something in that room just felt wrong. That was the moment when things became undeniable. Whatever was going on in that house, it wasn't just a creaky old house. It wasn't just the wind. It was something else. Over the next few days, things got worse. My sister couldn't sleep. The stress of raising a newborn was already bad enough. But now there was something else, something that was making her feel like she couldn't escape. And it wasn't just the bed anymore. One night, while she was nursing her son, something grabbed her ponytail. It wasn't like a gust of wind. It was as if someone had physically grabbed her hair and yanked it hard. She didn't know what to do. She couldn't explain it, but she knew it was real. The way it made her head jerk back, and the way her body tensed up, it was too real to just be a figment of her imagination. It wasn't some sleep-deprived hallucination. She screamed, and my mom came rushing in. My mom, ever the calm one, didn't panic. She didn't get hysterical or worried. She went straight into mom mode, which was exactly what we needed in that moment. She walked into the room, and without a second of hesitation, she spoke to whatever it was like she was scolding a child who had misbehaved. "I understand things are different now," my mom said, her voice firm yet calm. "There's a baby here now. You've been here longer than we have. I get it. You're curious, but you will not touch them. Do you hear me? You can watch, you can stay, but you will not touch them." The air felt thick when she said that. The kind of silence that settles when everything holds its breath. We all held our breath, waiting for something to happen, for a sign that this would stop or that it would escalate. But it did stop. It wasn't like some immediate, dramatic change. It just stopped. No more bed shaking. No more hair pulling. No more mysterious noises. Whatever had been there, whatever was making my sister's life hell, it was gone. After that, everything seemed to settle down. The house wasn't perfect, and there were still those little strange moments that happened from time to time, but it wasn't the same. Things didn't get worse. The house didn't feel like it was closing in on us anymore. My sister stayed for a few more months before she moved out, back to her own place. And that was it. It felt like we had made some sort of unspoken truce with whatever had been there. It had watched us, it had tested us, but we hadn't given in. Years passed, and life moved on. But I can still remember that time like it was yesterday. How the air in that house would change when things happened, how the tension would rise, and how it felt like you were never alone, even when you were. There's a part of me that still wonders what it was. Was it something in the house, some weird shift in energy or the land? Or was it something else entirely? Whatever it was, it stopped after my mom spoke to it. She wasn't scared. She didn't let it have power over her. And for whatever reason, that was enough. The house still stands, but we've never had anything like that happen again. Maybe it's because we're all more aware of the place now, or maybe we just learned to live with the quiet hum of something strange always lingering in the background. But I know one thing for sure. That thing, whatever it was, had no power over us after that night. And as weird as it sounds, I'm thankful for that. Sometimes you just have to stand up to the weirdness and say, "Not today." And that's exactly what my mom did. We had lived in our house for a long time. It was an old colonial home, built back in the 1800s, and it had that historical charm that people in our neighborhood admired. My parents had worked hard to buy it, and they took great pride in the fact that it was still standing after so many years. The floors creaked underfoot, the windows rattled in the wind, and the walls had a certain age to them that spoke of generations long past. It was an old house, full of character and history, and that was something my parents really loved about it. When I was in elementary school, my family decided it was time to add on to our house. It wasn't just a simple extension. We wanted it to blend in with the old part of the house, so my parents hired an architect and a contractor who specialized in restoring historic homes. They wanted the addition to match the existing structure, down to the smallest detail. The contractor seemed enthusiastic about the idea at first, but soon things started to fall apart. The issue began with the trim. The contractor didn't think it was necessary to paint all the wood trim in the addition. He argued that the wood was of such high quality that it should be left natural, as it would look better over time. My parents disagreed. They wanted everything to match, to keep the same aesthetic throughout. They insisted on having all the wood trim painted, just like the original part of the house. This led to a year of heated arguments between my parents and the contractor. My dad would spend hours on the phone with the guy, trying to get him to understand, while my mom would call around to other contractors, looking for someone who would do the job the way they wanted. At one point, my parents even asked the contractor if he could provide any evidence or reasons why it was better to leave the wood trim unpainted. He didn't have much to say about that, and his reluctance to work with them just made everything worse. They were paying him, but the work wasn't getting done. No progress was made for months, and our house was in disarray. The addition was still just a shell of unfinished walls and half-done trim. It felt like nothing was happening, even though we were still writing checks every month. After a year of back and forth, my parents had had enough. They fired the original contractor and found someone else to take over. The new contractor was someone my parents' lawyer had met through church. He came highly recommended, and most of his team was from that same church. They were all local guys, and some of them had worked on other homes in the area. My parents felt confident that this new team would get the job done properly. From the moment they started working on the house, they made more progress in a month than the other contractor had in a whole year. The team was efficient, and my parents were finally happy with the direction things were going. The new contractor and his crew were easy to talk to, polite, and respectful. They were good at their jobs, and my parents were relieved to see things moving forward. The weather during the summer in our town was brutal. It was hot and humid, and most of the guys working on the addition would break a sweat within minutes of starting their work. It was unbearable, and my mom would send me outside with lemonade or iced tea to give them a break from the heat. They would always thank me, and I'd chat with them while they took their short breaks. I was 9 years old at the time, and I found it interesting to talk to the workers, asking them about their jobs or what they liked to do in their spare time. One of the guys, Kenny, stood out to me. He was probably in his late 30s, tall and broad-shouldered, with dark brown hair and a rough, weathered look to him. He was in charge of most of the work on the site, though the actual contractor was often nowhere to be found. Kenny was always around, and I remember how nice he was to me. He'd give me a friendly smile and talk to me about the house or the work they were doing. He didn't mind that I asked questions, and he always seemed patient, explaining things in a way I could understand. As the months went by, the house slowly started to take shape. The addition looked great, and my parents were thrilled to see everything finally coming together. Kenny seemed to be the one overseeing everything, making sure that things went according to plan. But despite all the work that was being done, there was something off about him. Looking back, I'm not sure exactly what it was. Maybe it was the way he seemed just a little too friendly, a little too willing to chat, but there was always something that made me uneasy around him. It wasn't anything specific. It was just a feeling I had whenever he was around. But I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, he was just another worker, and everyone else seemed to trust him. Eventually, the work on the house was finished. It had taken about 2.5 years, far longer than anyone had expected, but the addition looked beautiful. The new trim was painted exactly the way my parents wanted it, and the new rooms blended perfectly with the old ones. It was a huge relief, and my parents were finally able to breathe easy. The house was exactly how they had envisioned it. But then, a few months later, something happened that would change everything. One afternoon, I was sitting at the kitchen table, doing my homework when my mom came in with a newspaper. She looked at me with a mixture of confusion and concern. The headline of the local paper was about a man who had been arrested and put in prison. His name was Kenny. At first, I didn't understand what that meant. My mom explained that Kenny, the man who had worked on our house, had been charged with something terrible. He had been arrested for pedophilia, and he was now in prison. I was shocked. I had no idea what to say. How could this be the same person I had talked to so many times over the past couple of years? The man who had smiled at me and made small talk while working on our house? The man who had been so friendly? It didn't make any sense. But as my mom continued to explain, it became clear that this wasn't just some random arrest. Kenny had been on a list of sex offenders. He had a past that no one knew about, and the contractor had never mentioned it to my parents. In fact, the contractor had gone out of his way to keep that information hidden. It seemed like everyone had trusted him, but in reality, he had a dark history. The more I thought about it, the worse it made me feel. Kenny had been around us for so long, and my parents had trusted him with us, my brother and I. They had left us home alone with him and the other workers on more than one occasion while they ran errands or went to work. I could hardly believe it. All those times I had been outside, handing him lemonade, talking to him about the house, and not once had I suspected anything was wrong. He had been so nice, so friendly, that it felt impossible to imagine him being capable of something so awful. I tried not to dwell on it too much. After all, nothing had happened to me or my brother. We were safe. But the fact that someone like Kenny could have been around us for so long without anyone knowing the truth left a bad taste in my mouth. I couldn't help but wonder if something could have happened. I didn't want to think about it, but the thought kept creeping into my mind. It wasn't just Kenny. The more I heard from other people, the more I realized that a lot of people had similar experiences. There were others who had worked on their houses, had been in similar situations, and had no idea about the pasts of the people they were letting into their homes. I wasn't the only one who had been left in the care of someone with a dark secret. As time went on, the fear and unease lingered. My parents were understandably upset when they found out the truth about Kenny. They felt betrayed by the contractor, who had kept such an important detail hidden from them. It made them question how well they knew the people they were letting into their lives. They wondered if they had been too trusting, too willing to believe that everyone had good intentions. But the most unsettling part was the realization that these kinds of things can happen without anyone noticing. We had been so careful, so hospitable, and yet we had allowed someone with a dangerous past into our home. We had trusted him because he seemed harmless, because he had been nice. And that made me realize just how easy it is to miss the signs of something darker beneath the surface. I can't forget about Kenny. I can't forget how it felt to know that someone who had been so close to us was hiding such a horrifying secret. Even now, I can't help but feel a sense of unease whenever I think back to those days. It makes me wonder how many other people out there are hiding things we'll never know about. How many others have crossed our paths without us ever realizing the danger they posed. The fact that so many people have similar stories to tell only makes it worse. It's terrifying to think that, even now, there could be someone close by, hiding in plain sight. I can't shake the feeling that, if we had known the truth about Kenny, things would have been different. Maybe we would have been more cautious. Maybe we wouldn't have trusted him as much. But what's done is done, and all we can do now is move forward, knowing that sometimes things aren't always what they seem. It was early, the kind of early where the world still feels half asleep, heavy with mist and darkness. I remember how quiet everything was, like the air itself was pressing down, muffling the few sounds that stirred. Streetlights threw pale yellow circles onto the sidewalk, puddles of dim light swallowed quickly by the thick morning fog. It was sometime around 5 in the morning. I was walking to the bus stop, same as always, wrapped up in my jacket with a banana in my hand, half eaten, my other hand stuffed deep into my pocket. My mind wasn't even fully awake yet. I was moving out of habit, the same way you find yourself driving familiar streets without remembering how you got from point A to point B. I was debating something completely stupid in my head, like whether I wanted to grab a coffee from Starbucks before work or wait until after my commute. It was one of those meaningless debates you have just to fill the quiet. I could feel the cold of the morning creeping under my clothes. My shoes made soft, wet sounds against the sidewalk as I moved. The banana tasted almost metallic in the cold air, and I was chewing slowly, not really enjoying it, but not really caring either. Everything felt routine, normal. I turned the corner, nearing the intersection where I usually waited for the bus, and that's when I noticed him. At first, he was just a shape, a tall, dark figure stepping out from an alleyway that cut between two buildings on my left. The fog wrapped around him, making him seem half real, like he had just been carved out of the mist. He was wearing a black mask, and for a split second, in my sleepy, half-alert mind, I thought he might just be some weirdo heading home from a party or something. It was only a few seconds, but they stretched long in my memory. He moved fast. Before I could even think to cross the street or speed up, he was already stepping right into my path, lifting his arm and pointing something at me. "Put down your fucking purse," he shouted. The words snapped the last bit of sleep from my brain. I froze, staring at the shape of him, the mask, the gleam of metal that I now recognized instantly for what it was. A gun. It was pointed straight at my head. For a moment, my body refused to move. I could feel my heart hammering so loud in my chest that it felt like it might break through my ribs. I smelled the sticky sweetness of the banana still clinging to my fingers. My backpack strap pulled down on my shoulder, heavy and awkward. "Put down your bags," he ordered again, harsher, louder. I raised my hands slowly. Okay, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I tried to sound small, non-threatening. I'm putting them down over here, I said, motioning slightly to my right, toward the sidewalk. He didn't like that. He stepped closer, fast and angry. Walk over here. Get down on the fucking ground, he barked. Every instinct inside me screamed not to move closer to that alley. But I nodded anyway, trying to buy time, trying to keep him calm. I'm coming, okay, I said, crouching down slowly, trying to make it look like I was obeying. I placed my bag on the ground. I tried not to think about what was in it, my phone, my keys, my wallet. None of it mattered. None of it mattered compared to staying alive. He came closer, standing right over me now. The gun was so close I could have counted the tiny scratches on the barrel if I dared to look at it directly. Without warning, he pushed me down flat onto the cold, damp pavement, the barrel pressing into the side of my head. The smell of wet concrete filled my nose. I was dressed in baggy clothes, oversized pants, a loose jacket, a hat pulled low over my head. I was on my way to coach a high school practice, dressed the way I always dressed for mornings like this. Practical, comfortable, anonymous. If it weren't for the sound of my voice, I could have passed for a teenage boy. He hovered over me for a moment. I felt his weight shift, felt him hesitate. Even though my face was turned away, I could feel his eyes on me. I don't know how I knew, but I knew the exact moment he realized I was a woman. Something changed in the air between us. A shift so sharp it was almost visible. He stood up quickly, like he was making a decision. He pointed toward the dark mouth of the alley. Come with me, he said. The words were low and full of something I didn't want to think about. My stomach twisted. Somewhere deep inside, something primal lit up like a flare. I remembered the warnings, the news stories, the quiet conversations among neighbors about the daytime assaults that had been happening nearby. I remembered the way the reporters said things like broad daylight and no witnesses. My brain split in two. Part of me, the part that wanted to survive, screamed not to follow him. The other part, the terrified part, reminded me he had a gun. He shouted again, angrier this time, like he could hear my hesitation. I forced my legs to move. I took a tiny step toward him, toward the alley. I'm coming, I said, my voice high and trembling. He turned slightly, his body shifting so that he was facing the alley, his gun moving with him. It was the only chance I was going to get. Without thinking, without planning, I tucked my chin down toward my chest, turned on my heel, and ran. I sprinted like my life depended on it, because it did. I ran harder and faster than I ever had before. My lungs burned immediately, and the cold morning air tore at my throat. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Every part of me focused on moving forward, on putting as much distance between us as possible. I was screaming without realizing it. A high, shrill wail that tore out of my mouth and echoed down the empty street. The sound scared me almost as much as everything else. It made it real. My shoes slapped the pavement, slipping a little on patches of slick concrete. I ran past dark storefronts and shuttered windows, past parked cars that seemed like useless statues. I didn't even know where I was running. I just knew that every step away from that alley was a step toward surviving. I counted blocks without meaning to. 1 block, 2 blocks, 3. My legs were shaking, my arms pumping uselessly at my sides, my heart trying to explode out of my chest. 4 blocks. 5. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The street was empty behind me, swallowed by mist and shadows. No movement. No figure chasing after me. 6 blocks. 7. I veered right, cutting through a small park, ducking behind trees and benches, trying to stay out of sight, even though my own screaming had surely given away my position if he was following. When I reached the far end of the park, I doubled back, moving along a different street, circling back toward my apartment. My hands were shaking so badly that I had trouble getting my keys out of my pocket. Every noise made me jump. A car driving past, a dog barking somewhere deep in the neighborhood. I stood in front of my apartment building for a long moment, hidden behind a parked car, scanning the street. Watching, waiting. I was terrified that he had somehow followed me, that he was lurking somewhere, watching me, waiting for me to show him where I lived. Only when I was absolutely sure that no one was there did I cross the street and unlock the door. Inside, the building was too quiet. My breathing echoed in the stairwell as I climbed the steps to my apartment. My hands fumbled the key again, my fingers numb with cold and fear. I slipped inside, slammed the door behind me, and locked every single lock I had. I didn't realize I was crying until I leaned back against the door, and felt the wetness on my cheeks. The police came about an hour later. I sat stiffly on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, still wearing my damp, dirty clothes. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I told them everything, every detail I could remember. They were kind but brisk, asking questions in calm, steady voices. They checked out the alleyway, found my banana peels still lying there, browning and slimy on the pavement. They took my statement, made some notes, promised they would look into it. But there wasn't much to go on. No security cameras in that part of the neighborhood. No witnesses. No real description, just a tall man in a mask, dressed in black. Days passed, but the adrenaline didn't leave my body. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the apartment made my heart leap into my throat. Every shadow outside my window made me flinch. I stopped walking to the bus stop. I started driving everywhere, even if it was just a few blocks. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The feel of the gun against my head. The way he shifted when he realized I was a woman. The way he pointed into the alley and told me to come with him. The way my body moved without thinking. The way I ran and didn't stop. And the what-ifs. They ate at me the worst. What if I hadn't run? What if I had frozen up? What if he had fired? What if he had caught me? There were nights where I lay awake staring at the ceiling, unable to push those thoughts away. They piled up in my mind, thick and suffocating. But at the same time, there was a strange kind of peace buried underneath the fear. A small, stubborn voice that said I had survived. I had listened to my gut when it mattered. I had moved when I needed to. I had gotten away. Eventually, life moved on. I changed my routines. I stopped walking alone in the dark. I got a new job that didn't require me to leave the house before sunrise. I learned to carry myself differently, to always be aware, to always be ready. But some mornings, when the world is dark and misty and still, and the air feels heavy and quiet, I find myself back there in my mind. I remember the fog, the wet pavement, the sticky smell of banana on my fingers, the cold, hard press of the gun against my head. And I remember running, not because I wanted to, but because I had to, and somehow that was enough. I had only been certified in CPR for about a week. I was 19 years old. I had taken one of those weekend courses at the community center, crammed full of mannequins with fake plastic lungs, and those endless hours of practicing chest compressions and pretending everything would be fine if you just pushed hard enough, breathed deep enough, stayed calm enough. I remember feeling proud after they handed me the little certification card, thinking it was one of those things you keep in your wallet forever, but never really use. It was late October, and a group of my friends and I were at a thrift store trying to find Halloween costumes. The store smelled like old carpet and dusty clothes, the kind of place where everything felt just a little damp no matter how sunny it was outside. We had been laughing about some ridiculous costume someone had found, something with feathers and sequins, and I had wandered back into the fitting rooms to try on a jacket that smelled faintly of cigarettes. I had just zipped it up halfway when I heard the store go quiet. Not just a little quiet, but dead quiet. I heard the dressing room door creak a little as I pushed it open and stepped out. Everyone was standing near the front of the store, gathered in a loose circle, staring at the door. Someone said that a woman had passed out in the parking lot, and I didn't even really think. I just said that I was certified in CPR and I would go take a look. I told them someone needed to call 911, and then I pushed through the door and stepped out into the sharp afternoon sun. At first, I didn't see anything. The parking lot was mostly empty except for a few cars close to the front. I walked forward a few steps, squinting, my heart already picking up speed, and then someone behind me shouted that she was in a car way out by itself. I looked up and saw a faded silver sedan sitting alone near the back of the lot, far from the other cars, like it had drifted away from the rest of the world. I broke into a run. Gravel crunched under my sneakers. The closer I got, the worse it looked. Through the window, I could see her slumped against the glass, her face turned toward me. She was blue. Not just pale, not just flushed, she was an awful deep blue, the color of bruises and late-night skies. Her skin sagged in places it shouldn't have, and there were dark, purplish rings around her eyes. But even those rings had turned a sickly kind of blue. My hands were already shaking. I yanked the door handle, but it was locked. Someone else caught up to me and banged on the window. I remember shouting at the woman, though my voice sounded far away in my own ears. No response. No movement. just her head resting heavy against the window, her mouth slightly open. Someone ran back to the store, and a moment later they came sprinting out with a man who had a crowbar. He jammed it between the window and the door and popped the lock. When the door swung open, the smell hit me first. A sharp, chemical, almost sweet smell, mixed with something bitter and rotting. The car was full of junk, empty fast food bags, crushed soda cans, dirty clothes, and on the floor, littered everywhere, were used syringes, bent spoons, and empty orange pill bottles rolling around the mats. We pulled her out together. She was limp and heavy, her limbs flopping uselessly as we lowered her to the ground. I knelt down beside her, my knees pressing into the rough asphalt, and leaned in close to her face. Her tears had made dark trails down her cheeks, cutting through the blue, like little rivers. She had been crying, even as she died. That image burned itself into my mind, and it's still there. I pressed 2 fingers to her neck, feeling for any sign of a pulse. Someone else tried too, but we weren't sure. I thought maybe I felt something, but it was so faint, so tiny, it could have just been my own heartbeat jumping in my fingertips. I started CPR. It felt different than it had in class. In class, the mannequins gave a little resistance, a little bounce back. But real ribs give differently. Her chest didn't bounce back. It caved under my hands. Her skin was cold and tacky, like a wax figure left out in the sun. I gave 2 breaths and went back to compressions. I counted to myself, trying to remember the pace they taught us, but it was hard to keep the rhythm when I knew, somewhere deep down, that it probably wouldn't matter. The ambulance pulled in fast, lights spinning but no sirens. I barely noticed them until a pair of EMTs rushed up with a stretcher and gear bags. They took over like a well-oiled machine, dropping to their knees, ripping open packages, working around each other without a word. I backed up, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, feeling useless and shaking all over. They pulled a vial from one of the kits and jabbed it into her leg. I knew what it was, Narcan. The drug they said could pull someone back from an overdose if you got to them in time. I watched them work, slamming oxygen into her lungs, jabbing her with needles, pumping on her chest even harder than I had. Another ambulance arrived, and more EMTs piled out. For a few minutes, there were 6 or 7 people all around her, shouting medical terms I didn't understand, trading places at the head and chest. One of the cops who had pulled up stood off to the side with me. I must have looked bad, because he put a hand on my shoulder and told me, quietly, that they were going to do everything they could until they got her to the hospital, but she was probably gone already. He said they had protocols, keep trying, keep the body going, but most of the time when it got this bad, it was just a formality. I stood there in the parking lot, shaking, while they loaded her into the back of the ambulance. Her arm flopped off the side of the stretcher as they lifted her, the same way my little sister's dolls used to when she pretended they were sick. I remember thinking that she wasn't much older than me, maybe late 20s at most. Her hair was tangled and dirty, but underneath it you could see that she had probably been beautiful once. After they drove off, the parking lot felt huge and empty. A few people who had wandered out from the thrift store stood around, looking at the ground, not saying anything. Someone had tossed a jacket over the pile of drug paraphernalia, still lying in her car, but you could still see the bright orange of the pill bottles poking out underneath. There was a car seat in the back seat, and some cheap plastic toys scattered on the floor. One of them was a little pink stuffed bear, stained and missing an eye. I noticed the tattoos on her arms then, faint under her skin. 2 names, written in loopy cursive, one on each wrist. Probably her kids. They looked recent. The ink was still sharp and dark, not yet faded by sun and time. Eventually, the police took our statements. I don't even remember what I said. I think I just repeated what happened, how I found her, how I tried CPR. They asked if I had touched anything in the car. I told them I only opened the door and helped move her out. My friends stayed close. They didn't say much. It was like none of us could find the right words for what we had just seen. We hadn't been prepared for something like this. We had just been looking for stupid Halloween costumes. After the police let us go, we piled back into our car. The inside of the thrift store still smelled like old fabric and mildew, but it felt different now. Colder, like the whole place had shifted in some way. We didn't buy anything. We just left. The drive home was quiet. I stared out the window, watching the trees blur past in the fading light. My chest hurt from where I had been doing compressions. My arms felt like they had been filled with wet sand. I kept seeing her face every time I blinked. The blue of it, the tears. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was back there again, kneeling on the hard parking lot, pressing down on her chest, listening for a breath that would never come. I kept wondering if we had gotten there a few minutes earlier, if the ambulance had been faster, if maybe the Narcan could have worked. I knew deep down that there probably wasn't anything we could have done, but it didn't make it any easier. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about her car. The junk everywhere, the syringes, the toys. I wondered what had brought her there, alone, parked far from everyone else. I wondered if she had been trying to get clean and had relapsed. If she had anyone who cared. If someone was sitting at home waiting for her, not knowing she was gone. I kept thinking about those names tattooed on her arms. In the weeks that followed, I found myself checking on people more often. If I saw someone slumped over in a bus stop, if someone looked too still, too pale, I watched them until I saw them breathe. I couldn't help it. The part of me that had raced across that parking lot was still wide awake inside me, ready to move. I held onto that CPR card for a long time. I kept it in my wallet until it wore soft at the edges. It wasn't because I thought I was some hero. I wasn't. I had frozen. I had done what little I could, and it hadn't been enough. But carrying that card was a reminder that sometimes you don't get to choose the moment you're needed. Sometimes you just have to run toward the car. And sometimes, no matter how hard you try, it's not going to be enough. But trying still matters. It has to. It's the only thing that does. Even now, years later, I can still see her face sometimes. I still wonder about the names on her arms. I still hope that somewhere, somehow, her kids are okay. I'll never forget that day. I don't want to. It changed me in ways I'm still figuring out. Maybe that's what growing up really is. Not the parties or the birthdays or the getting older. It's the way some moments split your life into before and after, and you carry them with you, no matter how heavy they are. When I was in nursing school long ago, I encountered an experience that left me shaken and uneasy. I had just started my clinical rotations, eager to dive into the world of medicine. It was during one of my first rotations in the ICU that I met a patient who would haunt my thoughts for years to come. She was an older woman, maybe in her early 70s, with frail skin that seemed too thin for her bones. She had been admitted with a severe case of pneumonia, but her medical history was much more complicated. Heart disease, a previous stroke, and a variety of other chronic conditions. She was a fighter, that was clear. But more than that, she was firm in her wishes. I had never met a patient so vocal about wanting to go when the time came. She didn't want any extraordinary measures taken. No machines, no intubation, no CPR. She had made it clear to the doctors, to the nurses, and especially to her family. Do not resuscitate me under any circumstances. At first, I didn't think much of it. It was just another patient with a do not resuscitate, DNR, order, a common enough thing in the ICU. But there was something about her, the way she said it, that made me listen a little more closely when her family was in the room. Her adult children, though respectful, had a different attitude. They didn't seem to agree with her wishes, but they were going along with it, at least for the moment. However, everything changed one afternoon when her condition worsened. She became altered, disoriented, almost unrecognizable from the woman I had seen just days before. The pneumonia had spread, and it seemed like her body was shutting down. It was clear she wouldn't survive much longer, but it wasn't the physical decline that disturbed me. It was the shift in her family's decision-making. It was late in the afternoon when the call came through, the one I'd been dreading. The family had changed their minds. They had gained power of attorney over her care and decided to revoke her DNR order. They wanted her to be fully resuscitated if anything happened. The woman had made it clear to them, over and over again, that she didn't want that. But now, because they had legal control over her care, we were bound to follow their wishes. The paperwork came down quickly, and we had no choice but to prepare for a full code, a situation I had never expected. I could feel the tension in the air as the team started to prepare. The room felt smaller, more suffocating. We weren't supposed to question the decision. We had to follow orders, no matter how uncomfortable they made us. Then it happened. She went into VFib. No pulse, no breathing. The monitor flatlined. Everything in the room seemed to stop for a split second. The beeping of the machines, the bustle of the nurses. Everything went silent except for the pounding of my heart. She was gone, or at least she should have been. We started CPR immediately. I could feel the weight of the moment as I pushed down on her chest, trying to keep her alive against her own wishes. It felt wrong, but I knew what I had to do. I glanced around the room, and I could see the same unease in the faces of the other nurses and doctors. Everyone was tense, unsure, but we kept going. The doctor arrived with the defibrillator in hand, ready to administer a shock. He placed the pads on her chest, and then nothing. The machine wouldn't work. He tried again, his hands shaking slightly, then again, and again, each time growing more frustrated. The defibrillator wouldn't deliver the shock. It was as if it was broken, like some invisible force was keeping it from doing its job. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I had worked in that ICU long enough to know that this machine was thoroughly checked and maintained. It had never failed before. The doctor's face was tight with frustration as he pushed the buttons, checked the leads, and reset the machine over and over. But each time, nothing happened. The tension in the room was unbearable. It felt like an eternity had passed before she finally passed on. And the moment she did, the defibrillator worked perfectly. The machine beeped to life, delivering the shock with no hesitation, as if it had never been malfunctioning in the first place. The room was still. No one moved. Everyone was staring at the machine in disbelief, and then at her lifeless body. The doctors quickly confirmed what we all feared. She was gone. We couldn't shake the strange timing of it. The machine had failed just when she had passed, and only when she was truly gone did it function properly. It was unnatural. Everyone in the room was uneasy, and even though no one said it aloud, we were all thinking the same thing. Had we failed her? Had her family's decision to override her wishes somehow triggered this bizarre event? The hospital had the defibrillator checked the very next morning, but it worked perfectly. It had never malfunctioned before, and it never did again. The doctors couldn't explain what had happened, and neither could I. In the days that followed, the weight of that moment settled on me like a fog I couldn't shake. I tried to push it out of my mind, but I couldn't. It felt wrong in every way, violating someone's wishes, going against their clear desires, and then having something happen that was so strange. I wasn't a superstitious person, but I couldn't help but wonder if something had gone wrong with that defibrillator on purpose. Maybe it was her will, some force beyond our understanding, that stopped the machine from working until she had passed. Over the years, I've seen many things in the hospital. I've seen patients come and go, some resuscitated, others not. But I've never seen anything like that again. It's been 20 years since I first experienced that moment in the ICU, and I still can't shake it. I've tried to rationalize it, to put it out of my mind. But deep down, I know I'll never forget that woman, her family's decision, or the strange failure of the defibrillator. It's a memory that sticks with me, haunting me in quiet moments, reminding me of how fragile life is, and how much power we hold, for better or for worse, when it comes to someone else's fate. And even now, all these years later, I wonder if it was simply the will of the family that decided her fate, or if there was something more to it, a sign, a message, or something that made me question the very nature of life and death. Maybe we'll never know. But one thing is for sure, that moment has stayed with me, and I'll never forget the woman who, in the end, got her wish for no resuscitation. Growing up, I always thought of our house as a safe, comforting place. It was the kind of house you could walk through in the middle of the night and still feel at ease, even with all its creaks and groans. My sister and I shared a room, and while that meant I had to put up with her occasionally being a little too loud or asking too many questions, I didn't mind. In fact, I was used to it. But there was something that happened when we were kids that made me rethink everything. My sister had an imaginary friend. It wasn't just a passing phase either. I remember her talking about this lady named E. She'd tell me how E was really nice, how she'd play games with her, and how they'd sit and chat for hours. At first, I thought it was just something kids do, but as she grew older, I started realizing that this wasn't the normal imaginary friend scenario. E wasn't just a figment of her imagination. She felt real to my sister. I used to hear her talking to E when I'd be busy doing something else, and it freaked me out. She never seemed scared of her. In fact, E seemed to be a constant companion for her during some pretty lonely times. As my sister got older, she stopped talking about E, and eventually, it all just faded away. I didn't think much of it, writing it off as something kids just grow out of. Then, when my sister was about 10, something happened that I can't explain. It was a quiet afternoon. My mom had to rush out to the nursing home because my grandfather had gotten sick, and she took my dad with her. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was in another part of the house, probably watching TV or playing a game. My sister was in our room, doing who knows what. We didn't always hang out together when we were alone in the house. She was a few years younger than me, and I didn't have the patience for her constant chatter. Besides, she was always absorbed in her own little world, so I didn't think much of it when she went into the room by herself. But then I heard it. The radio in our room clicked on. It wasn't a regular on and off sound. It was like the dial had been turned all the way up, and then all the way down, then off again. It repeated this strange sequence a few times, and at first, I thought maybe it was some weird glitch. But after it happened 3 or 4 times in a row, I was starting to get irritated. I got up and walked into the room, fully expecting to find my sister messing around with the radio. When I walked in, though, something wasn't right. My sister was sitting on the edge of the bed, pale as a ghost, just staring at the radio. She didn't look like her usual self. There was a fear in her eyes that I hadn't seen before, and it sent a chill down my spine. I looked at the radio, fully expecting to see the plug hanging out or the batteries in disarray. But there was nothing. The radio wasn't plugged in. There were no batteries. And there was no other explanation for how it had turned on and off like that. I couldn't make sense of it. I walked over to her, trying to calm her down, but I couldn't get a word out of her. She just kept staring at the radio, saying, "It was EE. I saw her. It was EE." She repeated this over and over again, her voice trembling. I didn't know what to make of it. At first, I thought she was just spooked by the strange radio behavior, but there was something more to her words that made my skin crawl. I felt like I was missing something big. I didn't know what else to do, so I called my mom. I was panicking at this point. I told her everything, the radio, my sister's reaction, how she kept saying it was EE, and she immediately got upset. She was on the phone with me for a few minutes, asking if we were safe, if there was anything else strange happening, and then she dropped a bombshell. My grandfather had passed away. At that moment, it felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My mind started racing, trying to piece together what was happening. Was this some kind of sign? Was my sister's imaginary friend connected to my grandfather? I couldn't make sense of it. All I knew was that something about this whole situation was wrong. The next few days were a blur. We went to the funeral, and everything felt heavy. My mind kept going back to what happened with the radio and my sister's words. I kept trying to figure out if there was a connection, but nothing made sense. I couldn't focus on anything except for that eerie moment in our room. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened in that house, something beyond just a glitch with the radio. Then at the funeral, a relative came up to us and handed us a photo she had found while going through some old family pictures. My sister took one look at it and gasped. "It's EE," she said, pointing to the woman in the photo. The picture was of my grandparents on their wedding day. My sister couldn't have known what my grandmother looked like. She had passed away before I was born, and we didn't have any photos of her around the house. My mom had kept most of the photos from her childhood tucked away, and when my step-grandmother moved in, she'd gotten rid of many of them. It didn't make sense. How could my sister recognize a woman she'd never met, a woman she couldn't have known about? My mom was just as confused as we were, but there was no denying it. The photo was of my grandmother, the woman my sister had been referring to as EE. The realization hit us all at once. It wasn't just an odd coincidence. It wasn't just an imaginary friend. It was something far stranger than that. The woman my sister had been talking to all those years ago, the one who seemed to watch over her and play with her, looked just like my grandmother. It wasn't until that moment that I understood what had been happening. It wasn't something we could explain away with imagination or coincidence. Looking back, it was like everything lined up perfectly, in ways I couldn't see at the time. My sister had been talking to a woman who, in some way, seemed to know things she couldn't possibly have known. How could she have known my grandmother? How could she have recognized her face in a photograph, when my sister had no memory of ever meeting her or seeing her before? Over the years, we came to terms with what happened, but the questions still linger. Was it just a weird coincidence, or was something more going on? And what was it that drew my sister to EE, even though she never consciously knew her? The whole thing still leaves me with a sense of unease. There's no rational explanation for it, no way to neatly tie it all together. All I know is that after that day, nothing in that house ever felt quite the same again. We eventually moved out, and the house became just another place in our past. but I still think about it sometimes. I think about that photo, about my sister's words, about the radio, and about the strange, unexplainable connection between the past and the present. I don't have any answers, but I know that whatever it was real. It was something that happened to us, something that we can't fully explain, but that we'll never forget. It's a part of our story now, even if we don't understand it. The first job I ever helped my uncle with was a simple one, painting houses. It was one of those summer gigs that paid well enough for a teenager like me to keep my pockets full of cash. My uncle had been painting houses for years, and it was pretty much his primary business, especially when the weather was warm. He had a truck with his name and number plastered on the side, and the back of it was always stocked with supplies. Paint cans, brushes, rollers, drop cloths, all the essentials. I'd work for him whenever he needed help, mostly for the extra cash, but also because, well, he was my uncle, and I was glad to spend time with him. He wasn't like the other uncles you might hear about. He was calm, a little gruff, but kind-hearted when you got to know him. We worked well together, and I enjoyed the days where I didn't have to worry about school or anything else. Now, as you probably know, painting houses takes time, especially if the weather doesn't cooperate. Sometimes the rain would fall for days, and that would set things back. And when you're working with a client, delays like that aren't just inconvenient, they start to cause tension. It was fall when things started to get weird, and I remember the air that day, that crisp chill that cut right through to your bones, even though the sun tried its best to fight it off. There was this odd, almost eerie quietness hanging in the air, like the world had been muted for just a little too long. My uncle had been juggling multiple jobs that fall, and with the rain pouring down so frequently, he got behind. So, on one particular afternoon, he got a call from this lady who lived in a big Victorian house. She explained that her husband, an author, was getting distracted by the scaffolding outside the house. She was polite, but insistent that the job needed to be finished soon, so her husband could focus on his writing. My uncle told her they'd get out there as soon as possible, and that's how we ended up driving out there that afternoon. When we arrived, the weather was still cool, the sky an overcast gray. There was no wind, no birds chirping, just that still, heavy silence that felt like the world was holding its breath. We parked in front of the house, and I immediately noticed how old and grand it was. The Victorian architecture looked so out of place in that quiet part of town, like it had been transplanted from a different century. The whole thing seemed to have a presence about it, something that made it stand out even more in the gloomy afternoon. We moved to the back of the house, where most of the work was left to do. The front had already been painted, but there was still plenty of work to be done around the back. My uncle knew what he was doing, so he had me start on the lower sections, putting the first coats of paint on the house. He was working higher up, doing touch-ups on the areas that needed a little extra care. He had a strange question for me as I started setting up my ladder. "You scared of heights?" he asked, his voice low as he fiddled with the scaffolding. I wasn't about to admit that I wasn't exactly comfortable being up high. At 17, I wanted to seem like I had it all together, like I could do anything without flinching. So I told him I wasn't scared of heights. He looked pleased with that answer and told me to climb up to the third floor. There was a small oval window there that needed some attention, a window that looked right into the attic. The attic was where the husband did his writing. I grabbed my tools and climbed up the scaffolding, making sure to keep my balance as I hoisted myself higher and higher. The cans of paint dangled behind me, swinging slightly as I moved, my utility belt heavy with brushes and rollers. As I reached the top, I set everything down, took a deep breath, and cracked open the first can of paint. The whole process felt routine. I had painted before, lots of times, and the job wasn't hard. But that day, something about the air, the stillness, made everything feel different. It was like time itself had slowed down, and I was just another figure in a strange, almost surreal scene. I worked my way across the top of the house, painting the sections above the window. It was when I reached the oval window that things started to get weird. I remember dipping my paintbrush into the can and glancing up for just a second. That's when I saw him. The man, the husband. He was standing inside the attic, right behind the window, and he was staring directly at me. The expression on his face, God, I've never seen anything like it. His face was totally blank, devoid of any emotion, like a mannequin. His eyes were wide open, but there was nothing in them. No anger, no sadness, no joy. Just emptiness. For For a split second, I thought I might have imagined it. But then, as I stood up, he didn't break eye contact. He just kept staring, his face frozen in that expressionless mask. I felt a chill run down my spine. I took a step back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. But I didn't have time to think because, without warning, the man raised a pistol to his head. I watched in complete disbelief as he put the barrel against his temple, his eyes still locked on mine, and then he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot was deafening. It rang in my ears, and everything went silent afterward, as if the world itself had momentarily stopped spinning. I froze, unable to process what had just happened. I felt my stomach drop, my heart pounding in my chest as I stepped backward in shock. I wasn't sure if I had actually seen what I thought I saw, but I did. He had just killed himself right in front of me, without any emotion at all. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't think. My head was spinning, and my body was moving before I even realized it. I took a step back too far, too quickly. The scaffolding beneath me shifted, and before I could catch my balance, I fell. The ground came at me faster than I could comprehend. I remember the sensation of falling, the panic rising in my chest, and then the sudden impact with something soft. My body crashed into the bushes below, the branches and leaves breaking my fall. But I still felt the sharp jolt in my bones as I hit the ground. My ankle twisted painfully, and I felt a sharp sting as I scraped my arms against the rough branches. The pain was immediate and intense, but it wasn't the worst part. No, the worst part was the image of that man's face, the emptiness in his eyes, and the way he had just taken his life like it was nothing. My uncle must have seen me fall, because he was shouting my name and running toward me. When he reached me, he immediately called for help. His face was pale, his voice shaking as he tried to help me sit up. I could barely stand, and when I tried, the pain in my ankle was unbearable. It wasn't broken, but it was definitely sprained, and I had a few scratches on my arms and legs from the bushes. My head was buzzing, and I felt dizzy from the fall. The paramedics arrived soon after, and I was taken to the hospital to get checked out. My uncle stayed with me the entire time, but I don't remember much of what happened after that. I don't think I said anything. How could I? What was there to say? That image of the man's face, staring at me without any expression at all, haunted me. I couldn't shake it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face. It wasn't just the horror of what had happened. It was the fact that he didn't care. He didn't care about anything. He was so far gone that his death felt like nothing. Just another thing to check off a list of things he didn't feel anymore. The next few weeks were a blur. I had to go to counseling to deal with what happened. My uncle didn't speak much about it either. I don't think he knew how to. We never finished the job at that house. As far as I know, the house was abandoned after that. The wife left, and the man was never spoken of again. I don't know if his books ever sold, or if anyone ever tried to find out more about him. All I know is that house was left standing in that quiet part of town, and no one touched it. To this day, I try not to drive past that street. I'm scared that if I do, I'll catch a glimpse of that window. And even though I know it's just a house, just an old building left to rot, I can't shake the feeling that if I look up, I'll see that man's face again, staring at me from that attic window, cold and emotionless, just like before. When I was in high school, I had a good friend named Daniel. We lived in a small town where everybody pretty much knew everybody, and most houses on our street were the old, beautiful craftsman-style homes from the 1950s. His house and mine weren't anything fancy, but they were solid, old places that had real character. Big front porches, original hardwood floors, stone chimneys. That kind of thing. Next door to his place, though, there was a house that was different. Not because it looked any different, but because it never seemed to stay lived in. For a couple of years, that house just churned through owners. One family would move in, all bright-eyed and cheerful, talking about fixing up the garden and painting the shutters, and then within 6 months, sometimes even less, they'd be gone. No big moving trucks, no goodbye parties, no garage sales. Just empty. People would leave in the middle of the night. Daniel and I joked about it at first, saying the house must be cursed or something stupid like that. But after the 4th or 5th time it happened, the jokes stopped. Nobody likes to admit they're uneasy, especially when you're a teenager and you're supposed to be tough, but we both felt it. That December night was cold. It wasn't snowing or anything, but it was that kind of bone-deep chill that settles in once the sun goes down and just hangs in the air. We had been hanging out at Daniel's house, just doing nothing really, trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. His parents were gone for the weekend, and after a while, we got bored enough that dumb ideas started to sound like good ones. Daniel brought it up. He said the house next door had been empty for a while, and maybe we should go check it out. I wasn't super into the idea, but I didn't want to be the one to chicken out. Plus, the thought of finally seeing the inside of that place was too tempting to resist. Maybe we'd find something weird left behind. Maybe we'd finally figure out why people kept bailing on it. We waited until almost 11, when the neighborhood got real quiet. Most of the houses on our street had older folks living in them, and by then, every light was off except for a few porch lights here and there. We slipped out Daniel's back door and crossed into the neighbor's yard. The grass was brittle and patchy, the ground uneven under our sneakers. The house looked bigger up close, the windows black and empty like open mouths. There was a side gate, but it was chained shut, so we had to go around to the back. The backyard was worse. Overgrown bushes crowded the sides, and old garden tools rusted in a heap near the back fence. A torn-up tarp flapped weakly in the wind. We tried the back door, but it was locked. Daniel poked around a bit and found a dog door, one of those old-fashioned ones with a heavy plastic flap. He crouched down, looked at me, grinned, and wiggled through it. I stood there for a second-guessing every decision that had led me to that moment. But then I heard the back door click open and Daniel's head popped out. He waved me inside. The house smelled stale, like old dust and dry wood. I stepped in and felt the floor creak a little under my weight. It wasn't trashed or anything. It was just empty. The walls were bare, the floors scuffed. The air felt still, heavy in a way that made it hard to take a deep breath. We didn't bring flashlights, but the house had enough windows that the streetlights outside gave just enough light to see by. Everything looked washed out and gray. We wandered through the first floor, poking our heads into the living room, the dining room, a little office space off to the side. The kitchen was at the back, and it was actually kind of nice. A big old picture window overlooked the backyard, and there was a built-in breakfast nook tucked underneath it with a wooden bench on either side. The kind of spot where you could imagine sitting with a cup of coffee on a quiet morning. It didn't match the rest of the house's feeling. It was almost cozy. We sat down on the floor across from the breakfast nook, just talking about stupid stuff. School, our other friends, random gossip. I remember feeling weird about sitting there, like we were trespassing even more by being so casual about it. But nothing bad had happened. The house was just a house. Cold, empty, nothing more. The floor was dusty but otherwise clean, and I leaned back against the wall, feeling a little more relaxed. I don't know how long we sat there. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe longer. I remember watching the way the streetlight outside cast shadows across the breakfast table. Long, soft-edged shapes that moved a little when the wind blew the trees. It was kind of hypnotic. I must have looked away for a second, because the next thing I knew, Daniel let out this sharp, panic scream. Before I could even process what was happening, my vision snapped to black. It wasn't like closing your eyes. It wasn't darkness. It was like something had wrapped itself around me, like stepping into freezing water, but worse. The cold wasn't just outside my body. It was inside me too, in my lungs, my gut, my bones. I couldn't see. I couldn't hear anything but my own breathing, which sounded ragged and too loud. My hands shot out blindly, grabbing at empty air, trying to find something, anything. I started yelling. I don't even know what I was yelling, just pure panic pouring out of me. Then I felt a hand clamp down on my wrist, Daniel's hand, and he yanked me hard in some direction. I stumbled after him, still blind, still frozen inside and out. We must have crashed into a couple of walls or door frames, because I remember sharp pain flaring in my shoulder and hip. Then suddenly, the cold started to lift, and the blackness pulled away like a heavy curtain. The first thing I saw was the yellow glow of the streetlight. We were outside, standing in the middle of the neighbor's backyard. My heart was pounding so hard it made my vision blur at the edges. My knees felt like they were about to buckle. The December air hit my skin, but somehow it felt warmer than the inside of that house. Daniel was still clutching my arm, his eyes wide and wild. He let go slowly, and we both just stood there, breathing hard. I tried to ask him what had happened, but my throat felt dry, my voice thin and shaky. I remember wiping my face with my sleeve and feeling how clammy my skin was, how I was sweating even though it was freezing outside. Finally, once we were both a little more steady, Daniel managed to tell me. He said that while I had been talking, something had come out from under the breakfast table. Not something. Someone. A figure, shaped roughly like a girl, but all wrong. Like it wasn't really a person, just the idea of one. Blacker than black, like it ate up the light around it. He said it crawled out, real slow, and climbed up onto me, sitting on my chest like it weighed 1,000 pounds. That's when I went blind, started grabbing at nothing with my eyes wide open. He said he didn't think, he just grabbed me and ran. I don't remember much about getting back to his house. I think we must have sprinted. I think we must have slammed the door behind us. I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember finally sitting down on his couch, the room spinning around me, my hands shaking so bad I had to sit on them to make them stop. We didn't talk about it much that night. There wasn't really anything to say. For days afterward, I couldn't get the feeling out of me. That sticky, suffocating blackness clung to me like smoke you can't wash off. I had nightmares about it, not of seeing anything, just of being trapped in that black coldness again, unable to move, unable to breathe. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell anybody except Daniel. And even with him, we didn't really bring it up unless one of us couldn't sleep and needed to talk about it. I never walked past that house again. If I had to go by it, I'd cross the street or cut through another yard. It stood empty for a while longer after that, longer than usual. Then, eventually, another family moved in. They stayed longer than the others, but not by much. I don't know what happened to them. I didn't want to know. As I got older, I tried to find ways to explain it. Maybe it was sleep deprivation. Maybe I had some kind of panic attack. Maybe Daniel hallucinated something because of the way the shadows played tricks on your eyes at night. Maybe there was some kind of gas leak or mold in that house that messed with our heads. I went through every possibility I could think of, trying to shove what happened into some box I could understand. But no matter how many ways I twisted it around in my head, it didn't change the memory. It didn't change the way that coldness had felt, or the way it had wrapped around me so completely that I couldn't even tell where my body ended and it began. It didn't change the look on Daniel's face when he pulled me out of that house, like he thought he was saving my life. Eventually, I moved away for college. Daniel stayed in town a while longer before he left too. We're still in touch, though not as much as we used to be. Every once in a while, when we're feeling brave or stupid, one of us will bring up that night. And the story never changes. Not in the smallest detail. That's the part that still gets me. Memories fade. People forget things, or exaggerate them without meaning to. But neither of us ever changes a thing about what we remember. It's locked in, as vivid and sharp as the night it happened. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in monsters hiding under the bed. But I know something real happened in that house. Something I can't explain. And maybe that's scarier than anything else. That the world isn't as simple as we want it to be. That sometimes you can be sitting in a quiet, empty house with a friend you trust, doing nothing more dangerous than talking, and something can happen that changes the way you feel about everything afterward. And it doesn't go away. It stays with you, just under the surface, a quiet reminder that there are places you don't go back to, no matter how much time passes. I never set foot in that house again. I never even got close. And even now, thinking about it, I feel that same coldness curling around the edges of my memory, and I have to turn on another light, or pull the blanket a little tighter around me, just to shake the feeling. It's not fear of ghosts. It's not fear of some shadow creature. It's the fear of... When I think back on it now, it feels almost like another life. I was 13 years old when it happened. A quiet, awkward kid who preferred to spend my time reading in corners or lying in bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything and nothing at the same time. It had been a strange day already. I had gotten my first period that afternoon. It wasn't anything dramatic like they show in movies. It was quiet, almost anticlimactic, but it still made me feel different. Like a line had been crossed without any fanfare. My mom hugged me, said something about womanhood, and then I spent the rest of the day feeling like a stranger inside my own body. That night, I just wanted to go to bed and forget about it. I usually slept curled up tight on my side, sometimes with my knees tucked close to my chest if it was a bad day. But that night, for some reason, I lay on my back. I remember how weird it felt, like lying down in a way I wasn't supposed to. The bed felt too big, too open, and the ceiling seemed so much farther away than usual. I kept shifting around, trying to get comfortable, but it was useless. Eventually, I fell into a weird, uneasy sleep. The dream started slow. I was sitting in a wooden chair, the kind we had at our kitchen table, with the paint worn off the arms and a slight wobble when you rocked back and forth. I leaned back, balancing it on the two back legs, the way my mom always scolded me not to do. For a moment it was fine, but then it started tipping back farther and farther, way beyond what should have been possible. It was slow at first, then faster, until I was falling backward into a bottomless void. There was no ground, no walls, no sky, just endless nothing. It wasn't like a roller coaster or those falling dreams that jerk you awake. It was smooth, cold, and absolutely empty. I felt like I was being swallowed. Panic rose up inside me, and I jerked awake with a gasp, like breaking the surface of cold water. My eyes flew open, and that's when I saw it. Hovering directly above me was a figure. It was so close I could have reached up and touched it if I could move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even twitch my fingers. It was like the air itself had turned into thick, invisible concrete around me. The figure had a face, if you could call it that. It was flat and white, almost ovular in shape, and so featureless it looked two-dimensional, like a mask pressed against glass. The skin, if that's what it was pale like old paper. It had two huge, glossy black eyes, like the eyes of a deer right before it bolts. They were so dark and glassy that they reflected the faint light from the street lamp outside my window. There were two small holes where the nose should have been, and a thin, trembling line of a mouth that looked more like a gash than lips. The mouth twitched slightly, as if it were trying to open but couldn't. Its eyebrows were drawn high up, almost to the top of its forehead, giving it a look of agonized rage. But the worst part wasn't how it looked. It was what it made me feel. I could feel its hatred pouring off of it in waves, thick and suffocating. It wasn't like anger from a person, or even the anger you feel towards someone who's wronged you. It was bigger than that. It was hatred for my existence. Hatred that felt ancient and endless, as though this thing had waited 1,000 years just to find me and destroy me in the worst way possible. It wasn't just my life that felt threatened. It was my soul, my very being. I knew without a doubt that if it could, it would have ripped something out of me that I didn't even fully understand. I tried to move. I tried so hard. Every muscle in my body strained, but it was like my brain was sending signals into a void. My arms wouldn't lift. My legs wouldn't kick. My mouth wouldn't even twitch. The only thing that seemed to work were my eyes, wide open and locked onto that terrible face inches from mine. A tiny, broken sound escaped me, a whimper, no louder than the squeak of a mouse. As soon as that tiny sound left my lips, the thing reacted. It pulled back, not with a jolt or a startle, but like something rewinding a videotape. Smooth, precise, fast. It straightened up to its full height, towering over the bed. It was tall, absurdly tall, almost brushing the ceiling. Its long black cloak, which I hadn't even noticed before, unfurled around it, swallowing up the space at the foot of my bed. It started pacing, back and forth, back and forth. Each step was slow, deliberate, measured, like it was trying to keep itself under control. The entire time, it never broke eye contact with me. I could feel its frustration, like a caged animal desperate to tear me apart, but blocked by something unseen. It radiated off of it like heat from an oven, making the air shimmer. The barrier between us felt almost physical. I couldn't see it, but I could sense it, a bubble, a wall, something that kept it from reaching me. Every time it passed the foot of my bed and turned back, I could feel the rage building, vibrating through the room, growing hotter and thicker like smoke. I sat up, still frozen in place, my breath coming in shallow, rapid gasps. I couldn't make sense of it. None of it felt like a dream. I could feel the texture of my blanket under my hands, the faint draft from the cracked window, the tight, painful thudding of my heart against my ribs. I could smell the faint metallic scent of blood from my period. It was real. It was happening. Then, without warning, it stopped pacing. It turned sharply toward my closet. The door was cracked open just a few inches, an old habit of mine, because for some reason, I always felt less scared if the closet wasn't fully closed. I regretted that decision immediately. In one smooth, horrifying motion, it swooped into the closet, folding its impossibly tall frame down without even bending at the knees. Its body disappeared into the darkness behind the door, but its face lingered, still watching me, still quivering with that unbearable hatred. The closet door didn't move. It stayed exactly where it was, open just a crack, just enough for me to see the pale, shimmering shape of its face peering out at me. It didn't blink. It didn't move. It just watched. Minutes passed. Maybe hours. I couldn't tell. Every second stretched into eternity. Eventually, so slowly I almost didn't notice it, the face began to fade. It didn't withdraw. It didn't move back into the darkness. It simply thinned, dissolved, like mist evaporating in the sun, until there was nothing left. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I turned on my bedside lamp, then the overhead light, then the hallway light. I pulled my blanket around me like armor and sat frozen in the middle of my bed, my back pressed against the headboard. Every creak of the house made my skin crawl. Every shadow seemed to pulse and breathe. Eventually, when the first gray light of dawn started leaking through the window, I stumbled out of my room and into the living room, where I curled up on the couch with every light in the house blazing. I stayed there until the sun was fully up and the world felt solid again. For a long time after that night, I kept my closet door firmly shut. Not just closed, but latched. I couldn't stand even the thought of a crack, even a sliver of open darkness. It wasn't just the fear of seeing that face again. It was the certainty that it was still there waiting, just on the other side of whatever barrier kept it from reaching me. At first, I told myself it was just sleep paralysis. I read about it online, about how your body sometimes locks up during REM sleep, and your dreams bleed into waking life. It made sense. It was scientific, logical, comforting. I clung to that explanation like a life raft. Years passed. The memory faded at the edges, softened by time and reason. I told myself over and over again, it was just a dream, just my brain playing tricks on me. That's all. And then one afternoon, something happened that unraveled everything. I had made a new friend at school. We bonded over the usual things, music, books, the shared awkwardness of being teenage girls in a world that always seemed just a little too sharp around the edges. One evening, we were hanging out in her room, talking about creepy stories, as teenage girls often do. Out of nowhere, she got very quiet. Her whole body language changed, shoulders tightening, eyes darting to the dark corners of the room. She told me she had seen something once, late at night, standing in the living room by the kitchen. She described how it had been beckoning to her, motioning for her to come closer. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up before she even finished. When she described the thing she had seen, the tall, thin figure in the black cloak, the pale, flat face, the huge, glossy black eyes, I felt all the blood drain out of my body. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. Without saying anything else, we each grabbed a sketchbook and started to draw what we had seen. When we finished, we exchanged the sketches. My hands shook so badly, I almost dropped the book. There, on her page, was the face that had haunted me for years. Every terrible detail. The 2 holes where a nose should have been. The thin, trembling line of a mouth. The impossibly wide, black glassy eyes. The way it seemed both flat and endless at the same time. She hadn't known about my experience. I had never told anyone. Not my parents, not my friends. No one. We sat there in silence for a long time, the 2 drawings side by side on the bed, the room heavy with a shared fear we couldn't explain away. To this day, I don't know what it was. I don't pretend to. I never saw it again, though the memory of it has never really left me. I still sleep with my closet door shut tight, latched and double-checked every night. I still avoid sleeping on my back if I can help it. I still wake up sometimes with my heart hammering for no reason, gasping for air, certain that if I open my eyes I'll see that pale, hateful face leaning over me once again. Maybe it was sleep paralysis. Maybe it was a shared hallucination. I woke up early that morning, still a little sore from the deliveries I'd done the day before. My back was stiff, my arms ached, and the last thing I really wanted to do was load up another hot tub. But that's the job. I worked for a small delivery company that specialized in big, awkward items, pianos, hot tubs, heavy stone fountains, you name it. If it was a nightmare to move, we were the ones they called. This morning's job was supposed to be a delivery to a fancy new development near Branson, Missouri. One of those gated communities where everything looks like it belongs on the cover of a luxury living magazine. Massive homes with private theaters, wine cellars, multi-car garages, infinity pools. The works. The hot tub I was delivering was a big one. 900 pounds dry weight, made to seat 8 people, with all the bells and whistles. This wasn't your typical plastic shell you buy from a hardware store. This thing was a luxury item, complete with built-in Bluetooth speakers, waterfalls, LED lighting, and enough jets to blast the skin off your back if you turn them up high enough. I loaded it onto my flatbed truck with the help of some rollers and a heavy-duty dolly. I strapped it down tight, double-checked the tie-downs like I always did, and headed out. The drive was easy enough at first. The sun was barely up, the sky still a little purple at the edges, and the roads were empty. I stopped for coffee at a gas station about halfway there, sipped it slow while sitting in the cab of the truck. I wasn't in a hurry. Jobs like this, you take your time. One mistake, and you're either wrecking a very expensive hot tub, or worse, injuring yourself or someone else. When I pulled up to the gated entrance of the community, the guard already had my name on a clipboard. He checked my ID, made a call on his radio, and waved me through. Driving through that place was like entering another world. The lawns were manicured perfectly, the houses were massive and spaced way apart from each other, each hidden partially behind walls of trees and wrought iron gates. It all looked so pristine that I felt a little out of place driving my work truck down those smooth, clean roads. The house I was headed to was near the edge of the development. It wasn't finished yet, still under construction, but it was close, probably just a few weeks away from being move-in ready. The driveway was long and steep, winding its way up to the front of the house. I parked near a pile of lumber and a couple of portable toilets and climbed out to find whoever was in charge. There were about 7 or 8 construction workers milling around, most of them wearing tool belts and hard hats. They looked like they were busy with finishing work, painting, installing cabinets, wiring lights. One of them, a tall guy with a thick beard and a cigarette dangling from his lips, waved me over. He told me where the hot tub needed to go. 4th floor balcony, he said. But the house was built into a steep hillside, so the 4th floor from the driveway side was actually ground level. The house stretched downward, 3 more floors dropping down the hill, all facing out toward a big forested valley. It made sense once you saw it, but it was still strange. From the front, it looked like a single-story house. From the back, it looked like a hotel. Getting the hot tub to the balcony wasn't going to be simple. I had to unload it onto a makeshift ramp that led down into the yard, then push it up another ramp to the porch, through a set of double doors into the living room, across the living room, and out the back patio doors onto the deck where it would finally sit. Just hearing the plan made my stomach tighten a little. Moving a 900-pound tub across that many obstacles wasn't ideal. The bigger issue, though, was the deck. It wasn't finished. Only a narrow path of decking had been installed, just wide enough to get from the patio doors to the corner where the hot tub was supposed to go. Beyond that narrow strip, there was nothing but open beams and empty air. Narration. No extra boards. Just a straight drop down 4 stories to a rock-strewn slope below. I walked the path carefully, testing each board with my foot, feeling the whole thing shift slightly under my weight. It held, but it didn't make me feel any better. I could see straight through the gaps in the boards to the rocks below. Falling would mean certain death, or worse, being crushed and broken on the stones. But the job had to get done. It always had to get done. The workers volunteered to help me. They were strong, rough guys used to carrying sheets of drywall and heavy timber. I figured with enough hands, we could get it across safely. I went back to the truck, unstrapped the tub, and slowly, carefully, slid it onto the dolly. The dolly had wide, heavy-duty tires and a thick frame made to handle loads like this. I strapped the tub to it tight and started down the first ramp. The yard was uneven and full of holes where sprinkler systems were being installed. We moved slow, careful not to let the dolly tip or roll too fast. A couple of the workers steadied the tub while I steered from the front. Getting it up onto the porch was the first real challenge. We had to lift it up a makeshift plywood ramp that creaked and sagged under the weight. Every step was nerve-wracking, but we managed. Once inside, we had to maneuver the thing across a floor that was still being finished. Drop cloths, tools, and scraps of wood were scattered everywhere. It felt like navigating a minefield. Finally, we made it to the patio doors. The workers swung them open wide, and I stepped out onto the deck, my heart pounding in my ears. The decking felt even more unstable with the weight of the tub on it. It groaned under the pressure, and I had a constant fear that the whole thing was just going to collapse and send me and the tub plummeting into the rocks below. I focused all my attention on the path ahead, inching along with the dolly. When we finally got to the far corner of the deck, I paused to catch my breath. The plan was to lay the tub down carefully, unstrap it, remove the dolly, and then stand it upright in place. Normally, it's a simple enough process. You tilt the tub slightly, brace it against your lap, pull the strap free, and lower it under control. But the contractor didn't want that. He wanted it left standing on its side, so they could easily install the connections and wiring without having to lift it again. That complicated things a lot. Removing the dolly while the tub was still vertical was harder, riskier, and in this case, borderline suicidal because the deck wasn't wide enough. I explained what needed to happen. We had to block up one side of the dolly, tilt the tub just enough to pop the straps, remove the dolly, and then gently tilt the tub back against the house where it would be secured. The workers nodded and started grabbing blocks of wood. We got everything into place, and I moved to the backside of the tub to support it while the guys worked on freeing the dolly. I had maybe 4 inches between my heels and the edge of the deck. Beyond that was nothing but empty air and sharp rocks far, far below. My whole body tensed. I leaned forward into the tub, feeling the cold of the plastic shell against my chest, trying to keep my center of gravity low. We managed to free one side of the dolly pretty easily, but the other side was stubborn. The weight of the tub was pressing down hard, and the angle wasn't right. The workers wrestled with it, trying to free it without disturbing the tub's balance. I told everyone to freeze. I could feel the tub wanting to shift. I had to move my feet back, my heels hanging off the very edge of the deck. One wrong move, and I was going to fall. I could see the rocks below in my peripheral vision, flashes of sunlight reflecting off their jagged edges. I tried not to think about it, focused only on the tub. My arms were shaking from the effort. We were so close to freeing the dolly when one of the guys decided to get impatient. Instead of waiting, he gave the corner of the tub a solid kick to dislodge it. That was all it took. I felt the balance shift immediately. I shouted that I was falling, but there was nothing anyone could do. The 2 workers beside me tried to grab the tub to keep it steady, but no one could get to me in time. I windmilled my arms, desperately trying to find something to grab onto. My body tilted backward, my feet sliding out from under me. I could see the sky above, the rocky slope below. I knew I was about to die. There wasn't even time for a real thought to form, just pure, blinding fear. And then, just as my body tipped over the edge, something caught me across the small of my back. It stopped me mid-fall, jerking me forward so hard that it knocked the air out of my lungs. I slammed chest first into the side of the hot tub, clinging to it like a lifeline. My heart was hammering in my ears, so loud I couldn't hear anything else. It took a few seconds for me to realize what had happened. The worker who had been messing with the strap earlier, the one who seemed like he wasn't doing much at all, had already secured one end of it to a heavy anchor point on the house. The other end had been dangling off the deck, hanging uselessly behind me. When I fell, he saw what was happening and grabbed the strap. With everything he had, he pulled it tight, arresting my fall. If that strap hadn't been there, or if he hadn't reacted as fast as he did, I would have fallen straight off the deck and died on the rocks below. The workers finished freeing the dolly. They stood the tub up, and I just stayed there for a minute, hugging it, shaking, not caring about anything else. I wasn't hurt, just scared out of my mind. Afterward, once the tub was secure and I was sitting on a pile of lumber, trying to catch my breath, I kept looking at that worker. I couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't been there. I would have been dead. There was no doubt in my mind. A few weeks later, after the shock wore off, I decided to do something to thank him. I had been saving up for a Christmas trip for my wife and daughter, a surprise trip to Breckenridge, Colorado. I had everything lined up. Plane tickets, hotel reservations, even lift tickets for skiing. They didn't know anything about it yet, but it didn't feel right keeping it. That man had saved my life. No hesitation, no reward expected. Just pure, good-hearted. We were living with my grandparents at the time. My whole family crammed into the old 2-story house that smelled like wood polish and mildew no matter how often my grandmother scrubbed the floors. It was an old house, the kind where every footstep echoed a little too loudly, and every door seemed to shut with a long, heavy creak. There were too many people and not enough space, but we made do. My aunt had moved out years before, but her bedroom stayed mostly the same flower-patterned wallpaper, same heavy oak furniture, same dusty porcelain trinkets lined up on her dresser like a bunch of tiny people frozen in place. And then there was the doll. It was the first thing anyone noticed when they walked into her room. Standing tall on a nightstand right next to her bed, staring straight at the door like it had been assigned the job of greeting anyone foolish enough to walk in. It was about 2 feet tall, maybe a little less, dressed in a frilly Victorian-style dress, the lace yellowed with age. Underneath the wide skirt were skinny plastic legs ending in black painted shoes, and tiny gloved hands that stuck stiffly out from its sides. The face was the worst part, pale, almost gray, with huge glass eyes that seemed a little too real, like they were holding onto some kind of secret. And the mouth was stuck in this tiny, tight-lipped smile that somehow made it look angry and sad at the same time. The doll had been turned into a lamp years ago. Someone, maybe my aunt herself or maybe my grandmother, had thought it was a cute idea. To turn it on, you had to hold the doll's tiny cold hand and raise it upward, like it was asking to dance. The arm would click and the lamp's light would turn on, casting a soft but eerie glow across the room. You had to move the arm back down to turn it off. It didn't have a normal switch, just that single movement. Even when it was off, the doll was terrifying. No matter where you stood in the room, it felt like its eyes were always following you, tilting its head just enough to keep you in view. When I was little, I avoided going into that room alone. If I had to, I'd practically sprint in and out, holding my breath until I was safely back in the hallway. But that day, I didn't really have a choice. I was about 13, awkward and skinny, all long legs and bony arms, still at the age where being home alone felt less like freedom and more like a slow-building dread. My parents had gone out to get groceries, my grandfather was out fixing the fence, and my grandmother was across the street visiting a neighbor. I had stayed behind, stretched out on the couch watching TV, trying to pretend the house didn't feel way too big and way too empty when everyone else was gone. It was one of those late afternoons when the sun was still bright, but already starting to tilt toward evening, throwing long shadows across the floor. I was comfortable enough, flipping through channels, when I remembered that my favorite blanket, a big thick one with blue and white stripes, had been tossed into my aunt's old closet. I guess my mom had thrown it in there while cleaning. For a few minutes, I debated just toughing it out without the blanket. I really didn't want to go into that room alone. But it was still daylight, and the closet was right next to the door, practically an arm's reach from the hallway. I figured if I moved quickly enough, I wouldn't even have to look at the doll. So I got up, wiping chip crumbs off my shirt, and made my way down the hallway. Each step made the old floorboards squeak under my sneakers. The house was so quiet, I could hear the faint ticking of the kitchen clock, even from where I stood. I reached the doorway of my aunt's room and paused. The door was half open, the room inside dim, but lit enough from the afternoon light that I didn't need to mess with the lamp. The doll stood right there on the nightstand, frozen in its eternal vigil. I could see the outline of its head and the puffy dress, but didn't look straight at it. I stared at the floor, keeping my eyes locked on the scuffed wooden boards and the loose thread of the old carpet runner. I stepped inside, careful, slow, like I was sneaking past a sleeping bear. Turning 180 degrees, so my back was to the doll, I opened the closet door with my left hand and crouched down, feeling around the bottom for the blanket. My fingers brushed against shoes, a stiff pair of jeans, and something hard like a jewelry box. Finally, I felt the soft, familiar texture of my blanket shoved into the corner. But as I grabbed it, something shifted in the room. It wasn't a sound. It was more like a change in the air itself. The skin on my arms prickled up instantly, like tiny electric shocks were running across my body. The room seemed different, brighter. I knew before I even turned that the light was on. I froze, still crouched by the closet, clutching the blanket to my chest so tightly my knuckles hurt. For what felt like hours, I didn't move. I couldn't breathe right. My heart was hammering so loud in my ears that I was sure the whole neighborhood could hear it. I wanted to run. God, I wanted to run so bad. But something deeper in me knew I couldn't just bolt without looking. Some terrible instinct told me that if I didn't look, it would be worse somehow. Slowly, painfully, I stood up. My knees cracked loudly in the silence. I kept my eyes down for one more breath, then lifted my head. And I saw it. The doll's hand was raised, just like it would be if someone had come over and moved it to turn the lamp on. But no one had. I hadn't touched it. It was pointing straight at me. Not up at the ceiling. Not down at the floor. At me. The dead, glossy eyes stared straight into mine, unblinking, emotionless. The tiny, almost smirking smile seemed wider somehow, like it was pleased. For one awful second, I thought about running past it, but the idea of getting any closer made my stomach turn. So instead, I backed out of the room. 1 step, 2 steps. never taking my eyes off that thing. My back hit the hallway wall, and only then did I turn and bolt, flying down the hallway like something was chasing me. I didn't stop until I was out the front door, standing in the driveway, gasping for air. The sky outside was still bright, kids riding bikes up and down the street, the normal world carrying on like nothing was wrong. I stood there shaking, hugging the blanket to my chest, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Eventually, after what felt like a long time, my grandfather came back from fixing the fence. He found me sitting on the front steps, pale and twitchy, but I didn't tell him what happened. What could I say? That the doll lamp pointed at me by itself? He'd just chalk it up to my overactive imagination, the way adults always did. Later that night, after everyone came home and the house was bustling again, I made an excuse to go peek into my aunt's room. I stayed in the hallway this time, peeking just enough to see the nightstand. The lamp was off. The doll's arm was back down, hanging limp at its side like nothing had ever happened. I didn't sleep well for days after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that stiff plastic hand, that awful smile. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every brush of the blankets made me think of cold plastic fingers reaching for me. For weeks, I avoided that end of the hallway completely. If I needed something from the linen closet nearby, I'd ask my mom to get it, making up excuses about being too lazy or too busy. Nobody ever asked why I suddenly refused to set foot in my aunt's old room. Over time, life went on. School started back up, homework piled up, and slowly the memory got pushed further and further into the back of my mind. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a draft had shifted the doll's arm somehow. Maybe the old wiring had flicked the lamp on by itself. Maybe I had bumped something without realizing it. But deep down, I didn't believe any of that. There was no draft, no open windows, no reason for the arm to be lifted like that, no reason for the lamp to suddenly shine. Even now, years later, I can still see it perfectly. That peach-colored glow filling the room. The lifeless plastic hand, frozen mid-gesture. The blank, endless stare from behind cracked glassy eyes. It burned itself into my brain that day. I don't know what really happened. I probably never will. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe it wasn't. But I do know one thing. After that, I never touched that doll again. And no matter how much time passes, no matter how many logical explanations I tell myself, I still remember how it felt. How the air got heavy. How my skin crawled. How every part of me screamed that something wasn't right. Some memories, no matter how much you try to bury them, don't ever really go away. They just wait, patient and silent, like a doll on a nightstand. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was one of those late nights when the air feels a bit too cool and the darkness seems to swallow everything around you. I was 17 or 18 at the time, living in Shipton Bellinger, a small village in Hampshire, England. The village is nestled between two towns that nearly form an oval, and there's something strange about the way it sits on the map. Isolated yet connected, like a hidden thread that connects everything in a way you wouldn't expect. I'd always struggled with sleep. It was something I'd dealt with since I was a kid, always lying awake long after everyone else had drifted off into their dreams. But it wasn't just the insomnia that kept me up. Around this time, I'd started getting into fitness. My head was constantly buzzing with the need to move, to burn off the energy that wouldn't seem to settle no matter how much I tried to rest. I'd started running late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, and the quiet of the village at 12 or 1 a.m. felt like the perfect escape. It was a route I'd come to know well, the oval-shaped circuit that took me through the village, around Tidworth, and back up towards Ludgershall. A couple of miles, just enough to tire me out. It became a habit, a routine I looked forward to, even though I always felt that creeping tension in the back of my mind whenever I ran those roads alone in the dark. There was something about the silence, the way the night felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. That night was no different. I remember it was one of those nights where the wind wasn't quite strong enough to rattle the trees, but you could still hear it stirring through the branches. I just passed through Tidworth, making my way back toward Luggershall when I came upon the secondary school Castle Down. I always slowed down when I got there, mostly because I was tired and had to stop to tie my laces or catch my breath. It was a place that felt eerily quiet at night, too quiet, like something was off about it. The school sat near a back road that led towards my village, completely unlit and flanked by trees on either side. It wasn't a place anyone would want to hang out at night, but it wasn't exactly dangerous either, just isolated. I remember bending down by the street lamp outside the school, tightening my laces. The light from the street lamp made the night around me feel sharper, more intense. And then out of nowhere, there was this noise. At first, it sounded distant, like rustling, maybe some branches moving in the wind. But then it came again, louder this time. A crash, followed by a series of thumps that sounded like something heavy was moving through the woods. The trees on either side of the road were thick, so I couldn't see anything, but the noise was unmistakable. It wasn't the soft shuffle of a deer or some small animal moving through the underbrush. No, this sounded much heavier. The kind of sound that makes your heart rate pick up because you know something's not right. I stood there for a second, frozen, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Just some deer or maybe a fox. Nothing to worry about, right? But the longer I stood there, the more I realized that it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard before. I finished tying my laces quickly, my hands moving faster than normal. The rustling grew louder, and the noise seemed to be getting closer. I stood up, taking a few cautious steps forward, my jog turning into a slow run. I told myself it was fine. I'd hear animals in the woods all the time. I'd run this route before and nothing had ever happened. But this time felt different. I tried to shake it off, but there was this gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach, this uneasy sense that something wasn't right. My feet moved faster as the noise continued to grow. And then, just as I was about to pass the line of trees, it happened. I heard the sound of metal. A sharp, grating noise, like a fence rattling as if something was climbing it. My heart lurched into my throat. I know the area well enough to know there was a metal fence that ran along the edge of the road, separating the school grounds from the woods. I'd passed it dozens of times before, but this time something was on the other side of it. The noise didn't stop. It kept getting louder, the sound of something, or someone, scrambling up the metal fence. I could hear it clearly now, the scrape of hands or claws against metal. And that's when my brain completely flipped. I didn't know what it was, but whatever it was coming for me. I froze. I couldn't think. My instincts screamed at me to get the hell out of there, but I couldn't move for a moment. And then, like a switch had been flipped in my brain, my legs moved before my brain could catch up. I turned and bolted. I sprinted down the road with everything I had in me, my feet pounding the pavement in a desperate, blind dash. I didn't dare look back. I knew if I did, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from panicking even more. Instead, I just repeated the same mantra over and over in my head. Asterisk, if it can catch me, it deserves me. Just don't waste time looking. You know it's there. Just run, asterisk. The words felt stupid, but they kept me going. I wasn't going to stop. I couldn't stop. Every part of me screamed to keep running, to not look back. I heard the sound of something behind me, the scraping noise, the heavy footsteps getting closer. I didn't dare risk a glance, but my brain was telling me that whatever it wasn't human. The way it moved was too fast, too erratic, like an animal on the hunt, or worse, something bigger. I turned the corner into the village, my legs burning with the effort of the sprint. I didn't dare slow down. The houses and the familiar streetlights made me feel a little safer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was chasing me was still out there, lurking in the dark just beyond the reach of the light. I slowed down as I passed the first few houses, but my heart was still racing. I could feel the adrenaline pulsing in my veins, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I made it through the village, past the last row of houses, and finally, I reached my street. My house was at the end of the row, and it felt like I was almost home, but I didn't stop. I ran all the way to the front door, fumbled with the keys, and slammed it shut behind me. I stood there for a moment, panting, listening to the silence. I waited, holding my breath, expecting to hear the sounds of something following me, but there was nothing. No rustling, no metal fence shaking, just the quiet of the night. I walked to the window, peeking out through the blinds. The street was empty, no signs of anything out of the ordinary. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, something that had been following me. My pulse was still racing as I leaned against the window. looking out into the dark. I couldn't see anything, but I knew that whatever it was, I had narrowly escaped it. I don't know what it was that night. It could have been a person, but the way it moved, the noises it made, it felt wrong. It didn't feel human. And honestly, I'm glad I never found out what it was. I don't think I ever want to know. After that, I stopped running that route at night. I found other ways to keep fit, other places to go. I never felt quite the same when I passed that stretch of road near the school. The woods always felt darker, and the quiet seemed a little more threatening. Sometimes, when I drive through that area during the day, I still look over at the trees, half expecting to see something move. But I never do, and part of me is glad, because some things are better left unknown. It was a typical summer evening, and my mom and I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood. The sky was a muted orange as the sun set, and there was a warm breeze that tugged at my hair. It was one of those peaceful nights, the kind that make you feel calm and at ease, like time had slowed down. The air was thick with the sounds of frogs croaking from nearby ponds, all of them calling out, hoping to attract mates. The noise was almost deafening, but it had a kind of rhythm to it, one that felt familiar, like nature's soundtrack for the summer. I remember the warmth of the pavement beneath my shoes and the slight hum of distant traffic as we made our way down the quiet street. There was a soft rustling of leaves in the trees, and the smell of freshly cut grass hung in the air. We passed a few neighbors walking their dogs, and the occasional car drove by, but for the most part, the neighborhood was peaceful. My mom and I didn't usually walk this late in the evening, but something about that night felt different. I remember her chatting about something, work, maybe, or an old friend of hers, but I was only half listening. My attention was more on the sounds around us, mostly the frogs. They were so loud that it almost felt like they were in our heads, their croaks vibrating in our bones. It didn't take long before we passed a house that made us stop. There was a house a few blocks away from ours that had an old man living in it. He was a widower, a man in his late 80s, and his name was Mr. Daniels. He lived alone, but some of our neighbors had keys to his house. They would go over there occasionally to help him with housework, stuff that he couldn't manage on his own anymore. We didn't know him well, but we often waved when we passed by his house, and he always smiled back. But that night, as we were walking past his house, we heard something strange. At first, it was just a faint sound, like a woman's voice, but it wasn't quite clear. It was a high-pitched scream, the kind that makes your stomach twist. It seemed to echo out of the house, lingering in the air. I thought it might have been a prank, or maybe some kind of audio playing on a loop, like a TV or a radio. It wasn't just one scream either. It kept going, over and over, like a broken record. The same 3 seconds of a woman screaming, again and again, without any pause. I glanced at my mom, and she looked at me, her brow furrowing. We both stopped walking for a second. What the hell was that? I whispered. She shrugged, looking uneasy. Maybe he left the TV on or something. But there was something about the sound that didn't sit right with me. The scream didn't sound like it was coming from a TV. It felt too real, too desperate. But we kept walking, trying to brush it off. Maybe it was just the frogs making me paranoid, I thought. After all, when they croaked, sometimes it sounded almost human, like the noises of something in distress. We continued our walk, but I couldn't shake the feeling. It wasn't just the noise. It was the fact that it didn't stop. It kept going, looping like a video on repeat. And no matter how much I tried to convince myself it was just the frogs or some sound coming from the house, the unease lingered in the back of my mind. When we made our way back past Mr. Daniels' house on the return trip, we heard the scream again. The same looping sound. It wasn't any clearer, and it didn't seem to fade, like it had before. It was as if it had been playing the whole time we were gone. Now it felt even stranger. My mom and I exchanged uneasy glances. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and checked the time. It was getting late, almost dark, and the streetlights were flickering on one by one, casting long shadows on the pavement. Maybe we should check on him, my mom said, her voice tinged with concern. I agreed. Something about that scream made me uneasy, and it wasn't just the noise. It was the fact that we hadn't seen Mr. Daniels in a few days. We walked across the street and up to the neighbor's house. The neighbors, the Johnsons, had keys to Mr. Daniels' house. They'd been helping him out for years, taking care of things he couldn't manage. I knew they would be worried if they hadn't heard from him. We knocked on the door, and Mrs. Johnson answered. She was a kind woman, probably in her 60s, with short gray hair and glasses perched on the end of her nose. I noticed the concern in her eyes the moment she opened the door. "What's wrong?" she asked. My mom quickly explained what we'd heard, the repeated scream coming from Mr. Daniels' house. We both tried to play it off, acting like it was nothing serious, but I could tell Mrs. Johnson didn't buy it. She agreed to go over and check on him. It was clear she hadn't heard anything out of the ordinary, but she knew something was off now, too. A few minutes later, we all walked over to Mr. Daniels' house. The front yard was overgrown with weeds, and the porch light flickered weakly, casting a dull glow across the front steps. It looked almost abandoned in the dim light, as if time had stopped for that house. Mrs. Johnson fumbled with the key, her hands shaking a little as she inserted it into the lock. The door creaked open, and we all stepped inside. It was eerily quiet. There was no sound coming from inside, no faint echoes of the strange scream that had been repeating just an hour before. The house smelled musty, like old furniture and stale air. We stepped into the living room, where everything was covered in dust. There were old chairs and couches, a worn rug on the floor, and the remains of a half-eaten meal on the kitchen table. But Mr. Daniels wasn't there. The house felt empty. Mrs. Johnson went through the house, checking each room, calling out for him in a soft voice. There was no answer. My mom and I stood in the living room, waiting, our footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. I felt my chest tighten. Something wasn't right. A few minutes later, Mrs. Johnson came back out into the living room, her face pale. She looked like she'd seen a ghost, her eyes wide with shock. "He's gone," she whispered. We all stood there in silence, the reality of it hitting me hard. Mr. Daniels had passed away, probably a few days ago. I wasn't sure how we didn't notice, how the neighbors hadn't figured it out sooner. It was clear now, the scream we'd heard wasn't a prank or a TV left on. It was something else entirely. "We need to call the authorities," my mom said quietly. I nodded. My stomach felt heavy, like I'd eaten a rock. I couldn't stop thinking about the scream, how real it had sounded. It wasn't something a TV could make, and it wasn't something that should have been left on repeat like that. As we walked back outside, the frogs were still croaking, their calls filling the air. But the scream wasn't there anymore. It was as if it had never happened. We did call the authorities, and the police came a few hours later. They confirmed that Mr. Daniels had died in his sleep 2 weeks earlier. The cause was heart failure. His body had been discovered by a neighbor who went over to do the usual chores he had trouble with. The strange thing was, none of the neighbors had heard the scream, not even the Johnsons, who had been in and out of his house to check on him in those last few days. It was as if the house had held on to that scream, letting it echo through the walls, looping over and over, waiting for someone to hear it. To this day, I still think about that night, about the scream and what it meant. Maybe it was some kind of final cry for help, an echo of his last moments, but no one could ever really explain it. The frogs still croak every summer, and the neighborhood still feels the same. But every time I pass that house, I get that weird, uneasy feeling in my stomach. It's been years, but that night, the scream, and the empty house, it still gives me chills. I'll never forget the way it sounded, so real, so desperate. And I'll never forget how it echoed in my mind long after the frogs had quieted down. I may be a little too late to this, but I will never forget that night. It's the kind of thing that sticks with you forever, no matter how many years pass. I was probably in the 7th grade at the time, staying over at my best friend's house. He lived on a piece of land in a rural area, right outside of a tiny town, where the closest neighbor was more than a mile away. It was one of those places where, at night, everything felt incredibly still and quiet. Like the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring after a while, and you start to wonder if something's wrong with you. The perfect setting for a stupid idea. We'd been talking about doing something crazy for a while, something we'd seen older kids do, and tonight was going to be the night. "Let's wrap some houses," he said. He was always the one pushing things, dragging me along with him. At that age, it didn't matter how bad an idea sounded. If it was something we weren't supposed to do, it just made it more tempting. So, we waited until his parents were out of sight, got our hands on a giant black trash bag full of toilet paper, and waited for the perfect moment. We decided to sneak out at around 1 a.m. His house sat on top of a hill, with a long gravel driveway that connected to the road. From the top, you could see pretty far, the only light being the occasional flicker from a distant porch or car's headlights. It was eerie in that weird way where everything feels like it's being watched, but there's no one around. We were feeling invincible, too confident for our own good. We made our way down the gravel driveway, the sound of the pebbles crunching under our shoes too loud in the silence. When we finally hit the pavement, my friend stopped dead in his tracks. "Dude," he whispered, "I hear a car. We need to get off the road." We both froze. I didn't hear anything at first, but after a few seconds, I could just barely make out the sound of an engine in the distance. My heart dropped. We both instinctively ducked into the ditch along the side of the road and flattened ourselves in the tall grass. My mind was racing, but I tried to keep it quiet. The car sped by without slowing down. We waited for what felt like an eternity, not daring to move, just listening to the sound of the engine fading into the night. But then my friend's voice broke the silence again. "Shit, man, it's coming back." I hadn't noticed at first, but when I looked up, way down the road, I saw the taillights of the car turning around. It was too far to see what kind of car it was, but I could tell it wasn't slowing down. My stomach twisted. We both dove back down into the ditch. I had no idea what was going on, but my friend was obviously panicking. The car wasn't like a regular one. It was dark, no headlights blaring, no markings, and definitely not a cop car. I tried to keep my breath steady, feeling the weight of the cold grass pressing against my face, trying not to move a muscle. The car came back, rolling slowly this time. It was eerie, like it knew exactly where we were, but somehow it didn't see us. We waited, holding our breaths as the car rolled past, the engine's growl growing quieter. But just when I thought it was finally gone, I heard my friend's voice again. "It's coming back." I wasn't sure if I was hearing things, or if maybe the fear was messing with my head, but when I peeked out, I saw the car. This time it was much closer, creeping past, slow and deliberate. And then it stopped, right over us. We lay there, hardly able to breathe, hearts pounding in our chests. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but this wasn't normal. Not at all. I wanted to scream, to run, but I knew we'd get caught. My friend kept his hand on my shoulder, a reminder to stay down, to not make a sound. The car just sat there, engine idling, for what felt like hours. And then finally it drove off. But it didn't leave. It turned around again and started creeping back up the road. I swear I could feel my heart beating in my ears. We didn't move. I wanted to look, to see what was going on, but I was too scared to risk it. And then just like before, it stopped. Right above us. I could see the dark shape of the car through the grass, and I could feel my friend's fingers tightening on my arm. The car started moving again, slowly this time, down the road. It went farther down before stopping again. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what this was. It was like it was waiting for something, or maybe it was looking for us. My thoughts were interrupted when my friend finally pulled me up. "Let's go. We have to go now." We didn't stop to grab the toilet paper. We didn't think about anything except getting back to the house. We ran up the hill as fast as we could, our legs burning, but we couldn't stop, not until we were safely inside. We slammed the door behind us and locked it. I don't even remember checking if anyone was awake, but we made sure to set the alarm as soon as we could. My friend's parents would never know we snuck out, not unless we told them, and we weren't about to do that. We crouched low by the window, our eyes glued to the driveway. I could feel the sweat on my palms. I didn't know if I was afraid of the car or of what might happen next, but I didn't dare look away. We waited, breath held, and then, just as I thought we were safe, I saw the headlights again. The car had stopped at the end of the driveway, idling there, barely visible from the angle we were at. It was hard to tell if it was the same car from before, but I had a sinking feeling in my gut that it was. It just sat there, not moving, not leaving. My friend's grip on the plastic bat tightened, and I could feel my own hands shaking. We spent the next couple of hours huddled together in the living room, watching the driveway in silence. I don't know what we thought would happen, but neither of us was brave enough to check again. We just waited, knowing that if we went outside, if we got caught, there was no telling what would happen. It wasn't until the sun started to rise that the car finally disappeared. By then, we were both too terrified to sleep. The adrenaline was still pumping through our veins. The rest of the night passed in a blur of half-sleep and the constant fear that something was about to happen, but nothing did. Eventually, we heard the sound of his parents getting up for the day. They didn't seem to notice anything unusual. They didn't know we'd been out in the night. They didn't know how close we'd come to something that could have turned much worse. We never told them what happened. Not a single word. Looking back, I realize how close we were to something really bad happening. The car, whoever was driving it, could have been anything. A random person out looking for trouble, or maybe something worse. I'll never really know. But I do know this, that feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was something I'll never forget. The story my dad and Auntie told me was one that always stuck with me, mostly because of the way they described it. The fact that they both gave the exact same details, down to the smallest point, made it feel even more real and intense. They both swore that what happened that night at my grandparents' house was something they couldn't explain. And neither of them, no matter how much I pressed, ever wavered on the details. It was the late 1970s. My dad was about 16, and my auntie was only a few years older than him. They were both sitting in the waiting room at my grandparents' house. The room was small, tucked just outside my grandparents' bedroom. The door that separated the waiting room from the bedroom was always left open because at that point, my great-grandfather was dying in there. The air was heavy, not with sadness so much as a feeling that something important was unfolding. The kind of quiet that only happens when the house is filled with people waiting for something, waiting for the end. My great-grandfather, my dad's grandfather, had been sick for a long time. He'd been in and out of hospitals, and this time it was clear there would be no coming back. Everyone knew it was just a matter of time. And this night, it was happening. My dad and auntie were sitting across from each other, trying to distract themselves. There was nothing to do. They couldn't leave because my grandmother had insisted they stay close, especially with her husband in his final hours. The house felt still, too still. It was the kind of house where every little sound seemed to carry. From where they were sitting, they could hear the muffled sounds of my grandmother's soft talking to my great-grandfather, though nothing really made it through the thick walls. There was a clock on the wall, ticking away the minutes, and it was almost unnerving how loud it sounded in the silence. My auntie was the first to notice the cold. She pulled her cardigan tighter around her and glanced over at the door to my grandparents' bedroom. She said she felt a chill, like a sudden drop in temperature that had come out of nowhere. The rest of the house was warm, almost too warm for that time of year. There was no breeze, not a single movement in the air. It felt like the whole place had been holding its breath. Without saying anything, my auntie got up, walking across the room toward the door that led out to the front garden. It was a wooden door, thick and sturdy, but it was slightly ajar. She always said she had a thing about doors being left open, especially in a house as old as my grandparents'. She didn't want to risk it getting stuck or making a noise later on, so she walked over and gave it a gentle push to close it. The door clicked as it latched shut, and my auntie made sure to lock it, just in case. It was strange, she told me later, but the house felt almost too still, as if something was waiting. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but there was nothing she could pinpoint. Her instincts were on edge. Still, she sat back down, trying to shake the unease that had settled in. They both sat in silence for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. My dad had been staring at the floor, his thoughts somewhere distant, and my auntie was still fidgeting, rubbing her hands together to try and warm them up. Then, suddenly, from inside the bedroom, they both heard it. The sound of my grandmother wailing. It was a sound I can only imagine, a raw, guttural cry that felt like it came from the depths of her soul. The kind of cry that makes you feel like you've lost everything in an instant. My great-grandfather was gone. His time had come. But what happened next? Well, that's what my dad and auntie always talk about, even now. Both of them say they'll never forget it. It's as vivid in their memories as it was that night. When my grandmother's cry echoed through the house, the door that my auntie had just closed and locked swung open. It didn't just creak or budge. It flew open with a force that couldn't be explained. The way the door opened wasn't natural. It wasn't like a draft pushed it open, or even a hand turning the handle. No, it swung outwards, with such force that it slammed back into the door frame. The noise of it hitting was so loud it sent a jolt through both my dad and auntie. It wasn't just a swing. It was the kind of motion you'd expect if someone had stormed out of the room, angry, in a rush, slamming the door behind them. And the thing that stuck with my dad and auntie, the thing they both agreed on, was that it wasn't just the force of the door. It was the timing. It was as if the door had reacted to the wail, like it was connected to the sound of my grandmother's grief. as though it had been thrown open by an invisible presence. Neither of them moved immediately. My dad, in particular, said he froze. He couldn't understand it. No wind, no draft. Nothing could have explained how that door slammed open like that. It wasn't even just the motion. It was the feeling in the room that followed. The weight, the strange tension in the air. It was like everything in the house had shifted at once, as if something unseen had entered. The door didn't stop there. Once it had flung open, it didn't just stay there. It slammed shut again. The second time, it was almost louder than the first. It shook the walls, rattling everything. For a moment, neither of them could speak. They just stared at the door. It wasn't until my dad glanced at my auntie that he realized she had the same horrified look on her face. Neither of them had moved since the door had swung open. They hadn't spoken, but they both knew. They both knew that something strange had just happened. But neither of them could understand what it was. No explanation fit. After the door slammed shut, the house fell back into its usual silence. The only sound was my grandmother's weeping from the bedroom, which seemed to echo louder now that everything had quieted. My dad said he felt like time itself had slowed down, like everything in the house was frozen for that split second. They didn't leave the waiting room immediately. It wasn't until a while later, when the first few relatives started coming in, that my dad and auntie said anything to anyone. But even then, they didn't mention the door. They couldn't. Who would believe them? How could they explain what had just happened? It was something that didn't fit into the reality they knew. Over the years, my dad and auntie have both told me that the memory of that door opening and slamming shut still haunts them. They've never been able to fully explain it, and to this day, they both remember the feeling in the room. Heavy, like the air had been sucked out and replaced with something colder, something that didn't belong. The door had swung open, not from a breeze or a draft, but with purpose. It had reacted to something that they couldn't see, but both felt. And while they never talked about it again, both of them were adamant when they told me. They remembered the details the same way, down to the moment the door slammed shut for the last time. The thing is, neither of them ever truly understood it. They didn't look for explanations. They didn't try to rationalize it. It was just something that happened, something that couldn't be explained. But both of them knew it wasn't a trick of the mind. It wasn't a gust of wind or a creaky old house. It was something else. The door had swung open, and something had left the house. Maybe it was the soul of my great-grandfather. Maybe it was something else entirely. My dad and auntie will never know. But one thing's for sure. Neither of them has ever forgotten that night, and they never will. It was a moment in time that couldn't be explained, but it stayed with them, as real as any memory can be. Something had left the house that night, and both of them, all these years later, still feel it when they talk about it. It was one of those nights at my grandma's house, the kind where you're just trying to fall asleep, but your body won't let you settle in. I remember feeling restless, tossing and turning under the thick blankets. The room felt heavy, the air dense with the smell of old wood and dust. There was nothing out of the ordinary about the room. A small night light flickered in the corner, casting long, shaky shadows on the walls. The hum of the old house seemed to vibrate through the floorboards, and the quiet creaks were like a constant reminder that the house was ancient. I had always been a nervous sleeper, the kind who needed the comfort of familiar sounds, like the ticking of the clock or the faint murmurs of my grandma's house settling through the night. But tonight, my mind was restless. I kept shifting, my body feeling uncomfortable no matter what position I tried. I finally rolled over on my side, staring at the wall, thinking maybe if I faced away from everything, I could block out the feeling that something wasn't right. But then as I rolled over, something stopped me cold. My eyes locked onto something, or rather, someone, standing next to my bed. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the dim light, a blur of shadows that my tired mind had conjured up. But then I blinked, and there it was again. A kid, a small, pale figure standing right by my bed, almost glowing in the low light. It was a little boy, maybe around my age at the time, but something was off about him. His clothes looked like they belonged to another time, old-fashioned, almost like something you'd see in a black and white photo. He wore a party hat, the kind you see at birthday parties, and in his hands was a big present, wrapped in brightly colored paper with a bow on top. I felt my heart start to race, my chest tightening as I lay perfectly still. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or if this was real, but there he was. He just stood there, looking down at me with wide eyes, like he was waiting for something. I couldn't bring myself to move. I couldn't even blink. It was like my body was frozen in place, trapped between sleep and full awareness. My mind screamed at me to look away, to move, to do anything but just lie there staring at this strange kid. But I couldn't. All I could do was shut my eyes tight, forcing myself to turn away and try to ignore him. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard I thought they might start to hurt, hoping that when I opened them again, he'd be gone. I didn't dare peek, didn't dare see if he was still there. I tried to breathe slow and steady, hoping that by some miracle, I would drift off to sleep and it would all be gone. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself alone in the room. There was no kid, no glowing figure, just the same familiar shadows cast on the walls. I didn't know if I had fallen asleep, if I had dreamt it, or if it had been real. But it wasn't something I ever wanted to think about again. Years passed, and I almost forgot about that night. I grew older, moved into different rooms, had different experiences. But the memory of that kid, that strange, glowing presence, lingered in the back of my mind, like a weird dream I couldn't quite shake. I tried to convince myself that it had been just that, a dream, a childish figment of my imagination. That was until the night I moved into our new house. I was a little older now, maybe around 15 or 16, and I was just trying to get comfortable in my new room. It was my first night sleeping there, and while everything felt fresh and new, there was an odd sense of unfamiliarity, like the house still had secrets it hadn't shared with me yet. The house wasn't old, like my grandma's place, but there was still something about it that didn't sit right with me. It wasn't long before I found myself lying in bed again, staring up at the ceiling. The walls were bare, the room still smelled like fresh paint and new carpet. I should have felt at ease, but instead, I felt a creeping unease crawl under my skin. It wasn't the kind of fear you feel when you know something's lurking in the dark. It was the kind that comes when you know you're being watched, but you don't know by who or what. I kept telling myself it was just nerves, that I'd get used to the new place. But as the minutes dragged on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I turned over on my side, trying to distract myself with my phone, the dim light from the screen casting shadows across the room. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, there was a bright light. At first, I thought it was just the light from my phone reflecting off something. But as I stared, the light became more distinct. It was intense, almost like a tiny sun had appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't blinding, but it was unnaturally bright, like nothing I had ever seen before. I froze. I didn't know what to do. The light just hung there in the air, suspended in the corner of the room. I didn't dare move. I didn't want to look away, because I was afraid that if I did, it would disappear. But then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light swooped down, moving fast, almost too fast for my eyes to follow. It swooped down right over me, and as it did, I heard the sound, the loud buzzing, like the hum of 1,000 bees. It filled the air, vibrating in my ears so forcefully that it left them ringing for a long time after. The buzzing wasn't just an annoying sound. It felt invasive, like it was in my head, rattling my brain with its intensity. The light shot out the door and disappeared down the hall, leaving nothing but the hum still ringing in my ears. I lay there, wide-eyed and frozen, my heart racing in my chest. It took me a long time to finally move, to roll over and force myself to close my eyes. I tried to tell myself it was just some weird reflection or a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. It felt too real, too deliberate. After that, the weirdness didn't stop. There were the random things, the small, odd occurrences that didn't make any sense. You know how sometimes when the TV's on behind you, and someone walks past, the sound just goes silent for a second? It's like they're blocking the sound with their presence. I started to experience that more and more, but it wasn't just when someone else was in the room. It would happen when no one was around. I'd be sitting there, maybe watching a show or playing a game, and all of a sudden, the sound would cut out. It wasn't static or interference. It was like someone had walked in front of me and just blocked it out, but no one was there. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was going on. Years later, after I had moved out and my uncle had moved into the old room where I'd seen the glowing boy, he told me something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. One night, he woke up to the feeling of someone sitting down at the end of his bed. He thought it was just his mind playing tricks, that maybe he was still half asleep. But then he felt it, something or someone, sitting at the foot of his bed. It wasn't a light touch, but a solid, unmistakable pressure. He looked, expecting to see someone there, but the room was empty. The bed was undisturbed. Nothing. He lay there, trying to convince himself it was nothing. But then, just a few minutes later, he felt the pressure shift. Whatever it was got up from the bed and walked away, the weight of it lifting from the mattress. He got up to check the room, but there was nothing. He searched the whole house, but no one was there. He never spoke about it again, but I knew it shook him. I don't know what it was that I saw in that room, or the light that hovered above me years later. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks, or maybe there was something in that house that I couldn't quite understand. I don't have the answers, and I don't know if I'll ever get them. All I know is that after everything, I don't feel quite as comfortable in the dark anymore. It was late last year when everything happened, but it feels like it was just yesterday. Life's a bit of a blur right now, but I'll do my best to tell it like it happened. Charlie's death was the first blow. We'd served together for a while, been through thick and thin, and he'd been through hell in Iraq. Took a frag to the leg, came out the other side looking like a damn hero. He didn't talk about it much, but everyone knew. He pulled through. So when he passed, out of nowhere, it was like the ground dropped out from under me. I remember getting that call. It was early in the morning, and I was just waking up. A few of us were still in our bunks at the barracks, and I'd barely rubbed the sleep out of my eyes when I saw the phone screen. I thought it was some joke at first. Charlie. No way. He was too strong for that, wasn't he? But it was true. And it hit hard. Way harder than I ever expected. But it wasn't just me that felt it. Bill, my best friend, my right hand through everything, took it the hardest. We'd been close for years, had each other's backs in the worst of times. Bill was the guy everyone wanted to be around. He was the perfect mix of charisma and confidence, always able to lighten the mood, always knew what to say. But now, he was broken. It wasn't the same. The weight of losing Charlie crushed him, and I couldn't watch him fall apart without doing everything I could to help him hold it together. It wasn't just the fact that Charlie was gone. It was the way it had happened. Bill had always been the strong one, the leader of the group, the guy who could handle anything. But seeing him like that, completely destroyed, made me realize how much he had been keeping buried. I couldn't do anything for him in that moment except be there, but that felt like it wasn't enough. Charlie's family flew out to the town nearby. They wanted to hold a memorial. It was a somber event, but we all went. We had to. I wasn't even 21 yet, still too young to drink legally, but I was driving that night, making sure no one got behind the wheel after a few too many. Bill was downing drinks like they were water. Shots, pitchers, whatever he could grab. He was acting different. I could tell something was coming, but I didn't want to think about it. We were all just trying to get through the night. I had a few beers, but my main job was making sure no one got stupid. It wasn't until 1 a.m. that it happened. Bill walked up to me, and it was like a switch flipped. He wasn't the fun, carefree Bill anymore. There was something heavy in his eyes, something that made my stomach twist. He looked at me, and I could see it in his face before he even said a word. "Hey," he said, voice low. "Come outside with me while I smoke." He didn't wait for me to answer, just started walking. I followed him out into the parking lot, not knowing what to expect. He sat on a concrete block, staring at the ground. I was trying to read him, trying to figure out what was going on in his head, but I had no clue. I didn't know what to say. He'd always been the one who had the answers, the one who held it all together. Now, I didn't know how to help him. Then he spoke. The words hit like a freight train. "Gatos, after I go home tonight, I'm going to kill myself." It was the worst thing I'd ever heard. The worst words I could have ever imagined coming out of his mouth. It felt like everything in the world stopped moving. My body froze. The blood drained from my face. I couldn't process it. I couldn't breathe. My best friend, the guy who I'd been through hell and back with, was telling me he was going to end it all. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing. I tried to get words out, tried to make sense of it, but all that came out was panic. I grabbed him by the shoulders and tried to shake him out of it. I was begging him, pleading with him to talk to me, to tell me what was wrong, to tell me how we could fix it. But nothing worked. His eyes were empty, distant. I couldn't reach him. I couldn't stop him. I felt like I was losing him, like I was losing the one person in this world who truly understood me. He kept saying he hated himself, that he couldn't go on like this, that everything was too much to handle. His voice was hollow, like a part of him was already gone. I snapped. I hit him. It wasn't hard, but I hit him. I had to. I needed to get his attention, to make him understand that he wasn't alone, that we still needed him here. I didn't care if he hated me for it. I just needed him to hear me. His reaction was the last thing I expected. He broke down. Completely. He dropped his head into his hands and started crying. It wasn't the usual Bill I knew. This wasn't the guy who always had it together. This was someone completely different, someone I didn't recognize. I didn't know what to do next. My mind was spinning, my hands were shaking. I could feel the tears starting to well up in my own eyes, but I couldn't let him see that. I had to keep it together for him. I had to be strong for him. That's when my squad leader showed up. He saw what was going on and walked up to us, like everything was fine. I couldn't even look at him. I couldn't deal with anyone else right now. I shoved my squad leader away and told him to get lost. I didn't care if I got in trouble. I wasn't leaving Bill alone, not now. Eventually, a few other guys came over. They weren't going to let Bill fall apart either. They sat with him, listened to him, let him talk. I didn't know what they said, but they got through to him. They talked about Charlie, about the good memories, the funny stories. I could see it in Bill's face. The tension started to ease, even if it was just a little. I wasn't going to let him go home by himself. Not after everything he'd just said. I didn't trust him, not yet. I told him to get in the car. He didn't argue, just got in. I could still feel the weight of it all, pressing down on me as I drove him back to the barracks. I was trying not to freak out, but it was hard. I didn't know if he'd change his mind before we got there, if he'd do something stupid. When we got back to the barracks, I didn't let him go to his room. He wasn't going anywhere alone tonight. I made him walk with me to his room, but when we got to the door, I made him go in the closet. I locked the door and sat outside it all night, not moving. I didn't sleep a wink. I couldn't. My mind was racing, thinking about everything that could have gone wrong, thinking about how close I'd come to losing him. The next morning, Bill woke up and didn't know what had happened. He asked me why he was in the closet. I told him everything. I told him that he wasn't going to drink again, not for a long time. He didn't argue. He didn't fight me on it. He just looked at me, his eyes empty for a moment before nodding. I wasn't sure if he understood just how serious it all was, but I knew he would remember that night. That was the scariest moment of my life. Not just because I thought I might lose Bill, but because I couldn't imagine what it would be like if he was gone. Losing Charlie had already shattered me, but losing Bill? That would have been more than I could handle. It's not about fearing for yourself. It's about fearing for the ones you love. That's where the real terror lies. I'm just glad Bill's still here. He's still my best friend, and I still look out for him. But that night changed something in me. I learned what it really means to care for someone. I learned what it really means to be there for someone, even when it feels like you're losing them. Life's fragile. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and you don't know who you'll lose next. All you can do is hold on, keep fighting, and make sure the people you care about know you're there for them. I've never been more afraid than I was that night. But it wasn't just the fear of losing someone. It was the fear of being too late. A friend of mine is the type who always seems to have the craziest things happen to her. The kind of person who just attracts weird stories like a magnet. I always joked that she was like living entertainment, that no matter how dull your own life was, if you spent enough time around her, something wild would eventually happen. She was always telling stories about getting her car stuck in a random parade, accidentally joining a bachelorette party for someone she didn't know, or getting chased by a goose through a public park while people watched and laughed. It was just how things were with her. Funny, harmless stuff. It was part of why I liked being around her. You never knew what was coming next. But this time, it wasn't funny. It's still the most horrifying thing that's ever happened to someone I know personally. She was about 20 years old when it happened. Legal drinking age here is 19, so she was already going out to bars now, and then with her friends. Nothing crazy. She wasn't a heavy drinker or anything like that. She just liked the social part of it, hanging out, meeting people, dancing sometimes. It was just another night for her. A regular Friday night. She had gone out with a group of friends to a bar that wasn't known for trouble. It wasn't one of those dark, grimy places tucked away in some alley either. It was actually pretty nice. It was in a busier part of town, lots of shops and restaurants nearby, good lighting on the streets, lots of people around even late at night. The kind of place where you felt pretty safe walking alone, if you had to. Not the sort of place where you'd expect anything bad to happen. And that's probably why what happened shook her, and me so badly. It wasn't supposed to be a dangerous night. Nothing about it had felt dangerous until it was too late. She was standing outside the bar with her friends, saying their goodbyes. You know how it goes. You don't just leave immediately. Everyone's lingering. Half the group is trying to plan where to go next. Someone's looking for their jacket. Someone else is laughing too hard at something that wasn't even that funny. Normal, drunk kid behavior. The street was alive with people. Other groups were coming and going from the bar, the restaurant across the street, walking toward their cars or the bus stop. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a fight broke out a few feet away from them. Two guys, maybe mid-20s, average looking. Not huge tough guys or anything. They didn't stand out at all until they started shouting. It happened so fast that at first, no one even knew what they were shouting about. Something stupid. One of them accusing the other of looking at his girlfriend or something like that. It wasn't clear, and honestly, it didn't matter. It was the kind of petty argument you hear at bars all the time, and most people just expect it to fizzle out after a few curse words. But this time, one of them pulled out a knife. Not waving it around, not making a show of it. He just lunged forward, fast, and stabbed the other guy right in the gut. And then he ran. Just took off into the night like a shadow slipping between the people who didn't even know yet what had happened. At first, nobody reacted. It was that kind of moment where your brain refuses to believe what you just saw. My friend told me later that it was like her mind just couldn't process it. Like it wasn't real. She stood there frozen for what felt like minutes, but was probably just a second or two, watching the stabbed guy stagger back, clutch his stomach, and collapse onto the sidewalk. The screaming started a heartbeat later. People scrambling back, someone dropping their drink, others backing up in a panic. The normal night had snapped into chaos, so fast it didn't feel real. Some people ran. Others just stood there, staring. My friend didn't even remember making a decision, but somehow she was moving toward him. She had done some first aid training a few years earlier. Basic stuff. CPR, wound care, what to do if someone is bleeding badly. It wasn't the kind of thing she thought she'd ever actually have to use. She said it always felt like something you learn about but never need, like how you might know how to change a flat tire, but still call roadside assistance when it actually happens. But when she saw him lying there, blood spreading fast over the front of his shirt, pooling on the concrete under him, she didn't hesitate. Something deeper than thought took over. She dropped to her knees beside him. He was conscious, his face twisted up in pain and fear, his hands slick with blood as he tried to press against the wound. She took over without thinking, applying pressure, telling him, though she doesn't remember what exactly she said, to stay awake, to keep breathing. Someone nearby was shouting for help. Someone else was calling 911. It was all a blur around her. She didn't even notice how much blood there was until later. In the moment, she just knew she had to keep him from bleeding out. That was the single thought running through her mind. Keep the blood inside him. Keep him awake. Don't let him die. She ripped off her jacket and pressed it against the wound, leaning into it with all her weight. He made a sound, half moan, half whimper, but she didn't let up. She couldn't afford to be gentle. His shirt was soaked through almost immediately. The warmth of his blood was startling, soaking into her hands, her jeans where she knelt on the ground. Minutes passed, though she couldn't have said how many. Time stopped meaning anything. It might have been 3 minutes, it might have been 20. All she knew was the blood, and the way his breathing hitched and shuddered under her hands, and the sick fear clawing at her chest that she wasn't doing enough, that he was slipping away anyway. The sirens came eventually. Distant at first, then louder, and then they were there. A flurry of paramedics and police. Strong hands pulling her back, taking over. Someone took her arms and lifted her off the ground. She stood up on shaking legs and backed away without a word. She stumbled over to a bench a little ways down the street and sat heavily. That's when the shock really hit her. She sat there, hunched over, her hands and arms streaked with blood, her jeans soaked. She stared at the ground, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. People moved around her, police interviewing witnesses, paramedics shouting orders, flashing lights washing the street in red and blue, but she stayed frozen. She felt detached, like her body was somewhere else, her mind floating above it all. She didn't cry. She didn't shiver. She just sat there, blank and numb, her heart pounding in her ears. She didn't even notice the paramedic approach her until he gently placed a blanket over her shoulders. She flinched at the touch, blinking up at him like she was waking up from a deep sleep. He said something to her, calm, careful words, but she couldn't process them. She just nodded because it felt like the right thing to do. They didn't pressure her to move. They just let her sit there, wrapped in the blanket, while they finished stabilizing the guy she'd helped. They loaded him into the ambulance and drove off, sirens wailing into the night. She stayed sitting there long after the noise had faded. At some point, one of the paramedics came back and crouched beside her. He talked to her for a few minutes, not trying to make her talk, just making sure she wasn't alone in that moment, asking if she had someone who could take her home. She nodded again. Her friends, who had been hovering nearby, came over, and the paramedic made sure they understood how shaken up she was, told them to keep an eye on her. They took her home, still mostly silent. She changed out of her blood-soaked clothes in a daze, bundling them up and stuffing them into a garbage bag because she couldn't stand to look at them. She showered for a long time, scrubbing her skin raw, but it felt like she couldn't get the smell out of her nose, the sharp, metallic scent of blood. Even when she climbed into bed, freshly washed, she could still smell it somehow. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw flashes, the knife, the blood, the look on the guy's face. She lay there in the dark for hours, staring at the ceiling, trying to tell herself it was over, that she had done everything she could, that he was in a hospital now with real doctors, getting real help. In the days that followed, she found out that the guy survived. Barely, but he made it. She never met him. Never wanted to. It wasn't about recognition or thanks. She didn't want to relive that night more than she already was in her head every day. But knowing he lived helped. It made the whole thing feel slightly less helpless, slightly less like she was trapped in some nightmare loop. She got checked out by a counselor a few weeks later, encouraged by her family and friends. It helped, even if she didn't think it would at first. Just talking about it in a space where she didn't have to be okay helped her unpack the fear and guilt and anger she didn't even realize she was carrying. It changed her. That night left a scar, even if you couldn't see it. She still went out with friends, but she was different now. More cautious, always aware of her surroundings. She carried a little first aid kit in her bag after that, too, just in case. I still think about it sometimes when I'm out late, or when I'm with her and we're laughing about something dumb like old times. How fragile everything is. How quickly a normal night can become something you carry with you for the rest of your life. It all turned out okay in the end. The guy lived. My friend recovered, even if she was never quite the same. Life moved on. But the memory of that night, the blood on her hands, the sirens, the way the world shifted in an instant, that's something that stays. Not in a way that ruins you, but in a way that changes the way you see the world forever. She's still the friend who brings crazy stories into my life, still the magnet for the bizarre and unexpected. But every time she laughs about some wild thing that happened to her, I remember that not all of her stories end with laughter. Some of them end with a silence so deep it hums in your bones. And sometimes being brave doesn't look like what you think it does. It looks like a 20-year-old girl pressing her jacket into a stranger's wound while the world falls apart around her. I was late as hell to the party, but honestly, I wasn't all that concerned. Who cares if I'm late, right? The party would still be going on when I showed up. Or maybe they wouldn't, I don't know. It wasn't like I was the life of the party anyway. But that's how I was thinking as I drove down the highway, listening to the hum of the tires against the road and watching the lights from the cars ahead of me flicker in and out. Something about being on a long, empty stretch of road felt comforting, even if the night was darker than usual and the clouds hung low, making everything feel like it was crammed together, suffocating. I didn't really want to think about anything too serious, just passing the time in the car, when I started remembering something from when I was really young. I couldn't have been older than 3 or 4, maybe 2, but that's pushing it. The memory had been lingering in my mind for years now, and I was starting to realize it wasn't just some random, disjointed thing I would forget. It was something that stayed with me, something that haunted me, even though I couldn't have possibly understood it at the time. I was just a kid. I was with my dad and my uncle. We were headed to Anchorage, and if you know that stretch of highway, the one that runs through the swampy patches of land, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's this long, straight stretch of highway that feels like it's the only thing between you and the vast nothingness of the land around it. No trees, just marshland and swamps with no clear boundary in sight. The kind of place where you could easily drive off the road and vanish without anyone noticing. You don't see much in the way of traffic. It's a lonely stretch of road, especially at night. Anyway, we were driving along, just abiding by the speed limit and minding our own business when it happened. A motorcyclist came from nowhere. No indication, no headlights, no warning. He just appeared, coming out of the mist, and swerved straight into the lane in front of us. It happened so fast, I didn't even have time to react, but I could feel the car's brakes screeching as my dad tried to slow us down. It wasn't enough. The motorcycle slammed into the front of our car, and the impact felt like the world had just exploded. I remember the whole car jerking forward with a violent force, my tiny body being pushed into the seatbelt, my little head jerking back into the harness. I was in one of those baby harness things at the time, so I was strapped to my dad's chest, but it didn't protect me from the chaos of the moment. The motorcycle hit so hard that the rider was thrown from his bike, and I watched wide-eyed as he flew through the air. His bike ended up in a swampy patch just about 20 feet off the road. Everything went silent for a second, but it was a silence that made my heart race. My dad's hands were trembling, and my uncle cursed under his breath as he got out of the car. They both ran towards the man who just collided with us, and I could see them from where I was sitting, walking cautiously over to the biker. He was lying on the road, face down, and there was so much blood. I couldn't really comprehend it at the time, but I could see it, bright red and sticky, splattered everywhere. My stomach turned, even though I didn't understand the full horror of what I was seeing. My dad crouched down next to the biker, his voice muffled and low, but it was the way he moved that I remember most. He was always the calm one, the guy who stayed level-headed in every situation. But right now he wasn't calm. He was moving in a way I'd never seen before. My uncle stood off to the side, his face pale, watching my dad check on the biker. And then it happened. The biker, who I thought was dead, suddenly moved. He rolled over, and when he did, he let out the most horrible, agonized noise I've ever heard. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a groan. It was something in between, something raw, something that didn't sound human. I remember that moment like it was yesterday. My dad crouching down, my tiny little self, eyes wide, my face at eye level with this man's ear. And then the biker's eyes snapped open, and they looked straight into mine. I don't know how to explain it, but I'll never forget the look on his face. It was like he was staring into my soul. His face, what was left of it, was mangled, his nose torn off, the skin from his face peeling away. There was blood, of course, but there was something else too. It was like his whole face was gone, and what was left behind was just a mess of muscle, bone, and pain. His eyes, though, they were wide open, locked onto mine, like he was trying to communicate something to me. But what? Was he begging for help? Or was he just trying to make sense of his own agony before it ended? And then he made that noise again, that horrible, inhuman sound. It rattled in the back of his throat, and I watched as the breath left his body. He stopped breathing just like that, and I swear to God, it felt like everything in the world came to a halt for a moment. My dad and my uncle didn't seem to notice the way the air changed, the way the whole moment seemed to stretch on for eternity. They kept moving, checking for a pulse, trying to do something. But I knew even then that there was nothing that could be done for this guy. I didn't understand death, not fully, but I could feel it in that moment. The stillness that followed that final breath was chilling. It was the kind of stillness that creeps into your bones and never lets go. I don't know how much time passed after that. It could have been minutes or hours. My dad and uncle finally came back to the car, and we drove off, leaving the biker behind. I remember feeling a little numb, not fully understanding what had just happened, but knowing something had changed in me. I didn't want to think about it, didn't want to process it. I was just a kid after all, but I couldn't forget. The image of that man's face, his eyes locked onto mine, haunted me. It stayed with me in the quiet moments, in the shadows of the night, and in the dreams that came more often as I got older. I would wake up sometimes, drenched in sweat, feeling like I was back in that moment, watching him die, watching the blood stain the ground. His face, his eyes, the way he looked at me like he knew something I didn't. It wasn't until much later, when I was older, that I understood what had happened. I understood what death was, what it meant to see someone die, to witness the end of a life so violently. The memory didn't go away, though. It kept coming back. I'd see that biker in my dreams, see his face, his eyes, and I'd wake up with the same feeling of dread, the same tightness in my chest that I'd felt when I was a little kid. And tonight, as I drive to that party, I feel it creeping up again. The memory of that man, the way his eyes locked onto mine, the way his breath left him so suddenly, it all comes rushing back. I've been avoiding it for so long, pushing it to the back of my mind, but tonight I can't escape it. The party's still happening, but as I pull into the driveway, I know that it doesn't matter. I'm not going to shake this feeling, not tonight. That biker will be there in my mind, just like he always is, waiting for me to remember, to relive the horror of that moment when I saw him die. I take a deep breath as I park the car, but it doesn't help. The weight of that memory is heavy, and it's not going anywhere. Not tonight. Not ever. When I was a kid, my bedtime was always 8 o'clock sharp, whether it was a school night or not. It didn't matter if the sun was still hanging low in the sky, or if the house was full of life. My parents were firm about it. I had to be in bed, lights out, no talking, no excuses. Most nights, I'd just lay there wide awake, listening to the sounds of my family carrying on without me. They'd still be in the kitchen or the living room, laughing, talking, washing dishes, moving chairs around. The house felt alive without me, and I always felt stuck in my room like a forgotten piece of furniture. My bed was pushed up against the far wall, facing the doorway that opened into a long hallway. The hallway light was always left on, probably so I wouldn't get scared, but honestly, it made it worse sometimes. The bright, buzzing yellow light spilled into my dark room, casting long, weird shadows across the floor. Sometimes the shapes would stretch and move if someone passed by in the hallway, and I'd imagine all kinds of things creeping around. But most nights, it was just empty. One of the ways I passed the time was by squinting my eyes almost closed and looking at the hallway light. If I squeezed them just right, the light would flare into long beams, stretching across my vision like little starbursts. I used to think it was kind of magical. I'd lie there under my blanket, blinking slowly, trying to see how long I could stretch the light rays before my eyes started to water. That night was like every other. I was lying there on my back, staring at the light, listening to my family laughing and talking in the kitchen. Someone was running the faucet, plates were clattering together, and once in a while I'd catch a word or two floating down the hallway. It made me feel a little less alone, hearing them so close, but just out of reach. I shifted under my blanket, trying to get comfortable, but the sheets were warm and stuck to my legs, and the pillow felt too hard under my head. I squinted harder at the light, stretching the beams until the edges of the doorway looked blurry. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. There was this shape standing just beyond the threshold of my door, half in the hallway and half in the darkness of my room. She looked almost see-through, like if you stared too hard, she might melt into the air. But even with the fuzziness, I could see the details clear as day. She was an old lady, her hair a wild mess of long, curly yellow strands that framed her face like a lion's mane. She was wearing this faded purple dress with flowers all over it, like the kind old ladies wore to church or backyard barbecues. The dress looked worn, the colors dulled, like it had been washed 100 times too many. She was smiling at me. Not just a regular smile either. Her mouth stretched halfway across her face, so wide it made her cheeks puff out and her eyes crinkle into little slits. It didn't look happy though. It looked wrong, like someone trying to fake a smile but going way too far. It made my stomach twist up into a knot. I froze. I wanted to scream. Every part of me was screaming inside. I could feel my chest tighten and my throat close up, but when I tried to make a sound, nothing came out. Not a whimper, not a gasp, nothing. My body felt like it had turned into concrete, heavy and stiff. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. She just stood there, staring at me with that giant smile, not moving, not making a sound. The longer I looked at her, the more the details sank in. The faint way her body shimmered, the way her hands hung limp at her sides, her knuckles swollen like thick marbles. Her eyes were wide and too shiny, like they were full of tears that never fell. The light from the hallway passed through her just a little, bending around her like heat rising off asphalt. I don't know how long I laid there, locked in that staring contest. It felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. Somehow, I found enough strength to yank the blanket over my head. My arms felt like they weighed 100 pounds, but I pulled the covers up and clutched them so tightly my fingers hurt. I buried my face into the pillow and started crying, silent and hard. I didn't dare pull the blanket down to look again. I was convinced if I peeked, she'd be standing right over me, bending down with that horrible smile stretching wider and wider until it split her face in two. I cried myself to sleep like that, curled up in a tight ball, the air under the blanket hot and stale, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard it felt like it might explode. When morning finally came, the sun blazing through the window, I peeled the blanket off my face. My eyes were crusty from crying, and my mouth felt dry and sour. I sat up slowly, looking around the room. Everything looked normal. My dresser was still against the wall. My bookshelf was still overflowing with books and toys. The hallway outside was empty, just washed in the pale morning light. I got dressed and went to find my sister. She was sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal straight out of the box, still in her pajamas. I remember feeling like I had to say something, like if I didn't tell someone right away, that thing would somehow come back for me. I asked her if we had any visitors the night before. My exact words were probably something dumb like, "Did an old white lady visit us last night?" She just gave me a weird look and shook her head. I told her what I saw, stumbling over the details, still scared that saying it out loud would make it more real. She listened for a minute, and then shrugged and said something about it probably being my guardian angel. I didn't really know what a guardian angel was supposed to look like back then, but even at that age, I knew in my gut that whatever I had seen wasn't there to protect me. It didn't feel like comfort. It felt like something way worse. Still, after she said that, I tried to convince myself that maybe she was right. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks on me. Maybe I was half asleep and dreaming with my eyes open. Maybe it was the weird way the light stretched when I squinted. I told myself a lot of things, but none of them really stuck. That image, that smile, it was burned into my brain like a scar. Life went on. I still had to go to bed at 8. I still squinted at the hallway light sometimes, but not as much. Some nights I buried my head under the blanket before I even had a chance to think about it. I never saw her again, but the feeling of that night never left me. It wasn't until a few months later, during a random lunch at school, that something happened that made everything bubble back up. I was sitting with some classmates, not really paying attention to their conversation, when one of the boys started telling a story about something weird that happened to him. He was laughing, trying to brush it off, but I could hear the edge of nervousness in his voice. He said he was closing the garage door at his house late one night when he saw someone standing in the backyard. It wasn't super dark because of the porch lights, but it was dark enough. He said it was a teenage boy, just standing there, staring at him. The thing that stuck with him, though, was the smile. The boy had a smile that stretched halfway across his face, wide and unnatural, just standing there in the shadows. My whole body went cold when I heard that. It was like being punched in the stomach. That same smile, that same feeling. He said he ran back inside and slammed the door, too scared to even look back. It haunted me for a long time after that. Not just what I had seen, but the realization that someone else had seen something similar. It made it feel real, way more real than I wanted it to be. It wasn't just a dream. It wasn't just my brain playing tricks. Something was there that night. Over time, I tried to make sense of it. I thought about it a lot when I was older, sitting alone in my apartment or driving late at night down empty streets. I came up with a lot of theories. Maybe it was just a hallucination, the way the brain can sometimes mix dreams and waking life when you're half asleep. Maybe the boy my classmate saw was a real person, some creep sneaking around at night. Maybe the woman I saw was a trick of the light, a patch of hallway brightness and shadow that my tired brain turned into something familiar but wrong. The human brain is wired to recognize faces. It's why we see them in clouds, in tree bark, in patterns on the wall. When you're a kid, tired and scared, and your imagination is running wild, your brain can stitch together light and dark into something almost real. Almost. But even knowing all that, I still get a pit in my stomach when I think about that night. The way she smiled, the way she stared, the way I couldn't scream. I don't believe in guardian angels. I don't believe in ghosts either. But I believe that sometimes our brains show us things we're not ready to see. Things that don't belong. Things that were familiar shapes and faces just long enough to make us let our guard down. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe that's all it ever is. But even now, all these years later, every once in a while when I'm laying in bed at night and the room is half dark and the hallway light is spilling in, I find myself squeezing my eyes half shut just to stretch the light into those long beams again. And every once in a while, for just a split second, I swear I can see her there, standing at the edge of the light, smiling. I was 13 years old when I lived in a small town in rural Zimbabwe. It wasn't much, just a quiet, out-of-the-way place surrounded by vast stretches of bush, old farms, and the occasional dirt road that led to nowhere in particular. Our house was large, built in the typical colonial style that was still common in those days. It was a single-story house, with wide verandas and a huge garden that stretched all around the property. The garden was mostly grass, with tall trees, some small flower beds, and bushes here and there. My parents were never ones for fancy landscaping, so it was more of a space we used to run around and play, and sometimes get into trouble. On one side of the house, the garden narrowed into a small path that ran between our house and the fence of the neighbor's property. The fence was tall, made of old wire and wooden posts, and beyond it was a small patch of unkempt land. This narrow section of garden was where I spent most of my time exploring, mostly because it led to a cement-lined pond that had long been abandoned. The pond had once been the pride of the property, an attempt at something elegant, I suppose. But over the years, it had filled with rubble and plants, becoming a forgotten eyesore. I'd been working on clearing it for a while. It was a slow job, one I had started mostly out of curiosity. The pond was an odd thing, a large rectangle of cracked cement with one side split open by time and neglect. There was a strange, eerie quality to it, but I wasn't one to be afraid of such things. Most of the rubble and the overgrown vines had taken root in the shallow pool, and I'd spent the past few weeks pulling it all out. I'd even started to plan on filling it in with dirt, thinking maybe it could be used for something useful. Maybe a small vegetable garden, or even a proper fish pond, if I could figure it out. It was an afternoon, one of those hot and sticky ones, when it all happened. My friend Dan and I were messing around in the garden, as we often did. We had no particular plans, just chasing each other around, pretending to be superheroes or soldiers, or whatever the game of the day was. I remember laughing, running down that narrow section of the garden, and feeling the wind in my face as I made my way toward the old pond. There was nothing unusual about it, not at first. It was just another part of the garden, after all. But then something strange happened. A sudden shift, like a cold gust of wind. Or maybe it wasn't a gust at all. My body froze. At first, I couldn't understand what was happening. I had been running, full of energy and excitement, but then it felt like everything just stopped. It wasn't physical, not exactly. It was like a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread. It started from my chest, like a pressure building up inside me, and then spread out, up through my throat, my arms, my legs. I felt paralyzed, standing there, staring at the pond, even though I had only been a couple of meters from it. It was as if the world around me had gone silent, as though I was the only one who could hear the pounding of my own heart. I could feel the sweat on my skin, the oppressive heat of the afternoon pressing down on me, but all I could do was stand there. I didn't understand it, couldn't explain it, but I knew that I had to stop. Something deep inside me screamed at me to stop, and I obeyed instinctively, like a dog hearing a command it didn't question. I remember standing there for what felt like an eternity, rooted to the spot, with my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't move. The air felt heavy, thick, and every nerve in my body seemed to be screaming at me to leave. But why? There was no reason for it. The day was normal. The world hadn't changed. But something in me knew something wasn't right. That's when I saw it. It was a movement from the far side of the pond, from a crack in the cement wall. It was slow at first, almost imperceptible. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing, not at first. But then it emerged, sliding out of the crack, long and slick, a dark shape against the light-colored cement. It was a snake. I didn't know it at first, not until it slithered fully out into the open. The scales, the smooth, sinuous movement. Then it hit me. It was a Mozambique spitting cobra. I had seen these snakes before, but I'd never come across one this close, not on our property. The Mozambique spitting cobra is one of the most dangerous snakes in Africa, venomous enough to kill a person in a matter of hours if bitten. Its venom is fast-acting, and the snake's defensive nature means it won't hesitate to strike if it feels threatened. The worst part about these snakes is their ability to spit venom with accuracy, aiming for the eyes, blinding their prey or attacker before they strike. The snake wasn't just any snake, though. It was large, maybe a meter long, its body thick and muscular, recoiled slightly as it slid out of the crack in the pond's wall. My mind raced, trying to process the situation, but I couldn't move. My legs felt heavy, and my feet felt glued to the ground. Every rational part of me was screaming at me to run, to get away, but I couldn't. I was transfixed by the snake, its hood partially raised, the black and gray pattern on its scales shimmering in the afternoon light. Its head was raised slightly, and I could see the way its tongue flicked in and out, tasting the air. I knew it was aware of me, and I knew it was calculating whether or not I posed a threat. I don't know how long I stood there. Seconds? Minutes? Time had lost all meaning. But in that moment, there was only one thing that mattered: the snake. I had heard stories of these snakes, how quickly they could strike, how deadly their venom was, and how even a small mistake could lead to disaster. And yet, I couldn't bring myself to move. I was frozen, not just physically, but mentally as well. My body was telling me to run, but my mind was too overwhelmed to act. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the snake slid back into the crack in the pond's wall. The tension in the air seemed to dissipate, but I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. It was like everything had stopped, like the snake had put a spell on me that I couldn't break. Only after a few moments did I slowly, cautiously, begin to back away from the pond. I didn't turn my back to it, not once. I kept my eyes fixed on the place where it had disappeared, and I backed up, step by slow step, until I was far enough away to feel like I could finally breathe again. When I finally got back to the main part of the garden, my legs still felt like jelly. I didn't speak. I couldn't. Dan had been watching, but he didn't say anything either. He knew something had happened, something I couldn't explain. We both just stood there, in the heat of the afternoon, trying to process what had just occurred. The next day, the pond was filled in. My father had insisted on it. I didn't ask questions. I didn't even tell him about the snake. He didn't need to know. All I knew was that I didn't want to risk going anywhere near that pond again. And honestly, I didn't care what they filled it with, sand, dirt, whatever. It didn't matter. The fear, that overwhelming sense of dread, had been enough to convince me that the pond had been a dangerous place, one I should have never gone near. Even now, years later, I can't explain what happened that day. It wasn't just fear, not in the way you'd expect. It was something more primal, something that I couldn't fight. I can't tell you why I stopped. Maybe it was instinct, maybe it was luck. But all I know is that if I hadn't stopped, I wouldn't be here today. That snake, if it had felt threatened enough, could have struck. And then who knows? Maybe this story wouldn't even exist. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I had ignored that sudden surge of dread, that instinct that froze me in place. Would I have been bitten? Would I have survived? I'll never know. But I do know one thing. The fear that gripped me that day saved my life. And I will never forget that feeling, the one that kept me from taking another step. It was a quiet afternoon when I decided to lay down on my bed and read. I was about 16 at the time, and my room was the perfect escape. It was small, but it had a comfortable bed with soft pillows that always made me feel at ease. The sun was streaming through the window, casting a warm glow across the room, and I had a book in my hands that was so captivating that I barely noticed the time passing. But as I reached a certain point in the book, I felt that familiar hunger tugging at my stomach. I was halfway through a chapter, but I couldn't ignore the growing emptiness inside me anymore. So, I placed the book down on the bed beside me and sat up, stretching my arms over my head to release the tension that had built up in my back. The hunger was stronger than the pull of the story, and I thought about getting up to grab a snack. But then, for some strange reason, I decided to lie back down. It wasn't that I was exhausted, or that I wanted to take a nap. It was just this odd, sudden decision. Maybe I was just comfortable in that moment, the bed feeling like the perfect place to let my mind wander. So I closed my eyes and let myself sink back into the softness of the mattress. As soon as I did, something unexpected happened. I didn't feel the weight of my body pressing down against the bed, as I had anticipated. Instead, I felt lighter, much lighter. It wasn't a sharp, sudden sensation, but more like a gradual shift, as if I were slowly lifting off the surface, like some unseen force was gently pulling me upward. My stomach tightened with a strange kind of unease, and yet there was something peaceful about it. I opened my eyes. The room was still the same. My dresser sat against the far wall, clothes draped over the chair by the window. The sunlight was still pouring in, and everything looked as it always had. but I wasn't on the bed anymore. I was hovering, floating. I could see my own bed beneath me, the crumpled sheets where I had just been lying. And as I looked down, I saw myself there, still fully reclined, eyes closed, but still, I was no longer there. Not in the same way. I was standing or floating, several inches above the bed, my body slightly tilted to the right. I wasn't sure if it was the weightlessness that made me feel so off balance, but I slowly started to rotate. The spinning was so slow at first that I couldn't even tell if it was happening at all. My body gently tilted to the right, and it felt like I was caught in some kind of drift. For a moment, I couldn't focus on anything, just watching the room turn ever so slightly as I floated in the air. I couldn't move, couldn't reach out to steady myself. I just watched. And then, it was as though something shifted inside me, like a click in my brain, and I realized where I was. I was upside down, no longer hovering straight above the bed, but completely inverted, suspended by something I couldn't comprehend. I tried to focus, to understand what was happening to me, but all I could see now was the bed beneath me. My heart skipped a beat. I could see myself, my own body, lying perfectly still on the bed, with my eyes closed. But in that moment, I couldn't feel my body. I wasn't there. I wasn't connected to that physical form anymore. It was like I was looking at someone else who looked exactly like me. But I wasn't just observing. I was floating in the doorway. I could see my own body from a different perspective, as if I were standing there in the room, outside of myself, watching. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. The floating me, the body on the bed, and the version of me standing at the doorway. It was all happening in one singular, chaotic second, and yet it felt like eternity. I felt removed from everything, as if I were just an observer in this strange, disjointed experience. Then something unexpected happened. The me that was still lying on the bed, eyes closed, unaware, suddenly opened them. In that moment, in that fraction of a second, the me in the doorway and the me on the bed locked eyes. It wasn't a dreamlike gaze, no soft fuzziness or lack of clarity. No, it was clear, sharp, as if both of us were fully aware of the other's existence for just the briefest, most unsettling moment. I froze. I couldn't move. It was a connection I had never felt before, one that sent a chill crawling up my spine. I didn't know how to explain it. I wasn't scared, but I wasn't calm either. It was just this eerie feeling of watching myself in the same space. No separation between who I was and who I was supposed to be. There was no logical explanation for what was happening, and yet it didn't feel impossible. Then, as if a sudden gust of wind had blown through the room, the connection snapped. I felt it. The world tilted, and the floating me plummeted downward, back toward the body on the bed. I watched it happen, almost in slow motion, like I was a passenger in my own body, unable to stop it. The falling me reached the body on the bed, and for an instant, I felt the collision. It wasn't a physical sensation, like hitting the ground, but something far deeper, like the return of a missing piece, a moment of reconnection. But as it happened, I lost all sense of sight. The world around me became dark, and I couldn't see. My vision, my consciousness, was gone. The sensation of floating, of being above it all, was completely wiped away. I could no longer observe from the doorway. I was back, but not quite the same. I opened my eyes, and for a split second, I didn't understand where I was. The room, still as familiar as ever, was somehow foreign, distant. I felt heavier, like the weight of my body had come crashing back down, settling into my bones in a way that made me feel trapped. As if I was anchored to this version of reality in a way I hadn't been before. I looked around, half expecting something to be different, but everything was still the same. The bed, the dresser, the sunlight filtering in. It was as if nothing had changed, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had. Something had shifted in me, and I couldn't understand it. I glanced at the clock. It was still afternoon, just like when I had first laid down to read. I thought about getting up, getting something to eat, but something held me there. A part of me still felt unsettled, like a shadow hanging over me that I couldn't quite grasp. It took me a long time to gather the courage to stand up, to move from where I lay. But when I did, I didn't feel like myself, not fully. I could walk, could feel my legs beneath me, but the sensation was distant, hollow almost. I never spoke about what happened to anyone. There was no way to explain it, no one I could turn to. I couldn't make sense of it, and so I kept it to myself. It was easier that way. In the years that followed, I occasionally wondered about that moment. I'd think about it in the quiet of the night, or when my mind wandered too far. What had happened? Was it a dream? A trick of the mind? Or something else entirely? I didn't know, but I had no real answers. Just the cold memory of the experience, and the unsettling feeling that it wasn't just a trick of the mind. There was something more to it, and I still didn't know what that was. I was never one to get overly emotional. I've always been a bit reserved, keeping my feelings in check. Not because I didn't care, but because I didn't see the point of unnecessary fuss. So when we got the call about the new job in Pennsylvania, I didn't think much of it at first. My fiancé and I had been moving around the country for work for a while, living in Texas at the time, bouncing from state to state, settling into places for a few months before packing up again. It was just our routine, the life we had chosen, and honestly, I loved it. We were doing well, our son was happy, and we were comfortable in our own little world. But something was different this time. We had decided to visit our families in California before heading out to PA. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to catch up with everyone since we hadn't been back in a while. His family lived about 6 hours away from mine, so the plan was to visit them first, then head over to my parents' place the next day. I remember feeling an inexplicable dread building up in the pit of my stomach as we were planning. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling kept gnawing at me. I couldn't explain it, couldn't pinpoint why I felt so uneasy, but it was there lurking. We were packing our bags when I finally blurted out to him, "I don't know, I just don't feel right about this." He paused, raising an eyebrow. He was the more laid-back one, always trying to keep the peace. I'm sure he thought I was being silly, but it didn't stop the knot that twisted tighter in my gut every time I thought about going to visit our families. He tried to brush it off, giving me a reassuring smile. "Hey, it's just a short visit. We'll be back in no time. Don't worry." But the more he said it, the more unsettled I felt. By the time we left Texas, I was nearly in tears. It felt as though something was waiting for me, but I didn't know what. Maybe it was just the stress of the move, I told myself. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. We arrived at his parents' house first. The trip was long, but we made it, and as usual, his family was welcoming and warm. They were the type to always offer you something to eat, sit you down, and try to make you feel at home. But I couldn't shake the feeling. It was like the air was heavy, pressing down on me. The house felt too quiet, too still. And even though we were surrounded by people, I felt incredibly alone. The next morning, I woke up early, packing up our things to head to my parents' house. My fiancé stayed behind with his family, and I took our son and made the drive to my parents' place. I didn't want to leave him behind, but he reassured me that we'd see each other in less than a week. It was silly, really, to feel so sad about leaving when I knew we'd be back together so soon. But the tears started to spill out of me as I was saying goodbye. "Don't worry," he said, pulling me close. "I'll see you soon. It's not like I'm leaving for good." He smiled and kissed me, but I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of sadness that weighed me down. I drove off, trying to hold back my tears, but they came anyway. The drive to my parents' house felt long, even though it was only a few hours. I couldn't understand why I was so emotional. It didn't make sense. I had done this 100 times before. Why was this time different? When I arrived at my parents' house, everything felt strangely distant. It was familiar, yes, but it was like I didn't belong there anymore. Maybe it was the change of pace, or maybe it was the fact that I had started to build my own life with my fiancé and our son. Still, I tried to settle in. My parents were happy to see me and our son, and we spent the next couple of days catching up, but I could never shake the feeling that something was wrong. One evening, after my son had gone to bed, I was sitting in the living room, talking to my fiancé on the phone. He sounded tired, which wasn't unusual. He had been working long hours, and it was getting to him. But something in his voice made my heart ache. It was as if he was holding back, like he didn't want to burden me with whatever was weighing on him. I asked him how he was doing, but he just told me he was fine, that he'd be getting some rest. We said our goodbyes, and I hung up. I didn't sleep right away. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the emptiness around me. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like something was coming. I tried to ignore it, tried to convince myself that it was just stress, but the more I tried to calm myself, the more unsettled I became. That night, I fell asleep, but the moment I did, I was overwhelmed by an icy chill. It was like a wave of cold that washed over me, and with it came a suffocating sense of loneliness. It was as if I was drifting in a sea of sorrow and blackness. There was no warmth, no comfort, just an overwhelming sense of being completely alone. It was terrifying, worse than anything I had ever felt before. I tried to shake it off, tried to tell myself it was just a bad dream, but it felt so real. I felt paralyzed, unable to move, unable to breathe, as if the weight of the world was pressing down on me. It lasted for what felt like hours, but when I finally woke up, drenched in sweat, the feeling lingered. The next morning, I tried to reach my fiancé. I called him several times, but there was no answer. I sent him messages, asking if he was okay, but still no response. I started to panic, the nagging feeling in the back of my mind growing louder. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something was wrong. I called his parents, asking if they had heard from him, but they hadn't. They tried to reassure me that he was probably just sleeping in or busy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. It wasn't until around 6 p.m. that the phone call came, the one that would change everything. I'll never forget the voice on the other end of the line, so calm and quiet, as if they were trying to keep it together, but I could hear the sorrow in their words. "Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Your fiancé passed away in his sleep." I felt the world shatter around me. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't process what I was hearing. My mind couldn't comprehend it. I remember dropping the phone, the sound of it hitting the floor barely registering in my brain. My body went cold, numb. It felt like I was being pulled into a vortex, sucked into the black hole of grief. The worst part was that I knew it was coming. I had felt it. The coldness, the sorrow, the overwhelming loneliness. It was him leaving me. It was like a deep, visceral knowing that I couldn't explain, that I didn't want to explain. But I felt it. He was gone. The following days were a blur. People came to offer their condolences, but it all felt so hollow. It didn't feel real. I couldn't believe it. My fiancé, the person I had spent years with, the father of our son, was gone. How could that be? How could he be gone? The man who promised me we'd be together, who held me tight the last time I saw him, was just gone. I returned home to Texas, but everything had changed. The house we had shared, the life we had built, it all felt foreign now. There was no warmth, no life. Just an empty shell where everything used to be. I couldn't bring myself to touch his things. I couldn't bring myself to even walk into the room we used to sleep in. I had to move forward for our son's sake, but every step felt like I was walking through fog, stumbling through a world that no longer made sense. The one thing that I knew for sure, though, was that I would never be the same. I had felt him leave. I had experienced it in the most visceral way possible. And even though I couldn't explain it, I knew it was real. I had lost him, and a part of me would never come back. It's been a while now, and the pain is still there, always lurking, always waiting to remind me. But I've learned to live with it. I still miss him every day, but I've found a way to keep going for our son. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand why I felt that coldness, that sorrow before I even knew what happened, but it's something I'll carry with me forever. It's a part of my story now, and it's something I can't erase. I remember the neighborhood across from my mom's house well. It was a quiet, comfortable area, with big trees lining the streets and well-kept homes that had manicured lawns. It was the kind of place where you could sit outside in the evening, have a barbecue, and not worry about much. My mom had been living there for a few years, and I'd often visit her on weekends. The people around here were friendly, and though I didn't know all of them well, the neighbors across the street stood out to me, especially their son. He was a 12-year-old boy with autism, tall and lanky for his age, with long arms and legs that made him seem out of place for someone his age. I'd see him out in the front yard when I came to visit, either playing with a ball or running around under the watchful eye of his caregiver. He was quiet, withdrawn, but harmless, or so I thought. Most of the time, he kept to himself, absorbed in whatever activity he was doing, and I'd wave or nod when I saw him. One afternoon about a year ago, I had just parked in front of my mom's house, about to walk inside when I noticed him standing by the edge of the curb. His face was turned down, and he was pacing slowly around the bottom of my car, looking underneath it with focus. I could see his ball had rolled under there. It wasn't a big deal, so I bent down and grabbed it for him, handing it to him with a quick smile. The boy looked up at me slowly, his gaze empty, distant. His head cocked to one side, as if he was trying to figure something out, and his mouth hung slightly open, just enough to be unsettling. His eyes, though, that was what got me. There was nothing in them, no life, no spark, just emptiness. It was like he was looking right through me. I smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to the moment, but he didn't react. He just stared at me silently, his long fingers curling around the ball, holding it like a baby might hold a stuffed animal. I felt a chill that I couldn't shake as I turned to walk back inside. I glanced over my shoulder, and he was still standing there, unmoving, just staring. My heart skipped a beat, but I told myself it was nothing, just a kid being a kid. Still, the image of him lingering there stuck with me, and I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in my chest. I dealt with kids who didn't understand social cues before, and I knew that sometimes they just didn't know how to react. But there was something about the way he looked at me that felt off, like something was wrong. When I got inside, I mentioned it casually to my then girlfriend. She didn't seem as troubled by it as I was. She gave me that comforting smile she always did when I was overthinking something. He probably wanted to say thank you, but was just confused about what to do, she said, dismissing my concerns. I tried to forget about it. After all, he was just a kid. But the next night, when I decided to stay over at my mom's, things took a turn. It was late autumn, and the Santa Ana winds were howling, sending leaves tumbling across the street and making the trees shake in a restless, eerie way. The wind sounded almost like a distant growl, and it was so strong that it rattled the windows in my mom's house. I was sitting in my old room upstairs, browsing the internet on my laptop, when I heard a loud crash from outside. It sounded like something had blown over in the street. I glanced out the window to see a trash can tumbling along the curb, pushed by the wind. I chuckled to myself and went back to my screen. But that was when I heard the sound that froze me. Beep, beep, beep. Front door open. The house alarm was going off. I knew the wind could blow the door open if it wasn't closed tightly enough. But hearing the alarm at that hour sent a spike of anxiety straight through me. My first instinct was to get up and check, but I froze for a moment, the cold air of the house suddenly feeling heavy against my skin. The hallway outside my room was dark, and I stumbled halfway to the light switch before finding it. I flicked the light on and froze, my blood turning to ice. Standing at the top of the stairs was the autistic boy from across the street. My stomach dropped. His figure was standing perfectly still, his head hanging loosely to one side, just like before. His mouth was slightly open, just enough for me to notice, but it wasn't the mouth that got me. It was his eyes, those lifeless, empty eyes. They stared at me with such intensity, but there was nothing behind them, no emotion. The room around me seemed to grow colder, and I could barely catch my breath. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart thudding in my chest. My first thought was to call out to my mom or someone, but I couldn't seem to make a sound. My legs felt like they were glued to the floor. I took a shaky breath, and, after what felt like a lifetime, forced myself to move. I stepped forward, feeling the icy air around him, and I took his cold, spindly hand in mine. His fingers felt wrong, too long, too cold. I tried not to flinch at the sensation, but I couldn't help it. His skin was as cold as ice, and his grip was unnaturally tight. I didn't know what was going through his mind, but something in me told me to get him out of there, to get him back across the street where he belonged. I led him down the stairs, my heart still racing, every part of me screaming that this wasn't right. The house felt suffocating, like it was closing in on me. His steps were silent, and he followed me without a word, still staring at me with those vacant eyes. We reached the front door, and I opened it slowly, glancing out into the street to make sure no one else was around. The air was thick with the wind, and the streetlights flickered in the distance. I looked back at the boy, whose gaze had never wavered. I couldn't get the door shut fast enough. I walked him across the street, keeping a tight hold on his hand. When we reached his front porch, I pushed open the door. It was unlocked. The light inside the house was dim, and the air smelled stale, like it hadn't been used in a while. I walked him inside, unsure of what to do, but knowing I couldn't leave him out there. His caregiver had to be around here somewhere, right? The door was still wide open behind him, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though I was the one watching him. I quickly turned and hurried back across the street, not looking back until I reached the safety of my mom's house. I made sure the door was locked tight this time. I double-checked, triple-checked the locks, and even moved a chair in front of it just to be sure. My mind was racing, and I couldn't shake the cold feeling that had settled deep in my bones. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't put my finger on it. The next morning, the house felt normal again, as if nothing had happened. The sun was up, the winds had died down, and everything seemed just as it should be. But I couldn't forget the boy's face, the empty, hollow eyes staring at me like he was searching for something, or worse, like he knew something I didn't. I never saw him in quite the same way again after that night. I kept my distance whenever I saw him out in the yard, even if he was just playing with his ball. There was always that lingering feeling in the back of my mind that something was off. I didn't know what, but it was there, and I couldn't shake it. Looking back, I still can't explain why he came into the house that night. I still don't know what was going through his mind, or why he looked at me like that. Maybe he was just confused, maybe something was wrong in his world, but I couldn't ignore the unease that settled in my gut every time I thought about that moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was hiding behind those vacant eyes, something that would stay with me long after that night. And no matter how many times I tried to convince myself it was just a misunderstanding, I couldn't help but wonder, what was he really trying to tell me? I remember that December like it was yesterday. It was a few days before Christmas, and my friend and I were finally free from our exams. We were headed home, trying to shake off the stress from a long semester. The street was quiet, the cold air seeping through the car's vents as we cruised down a major intersection, about to hit a red light. It was the kind of stillness that felt oddly peaceful, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was just the exhaustion creeping in, but whatever it was, I had no idea how close I was to something that would shake me to my core. The light turned red, and I slowed down, coming to a complete stop in the right lane, the sidewalk beside me just a few feet away. There were 6 cars in front of me, all of us waiting for the light to change, with a side street branching off to my right. I was keeping my distance, ensuring I had a good few meters between me and the other vehicles. My friend was on his phone, probably trying to distract himself from the stress of finals, while I stared ahead at the red light, zoning out a little, watching the soft glow of the traffic signal. Then, out of nowhere, I heard tires screeching, a loud, violent sound that sent a jolt through me. My heart skipped a beat before the crash hit. There was a sickening thud, followed by the sound of metal scraping against metal. My car jerked forward with a force that caught me off guard, and I immediately checked my rearview mirror. I was hit. I glanced out the side window and saw the vehicle behind me had slammed into the back right side of my car. I could feel the panic creeping up my throat, but I forced myself to stay calm. My friend had already started looking around, the same realization dawning on him. I quickly put the car in park and turned off the engine, telling him we needed to exchange information. We got out of the car, our movements sharp and methodical, trying to keep it together. The other driver, a man probably in his 40s, seemed just as rattled as I was. He apologized repeatedly. I took a deep breath and gave him my details while he did the same. We started taking pictures of the cars, trying to document the damage. The whole time, I couldn't stop thinking about how lucky I was that it wasn't worse. As I snapped a few pictures of the street signs, making sure to include the angle of both cars, I noticed the vehicles coming up from the north. I made sure to wait for a gap in the traffic before stepping into the left southbound lane, trying to get a clear shot. Everything felt like it was going in slow motion. Then, I heard a screeching sound. It wasn't tires this time. It was something else, something more immediate. I turned just in time to see a car speeding toward me, drifting into the lane I had just stepped into. My heart skipped again, only this time it was fear real and raw. The car was going fast, too fast, and it was coming directly toward me. I froze for a moment, unable to react. It missed me by a foot, its headlights blinding, the car just barely grazing the edge of my peripheral vision. It was going easily 70 kilometers per hour, probably faster. If I hadn't been paying attention, if I had taken just another second to finish that damn photo, I wouldn't be here writing this. The driver didn't even slow down. He just sped off, disappearing into the distance. I stood there frozen, my knees weak beneath me. The whole world seemed to tilt for a second, and I had to take a deep breath to steady myself. My friend came over, asking if I was okay, and I nodded, still in shock. I felt like I had just dodged a bullet, but at that moment, I wasn't sure whether I should laugh or cry. Instead, we just went back to the cars and finished up with the insurance exchange, everything feeling surreal. 2 days later, I was paintballing with that same friend and a couple of others. We were playing a few games at an outdoor field, and in between rounds, we took a break in the lobby. As usual, Everyone was supposed to put their markers on safety, making sure to cover the barrels. I leaned back against the wall, trying to rest for a minute when my friend asked if he could borrow some money to buy more paintballs. I reached into my pocket, took out my wallet, and handed it to him without thinking much of it. Just as I leaned to the right to pass him the wallet, I heard a loud splat against the wall next to me. I jumped back, startled, but I didn't fully comprehend what had happened until I turned and saw the paint splatter on the wall where my head should have been. I turned just in time to see one of the other kids across the room putting his marker down on the table. The barrel cover retention bungee had snapped, and the safety on the marker malfunctioned, causing the paintball gun to fire. If I hadn't leaned back, if I hadn't shifted my body just a few inches to the right, I would have been hit square in the eye. That shot would have been 250 feet per second, and it could have done some serious damage. It felt like another near miss, another close call, but this one was almost too much to ignore. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the feeling of how close I had come to something far worse. A few days later, after the paintball incident, we all went out drinking. A group of us walked down a major street, making our way to a bar. I'm a fast walker by nature, so I was always a few steps ahead of everyone else, stopping every 25 meters to turn and check that my friends were keeping up. On this night, it was colder than usual, and I was in a rush to get to our destination, so I decided to keep walking ahead without stopping. For some reason, though, as I was about to continue walking, I turned around and shouted back to my friends that I'd meet them inside. No sooner had I said that than I heard the roar of an engine, louder than I'd ever heard before. I turned just in time to see a Porsche speeding toward me. The car barely a few meters away, its engine roaring, tires screeching. The car was out of control, and I watched in absolute horror as it slammed into the west wall of a building at a right angle. The impact was so violent that half of the engine compartment caved in, airbags deployed, and the windows shattered. I stood there, staring at the wreckage, heart racing in my chest. If I had kept walking, if I hadn't turned around, I would have been directly between the Porsche and the building. The car was barely 10 meters from where I had been walking just moments before. The thought of it still sends a chill down my spine. I could have been crushed. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the string of events that had led me to this point. 3 times, I had narrowly escaped death. It felt like the universe was trying to send me some kind of message, but I couldn't make sense of it. It all felt random, almost as if I was just lucky to be alive. But deep down, something was gnawing at me, telling me that there was more to it than just luck. 2 days later, it was Boxing Day morning. I had been up and down throughout the night, anxious and excited about the shopping spree I was planning with my friend. We had been talking about it for weeks, looking forward to picking up some deals. But that night, I had a dream that left me rattled. In the dream, I was jumping out of a panel door van, holding a rope in my hand, though I had no idea why. My mind knew one thing: someone was trying to kill me. As soon as my feet hit the ground, I found myself standing in my own driveway. I ran inside the house, tying the rope to the doorknob. On the other end, I knew there was someone dangerous, tied to it. I locked all the doors, barricaded the windows, and called 911. But when I told the operator what was happening, she said every officer was busy, and no one could come to help me. I hung up, panicked, looking around the house, feeling the walls closing in. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it all, I noticed something. The rope had been cut. I froze, panic flooding my body. The next thing I heard was the sound of footsteps. Someone was coming down the stairs. I could see their foot hit the first step, and that was when I woke up, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The first words I said, even before I could process the nightmare, were, "Slender Man." That week, I felt like I had been caught in a web of near-death experiences, each one leaving me with more questions than answers. What was I supposed to make of it all? Was I being watched, or was it just a string of coincidences? All I knew was that I was lucky, no more than that. I had come face to face with death multiple times in just a few short days. I wasn't sure if there was a reason, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't taking another moment for granted. I never thought a day would come when I'd wake up and find out my uncle was gone. I still can't believe it. It feels like I'm walking through a fog when I think about it. But I suppose it's what happens when someone you love slips away so quickly, so suddenly, without warning. It all started when I got that call. It was my mom on the other end, her voice shaky, and I could hear the fear in her tone. "Sweetheart, your uncle's in the hospital," she said. "His heart's giving out again. You know he's had those problems for years, but it's worse now." I immediately sat up. My mind raced as I thought of all the memories I had with him. Uncle Dennis had always been larger than life to me. He wasn't just my uncle. He was like the older brother I never had. His humor could light up any room, and his laugh, oh, his laugh, was something I could never forget. It was deep like a belly laugh, the kind that made everyone around him laugh, too, even if they didn't understand why. He was always quick with a joke, a sarcastic quip, or a well-timed pun that would leave you in stitches. Even when things weren't going well, Uncle Dennis knew how to make you smile. That night, we got through to him at the hospital. He was hooked up to machines, his voice weak, but still unmistakably him. As soon as he heard our voices, I could hear that familiar chuckle, even though it was strained. He was in pain, but he still made sure we knew he was all right. "You guys should see this," he said. "It's like a damn science experiment. They've got me hooked up to everything but the kitchen sink." We all laughed, even though the tears were welling up in my eyes. I was crying, but I was trying not to show it. I could barely get words out through the tears. I wanted to tell him I loved him, that I'd always remember our jokes and the good times we had. But I never got the chance. The conversation was short. They told us they had to let him rest, and the phone call ended abruptly. I couldn't even say goodbye, or tell him one last time how much he meant to me. I just hung up the phone and stared at the wall, the tears falling freely now. The next day, the call came that I had been dreading. "He's gone," my mom said, her voice trembling. "He passed away this morning." I could feel my heart drop into my stomach. How could he be gone? Just yesterday, he was cracking jokes on the phone. I didn't know how to process it, didn't know what to feel. It didn't seem real. The hardest part was knowing I hadn't gotten to say those words I needed to say. But my mom said something that made the tiniest bit of sense in all the confusion. He wanted us to know first. He wanted you to know how much he loved you before anything else. The next morning, I woke up with a start. My eyes snapped open, wide awake, and I had no idea why. It wasn't like I had set an alarm or anything, but there I was fully awake, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding a little faster than usual. I just had a strange feeling, like something was off. I looked around the room. Everything was the same as it always had been. My walls, the pictures of my family, the old clock on my dresser ticking away. But there was something about the air that felt different. My breath felt shallow, like I wasn't alone. I glanced to the side, and my eyes froze. There, hovering in the corner of the room near the door, was an orb. It was small, a faint glow, like a speck of light. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, maybe a dust particle catching the rays from the window. But then it moved. Slowly, almost as if it was floating on its own, it drifted from one wall to the other, like it had purpose. It wasn't just a random speck of light. It had a direction, a movement that seemed deliberate. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't someone who believed in things like spirits or ghosts. And yet, in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was different. That orb seemed so familiar, so purposeful. It wasn't random. I sat up in bed, my eyes locked on the orb as it moved from one side of the room to the other. My heart beat a little faster as I whispered, barely above a breath. Are you my Uncle Dennis?" The orb stopped. Just stopped midair. I blinked, and it lingered there for a moment. It felt like time slowed down in that moment, like everything else had disappeared, and it was just me and the orb. Then, without warning, it moved. It flew straight over to the picture I had of Uncle Dennis on the wall. The picture was one of the many memories I had of him. Us at a family picnic, him grinning wide, a beer in hand, the kind of carefree smile that seemed like he had no worries in the world. And now, here was this orb, floating right over it, as if it were pointing to him. A chill ran down my spine, and I swear, in that moment, I felt a presence. Not something eerie or unsettling, but something comforting, familiar. It wasn't like anything I had experienced before. It didn't feel like a ghost or anything supernatural. It just felt like him. Like my uncle was there, somehow, still checking in on me. And then I heard it. A voice, soft but clear, whispering right in my ear. It was his voice. I could hear it so clearly, as though he was standing right beside me. Because it fucking wanted to, it has his rights. The words caught me off guard, but in that split second, I knew exactly what it meant. That was the ending to one of our favorite jokes, one that I had heard him tell 100 times. It was a joke that always made me laugh, even when things weren't going well. Even now, I couldn't help but smile through the tears that welled up in my eyes. The orb floated away, slowly disappearing as if it had done what it came to do. My heart didn't feel as heavy anymore. I wasn't scared. I was at peace. I laid back down, my hands trembling slightly, and I closed my eyes. I could still hear his voice in my mind, still feel that comfort that only Uncle Dennis could give. I wasn't sure if it was him, or just my mind trying to hold on to him in some way, but either way, it didn't matter. It was the final piece of closure I needed. It wasn't about the orb, or the voice, or anything strange. It was about him. It was about knowing that, somehow, he was still with me. Still making sure I remembered the good times. Still reminding me of the way he made me laugh. The next few days felt different. I couldn't explain it. I felt a sense of peace, a sense of closure that I hadn't thought I'd find. It wasn't because of some supernatural occurrence or strange happenings. It was because I knew in that moment that Uncle Dennis was all right. That wherever he was still the same funny, sarcastic, larger-than-life person he had always been. I miss him. I miss his jokes, his laughter, the way he could always make everything better. But in some strange way, I feel like he's still here. Not in some ghostly way, but in the memories, in the laughter, in the way he would always find a way to make light of things. So, I can't say goodbye. Not really. Because even though he's gone from this world, Uncle Dennis will always be with me in a way that no one can take away. And maybe that's the way he wanted it. A reminder that love, humor, and the good times we shared are the things that live on. And I'm okay with that. I really am. Miss you, Dennis. Always will. We had been planning this trip for months, ever since we had finally wrapped up our final exams and completed our college degrees. My friend, Kyle, and I decided we'd celebrate by taking a road trip from our home state in the Midwest all the way down to Florida. Neither of us had been to Florida before, and we figured this would be the perfect way to cap off our time as students. We made a plan to take our time, stop in a few places along the way, and just enjoy the freedom before we started worrying about jobs and real-world responsibilities. The first night of our trip, we decided to stay in Atlanta, Georgia. After a long day on the road, we were eager to stretch our legs and find somewhere to have a few drinks. We weren't really familiar with the city, but after a quick search on Yelp, we found a dive bar called the Highlander that seemed pretty chill. It had the sort of low-key vibe that felt right for us. Nothing too fancy, just a spot to relax and take a load off. When we got there, the place was packed with people, mostly locals. We grabbed a couple of beers and found a small table near the back, just trying to unwind. It wasn't long before a couple came up to us. They looked about our age, maybe a year or two older, and they were friendly enough. The guy had a strong handshake, with one of those confident grins that made you feel like he could be a friend within minutes. His girlfriend was a bit quieter, but just as friendly. They asked where we were from, and after a bit of small talk, we learned that they were from Rockford, Illinois. We'd grown up just a couple of hours away from each other, so it was funny that we had ended up in the same bar all the way down in Atlanta. They told us they had just graduated too, and they were taking a road trip of their own, headed down south for some fun. We spent the next couple of hours chatting about college life, shared experiences, and the excitement of being out of school. The conversation was easy, natural. We shared a few laughs and swapped stories, and it honestly felt like we'd known them for years. We didn't get into anything too deep, just a lot of surface-level stuff. The kind of talking you do when you meet people and want to pass the time. Eventually, the time came to leave. They mentioned that they were heading back to their hotel, but Kyle and I were planning to check out another bar, so we said our goodbyes. As we stood outside, the guy gave us a wave, and we walked in the opposite direction. He and his girlfriend got into their black 2005 BMW Z4 convertible. The top was down, and as they pulled away, I noticed the Chicago Bears decal on the back of the car. I remember thinking it was a little odd, but I didn't think much of it. We didn't know each other well enough to exchange phone numbers or anything like that. We were just two pairs of strangers passing through the same place at the same time. It was one of those things that would be forgotten by most people the next day, and I never thought about it again, not really. Kyle and I stayed out a little longer before heading back to the hotel ourselves, tired but happy with how the night had gone. We slept in late the next morning, hungover as hell, and when we finally managed to drag ourselves out of bed, we knew we had to keep moving. We had a long way to go, and we had to get on the road if we were going to make it to Florida. We grabbed some fast food on the way out of Atlanta and got onto Route 75, the highway that would take us south. But of course, like all long road trips, things didn't go smoothly. We ran into horrible traffic just outside of Atlanta. The cars were barely moving. We sat there for over an hour, inching along, cursing at our bad luck. It felt like it was going to last forever, and in the midst of our frustration, I remember wondering how bad the accident ahead must have been to cause this kind of delay. When we finally reached the source of the traffic, it didn't take long to see why everything had slowed to a crawl. The accident was bad, really bad. There were blue tarps spread out on the road, covering something or someone. People were standing by the side of the highway, gawking at the scene, taking it all in. It was the kind of thing you don't want to look at, but at the same time, you couldn't look away. I could see a wrecked black BMW Z4, the top down, just like the one from the night before. It was upside down, its wheels pointing to the sky. The car was mangled beyond recognition. The first thing I noticed was the Chicago Bears decal on the back, the same one I'd seen last night, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. My eyes moved to the tarps. The blue fabric was wrinkled and stiff in the heat of the day, and it was obvious that something was underneath. At first, I thought it was just the wrecked car that was the main part of the accident. But no, there were bodies under those tarps. I could feel my stomach turn as the reality set in. This wasn't just a fender bender or a mild crash. This was something far worse. I didn't want to think about it, but my mind kept wandering back to the couple we had met the night before. The black BMW, the couple from Rockford. They were the same age as Kyle and me. We had just been talking to them, laughing, making plans for our own futures. And now, here they were, dead in an accident. I couldn't help but think how absurd it all was. It didn't make sense. They had seemed so full of life, so full of plans, just like us. As we drove slowly past the scene, I couldn't help but notice something that would stay with me forever. Just to the side of the tarps, near the wrecked car, was a severed arm. It was still uncovered, lying there in the road like it didn't belong to anyone anymore. It was right next to one of the tarps, and the sight of it hit me hard. It looked so unnatural. A part of someone's body, discarded and forgotten. It was as if their life had been ripped away, leaving nothing but a mangled car and a body part on the ground. I had never seen anything like that before, and I couldn't shake the image from my mind for the rest of the trip. The whole scene felt so surreal. I kept thinking back to our conversation, their bright smiles, the easy connection we'd made. They had been just two normal people, ready to start their lives after graduation, just like us. Now all of that was gone. Kyle and I didn't say much for the rest of the drive. We both just kept our eyes on the road, the silence between us heavy. I kept thinking about the couple, about what might have happened if things had been different. If they hadn't decided to leave the bar with us. If we had stayed longer. It was hard to shake that feeling of guilt, even though there was nothing I could have done. It wasn't until we stopped for gas a few miles down the road that we talked about it. We were both still quiet, but Kyle finally spoke up. "You think it was them?" he asked, his voice low. I nodded, not sure what to say. "Yeah, I think it was. We didn't know their names. We didn't even exchange anything other than small talk, but somehow, the whole situation haunted me. I thought about them a lot during the rest of the trip, and even afterward. What would they have been doing now? They were probably planning on getting married soon, from what they'd said. Maybe they'd have kids by now. Maybe they would have built a life together. The whole thing felt so unfair. It was a harsh reminder of how fragile life really is, how quickly everything can change. And even though I didn't know them, I couldn't help but feel their absence, like a hole where there used to be a possibility, a future that would never come to be. By the time we made it to Florida, I had mostly pushed the incident to the back of my mind, but it still lingered. Every time I passed a black BMW, every time I saw a Chicago Bears decal, I thought about them. And sometimes, when I was alone, I'd find myself wondering how their families were holding up, what their friends were doing. What would their lives have been like if they had just gotten to the place they were going? It wasn't fair. It never is. I'll never know the full story, the details of what happened that night or the days leading up to it. But I do know one thing for sure. They were my age, and they were gone just like that. It's a reality that's hard to accept. And as much as I wish I could forget it, I don't think I ever will. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the road as my friend and I cruised down the familiar streets of our small town. It had been another average day at high school, filled with the usual mix of classes and friends. I wasn't in any hurry to get home, but I was looking forward to a quiet evening, just zoning out at home or maybe playing some games. My friend was driving. We'd been friends since middle school, and he'd just gotten his license a couple months ago. He was still getting used to the feeling of having some freedom behind the wheel. We approached the intersection near the center of town, a big red light staring us down. It was a busy spot with cars coming from all directions, so we slowed down to a stop and waited. The light turned green for the left turn lane, and my friend, in his usual way, wasn't exactly the most patient driver. He hit the gas a bit too fast. The tires squealed as we shot forward, the engine revving a little more than necessary. I turned my head to look at him with a half smile, but then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There was a pickup truck behind us. It wasn't any old truck. It was a green, beat-up pickup that had been sitting behind us at the red light. But now, as we accelerated, it shot up next to us on the left. I glanced over quickly. The man driving was bald, his face hard and twisted with anger. His eyes were locked on us, and even though his window was rolled up, I could see his mouth moving. He was clearly yelling something, but all I could make out was the shape of his lips and the intensity in his expression. It made my skin crawl. I didn't know what to do. My friend, who hadn't even noticed, kept his foot on the gas, cruising through the intersection. But I felt the unease settle deep in my chest. We were already at the next light when it happened, another red. I looked over again, and sure enough, the truck had pulled up right next to us again, this time on the left side, as we waited for the light to change. I wasn't sure what to expect. Maybe the guy was just angry about us cutting him off a little with the acceleration, but something about his face told me that wasn't it. He was unpredictable. I could feel my heart racing in my chest as I watched him. And then, without warning, he raised his hand. Not to wave or gesture, but to make a motion with his fingers. He shaped them into a gun. His finger pointed directly at us, then at his own head. He made a pulling motion with his hand, mimicking the trigger. I froze. My friend, who had been blissfully unaware until that moment, now turned his head too, and his face drained of color as he saw what was happening. I watched in horror as the man slowly started reaching for something inside his truck. His movements were slow, deliberate. My pulse shot through the roof. The light turned green. I could see my friend's knuckles turning white on the steering wheel. He glanced at me, and without saying a word, we both knew what we had to do. My mind raced with a million thoughts. The last thing I wanted was to escalate things further, but that guy was definitely not just angry about a quick start. I didn't want to take any chances. My friend slammed his foot on the gas, and the car lurched forward. We shot through the intersection, but I couldn't stop looking in the rearview mirror. The truck was on our tail now, pushing hard, following us closely. It was right on our bumper. The feeling of panic began to set in, and it felt like the world had narrowed down to just the sound of my heartbeat and the engine of the car. "Just keep going," I said, my voice tight. My throat felt dry, but I didn't want to panic him. The last thing we needed was to lose focus. We turned onto the next street, trying to get a little distance. But no matter how fast my friend drove, that truck was still right there, following. The guy was relentless, like he had nothing to lose. I couldn't figure out why he was doing this. What did we do to provoke him? It didn't make sense. I knew the area pretty well, so I started thinking of a way to shake him off. We were getting close to my neighborhood, and I figured that maybe, just maybe, I could lead him there and lose him in the maze of streets. I told my friend to take the next turn quickly, hoping that the familiarity of the roads might help us. We sped into my neighborhood, taking sharp turns, hoping to get far enough ahead of him. I kept glancing back, and sure enough, the truck was still there, just as close as before. The adrenaline surged, and I could feel my hands clammy on my lap. When we hit the next corner, I had an idea. Take a hard left up ahead, into the subdivision. Go fast, I urged him. We shot down the street, tires screeching as we raced around the curve. The truck was still following, but it felt like we were getting further ahead. We finally pulled into a cul-de-sac. My heart was pounding in my chest. The plan was simple. Park behind a car in a driveway and lay low. Maybe, just maybe, the guy would pass us by without realizing we were there. We parked, shut off the lights, and held our breath. We sat in complete silence, listening to the sound of the truck's engine rumbling down the road. My stomach twisted in knots. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't stop glancing nervously out of the window. I tried to tell myself it would be okay, but the thought of that man, of what he had been willing to do, was stuck in my head. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we saw the green truck drive past the entrance to the cul-de-sac. The tension in my chest melted away. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding. He didn't turn down our street. He kept going. It was like a weight lifted off of me. We were safe. We sat there for a few more minutes, trying to calm down. It felt surreal, like it hadn't actually happened. My friend looked over at me, his eyes wide, and I could see the shock on his face. We were both breathing hard, trying to process what had just happened. "I don't even know what to say," he finally muttered. His voice was shaky, just like mine. I nodded, still trying to wrap my head around everything. It was like some kind of nightmare, but it had been real. We couldn't stop thinking about the gun gesture, about how close we had come to something awful. I couldn't shake the image of that man's face out of my head. What if he had had a real gun? What if things had gone differently? After a while, I pulled out my phone, my hands still trembling, and called the police. I explained everything, how the truck had followed us, how the man had made those threatening gestures, how we had narrowly escaped. The dispatcher was calm but took it seriously, saying they'd send an officer over to take a report. We waited in silence until the officer arrived, and we gave him the details. The officer asked a few questions, and then assured us that we had done the right thing by getting away and calling for help. "It's good you were able to get out of there," he said. "You don't know what people like that are capable of." Eventually, the officer left, and we decided to take a moment before heading home. My friend and I still hadn't fully processed what had happened, but we were both relieved that we had managed to get away. It felt like a weight was lifted, but the fear lingered. I couldn't stop thinking about what could have happened if we hadn't been able to lose him. The days that followed felt odd. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting that truck to be there, but it never came. I never saw that man again, but the memory of his face, of the gun gesture, stayed with me. It was a reminder of how quickly things could turn dangerous, how quickly the situation could escalate. You never know what someone else is capable of. I was grateful for the officer's help, for the way we managed to stay calm enough to figure things out. We made it out of that mess safely, but I never forgot that feeling of terror, of not knowing what was going to happen next. The whole experience made me more aware of the world around me, more cautious, and more thankful for the small things, like the security of knowing I made it home that night. It was around last year, sometime in early fall when the days were still hot, but the nights were getting colder. I remember because we had just come back from a long weekend, and everything still felt a little bit slow, like nobody really wanted to get back into the routine. Classes were dragging, and people were already starting to talk about midterms, even though it felt way too early for that. That week started out normal. I was mostly busy with schoolwork and just hanging out with my housemates, not really paying much attention to anything outside of my little bubble. We lived in a rental house a couple blocks from campus, old and a little creaky, but it was cheap and close enough to walk to class. I had a few classes with people I wasn't super close to, just classmates really, but you know how it is in university. Everyone sort of knows everyone, even if just by face. One of those people was this guy, Mark. Not his real name, but close enough. We weren't really friends, more like people who said hi when we crossed paths. He lived in one of the dorms that were closer to the base of the mountain, where the campus sort of just faded into woods and wild land. I didn't really keep tabs on him or anything. He was just another face in the crowd most of the time. It wasn't until that Thursday night that I even realized something was wrong. I was lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone while my housemates were making noise in the kitchen, trying to figure out what to cook for dinner. One of them, Ryan, shouted from across the house for all of us to come over. I figured he just wanted help deciding on pizza toppings or something stupid, so I got up kind of annoyed and walked into the kitchen. Everyone was gathered around Ryan's laptop. I could hear the faint buzz of a live stream or a news report, but it wasn't until I got closer that I saw what they were watching. It was the university's official Facebook page, and there was a breaking news alert flashing at the top of the feed. 2 bodies found at Pine Springs, it said. Pine Springs was a small spring-fed pond tucked way back at the far end of campus, almost at the foot of the mountain. It wasn't a place students usually went, except maybe for the occasional party or hike. It wasn't maintained by the school, and it always had this sort of forgotten, overgrown look to it whenever you passed by. At first, I didn't connect it to anything. I just felt that cold, prickling feeling that you get when something bad has happened near where you live. We watched the report in silence. There weren't a lot of details, just that 2 bodies had been found floating in the water earlier that afternoon by a groundskeeper. The police were investigating, but no foul play was suspected yet. Ryan clicked into the comments, and that's when the unease really started to sink in. People were already speculating. Some said it was drugs, others said it was a suicide pact, a few said maybe it was a murder after all. One comment stood out though, one that said something like, "Wasn't there a missing persons report out earlier this week?" Another one said, "They found one of the missing guys from Weaver Hall?" Weaver Hall was the dorm Mark lived in. I felt this sudden twist in my stomach. It didn't feel real yet, but something about it made the air feel thicker, heavier. I scrolled through my own feed and sure enough, someone had posted a missing persons bulletin from the campus police from a few days ago. I hadn't even seen it before. Mark's face was there, smiling awkwardly in what looked like an old student ID photo. I just stood there for a second, staring at the screen, not really able to process it. My housemates were murmuring to each other, throwing out guesses and half-formed theories, but I felt like I was underwater. It didn't make sense. People didn't just go missing. Not here. Not someone I sort of knew. Not like this. We started trying to piece together what we could. We remembered seeing Mark a week or so ago. Someone thought they saw him at the cafeteria on Friday. Another said they thought they heard him talking about going out to the Springs that weekend. Nobody knew for sure. Nobody had been close enough to him to know what his plans were. Panic started setting in after that. Ryan grabbed his keys, saying he was going to head over to Weaver Hall to talk to some of Mark's dorm mates. A few others followed. I stayed behind for a minute, trying to call a couple friends who were closer to Mark than I was. One of them, Darren, said he was already on his way to the Springs to see if he could find out anything. I told him to be careful. I don't know why I said that. It just felt necessary. I threw on a jacket and jogged out to Ryan's car. The drive to Weaver Hall was short, barely a few minutes, but it felt like it took forever. We didn't talk much. Nobody knew what to say. When we got there, the dorm was buzzing. People were standing outside, whispering in little groups. A few police cars were parked along the curb, their lights flashing lazily, casting blue and red shadows across the grass. It didn't look real. It looked like something from TV. We tried to talk to some of Mark's dorm mates, but they didn't know much more than we did. Just that he'd been missing since Saturday. He hadn't come back after heading out with another guy from a different dorm, someone nobody knew very well. They said Mark had been acting normal before that. Maybe a little stressed about school, but who wasn't? The hours dragged after that. I kept checking my phone, waiting for updates. Darren texted me around midnight, saying they couldn't get close to the Springs. The police had already closed off the area, taping it off and posting guards. They weren't letting anyone near the water. The bodies were already gone, taken away for autopsy. It was all just waiting after that. Waiting and speculating. Some people said it was drugs. Others said it was some kind of fraternity hazing gone wrong. There were rumors about secret initiations that involved swimming in the Springs at night, some kind of test of bravery. None of it made any sense to me. It wasn't until the next morning that we got the first real confirmation. A local news site posted an article about the bodies being identified. The names were listed, but Mark's last name was misspelled. It didn't matter. We all knew it was him. It hit like a punch to the chest. I sat on the floor of our living room, staring at my phone, reading the article over and over. It said the 2 of them had drowned. That was the official cause of death. No signs of foul play. Just a tragic accident. It should have felt final. But it didn't. It felt messy and wrong and unfinished. Later, we found out more details, the kind of details you don't want to know, but can't stop thinking about once you hear them. Mark and the other guy had gone out to the Springs late Saturday night. It was supposed to be just a swim, maybe a few drinks. Maybe they dared each other. Maybe they just thought it would be fun. The water there is cold, even in the summer. Spring-fed deep, with steep banks that are hard to climb. If you jump in and panic, there's not much you can do. It's easy to cramp up, easy to get pulled under. They drowned that night. Both of them. Nobody noticed they were missing at first. It wasn't unusual for students to go off the grid for a day or two, especially over a long weekend. By the time anyone really started looking, it was too late. The bodies stayed in the water for days, bloated, broken down by the cold and the creatures that lived there. Crayfish, mostly, and other scavengers. They chewed at the skin, at the softer parts. When the bodies floated up, they didn't even look human anymore. The skin was torn and peeling, the eyes clouded over. The police said it looked like lash marks at first, long thin wounds all over their bodies. That's why some people thought it was a beating or an initiation gone wrong. But it wasn't. It was just nature doing what it does. Slow, cruel, and methodical. I couldn't stop picturing it. Mark, trapped underwater, struggling, gasping. The cold closing in. His body sinking down into that black water. His last moments, alone and terrified. It haunted me for weeks after. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. I saw the springs, dark and still, hiding their secrets under the surface. I stopped walking past that side of campus. I couldn't even look at the mountain without feeling that knot in my stomach. The university held a memorial service a few days later. It was small, quiet, respectful. They set up a little shrine near the student union, with pictures of Mark and the other guy, and people left flowers and notes. I stood there for a long time, not really sure what to feel. Grief, guilt, fear. It all got mixed together into something heavy that sat on my chest. I didn't know Mark well, but I kept thinking about how easy it would have been for it to be any of us. A stupid decision, a dare, a moment of bad luck. That's all it takes sometimes. The spring was closed off after that. Fenced in, warning signs posted everywhere. The administration said it was too dangerous, that it had been a liability for years. They should have done it sooner, but like a lot of things, it took something tragic to finally make them act. Life moved on eventually. People stopped talking about it. The new semester came, and the freshmen who arrived didn't even know about what happened. The grass grew back around the fence, and the signs faded in the sun. But I still remember. I remember how small and helpless it made me feel. How easy it is to disappear. How the world keeps spinning, even after something terrible happens. How silence can swallow you whole if you let it. It didn't make me stronger. It didn't teach me some big important lesson. It just left a scar, quiet and invisible, but deep. Sometimes late at night, when the wind blows in from the mountain and rattles the windows of our old house, I think about Mark. I think about that night and the black water, and how sometimes the scariest things aren't the monsters in the woods or the ghosts in old buildings. Sometimes it's just bad luck, a bad decision, a quiet mistake that nobody sees until it's too late. And there's nothing you can do but remember. It was the summer of 2002, and I had been hitchhiking across the United States for a few months, seeking adventure and the freedom that came with it. I didn't have a clear destination, just a general sense of wanting to explore the unknown. That was how I found myself on a two-lane highway, late one evening, heading into the Mark Twain National Forest near Ironton, Missouri. I had been on the road for hours, getting lifts from kind strangers, and talking to people who seemed to have no idea how lost I was in my own mind. By the time the sun had dipped below the horizon, I was miles from the nearest town, with only a faint outline of trees against the night sky. It was about 11 p.m. when we reached the state road that led into the forest, and I realized we were too late to navigate the area. The moon was barely a sliver, and the stars were few, obscured by the heavy canopy of trees. I had been traveling with a couple of other folks for the past few days, and we were on our way to a rainbow gathering, something I had only heard whispers about. There had been talk of people coming together, setting up a temporary village, living off the land, and celebrating a shared sense of community. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it felt like the perfect place to spend some time. Our destination was supposed to be the Seed Camp, a small, early arrival location where people gathered to set things up for the larger event. But with it being so late, we didn't want to risk wandering in the dark. We decided to pull over on the side of the road and wait until morning. It wasn't exactly a comfortable stop. The road was narrow, the trees thick and pressing in on us, and the night air had a damp chill to it. Still, we decided to sleep in the van and wait for dawn. I laid back on the seat, trying to make the best of it, but it wasn't long before something started bothering me. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me after a long day of travel. The night was alive with sounds, the occasional rustle of leaves, the distant call of owls, and the subtle hum of insects. But there was something else, something strange. It started faintly at first, what sounded like children's laughter. high-pitched, playful, but distant. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured maybe it was just someone out there, camping or doing something in the forest. But then it continued. It wasn't a few giggles here and there, but something that went on for hours. It sounded like an entire playground of kids, laughter, shouting, even the occasional scream. It was so vivid, so real, that at times it felt like we were parked right next to a crowded schoolyard. The weird thing, there was no one else around. We were miles from any public road, let alone a school or neighborhood. The closest town was probably 10 miles away, and it was the middle of the night. No one would be out here, especially not a group of children. Still, the sounds persisted, growing louder and then softer, never quite fading away. It was disorienting and unsettling. I tossed and turned in the back of the van, trying to ignore it, but sleep wouldn't come. The others were awake too, staring out into the dark. One of them, a guy named Jake, finally spoke up. "You guys hear that?" he asked, his voice tight. "It's like kids. It's gotta be." "It's too late for that," I muttered. "There's no one out here." Jake didn't reply. We all just lay there in silence, listening to the distant sounds of children playing in the woods. The night stretched on, and the sounds never stopped. It was like the forest was alive with them, an endless game of tag that seemed to echo around us. At some point, I must have drifted off, because when I woke, the first light of dawn was just starting to creep over the horizon. The forest around us was still and quiet now, the playful noises from the night before completely gone. We got out of the van, stiff from a night of poor sleep, and stretched our legs. The morning light revealed the winding road we had pulled off, leading deeper into the woods. We packed up our things, and with the sounds of the forest gradually waking up around us, we set off toward the seed camp. The landscape was beautiful, but there was something eerie about it too. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the trees seemed to stand watch over everything, silent and imposing. We followed the road, trying to stay on track. There were no signs, no markers, but we knew we were heading in the right direction. We passed a few other early arrivals who were gathering around campfires, but there was no real community yet, just scattered groups of people. We eventually found the seed camp location, and as the sun climbed higher in the sky, we set up our camp. At its peak, there were maybe 150 people in the area, but in the early days, it was just a handful of us. A small group, just enough to get things started. We spent the morning setting up tents, gathering firewood, and preparing the site for when more people would arrive in the coming days. The air was warm and dry now, and the strange events of the night before seemed to fade into the back of my mind. But that afternoon, a few of us decided to take a walk. We were looking for firewood and perhaps a fresh spring to get water from. We wandered deeper into the forest, moving through thick underbrush and tall trees. The place was beautiful, almost untouched by time. After walking for a while, we came across something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was the foundation of an old house. At first glance, it didn't seem like much. Just a patch of earth, some stones, and scattered pieces of rotted wood. But the longer we looked, the more we realized that there was something off about the place. The house had clearly been gone for years, maybe decades, but there were trees growing where walls once stood, their trunks thick and old, their roots twisting through the cracks in the foundation. It was the kind of place that seemed forgotten by time. We poked around, curious about what might be left behind. There were a few bits of metal, rusted nails, and old pieces of wood scattered across the ground. Nothing too interesting, but we were desperate to find something of value, a relic of the past, perhaps. And then we found something that stopped us in our tracks. A child's shoe. It was old, half-rotted, and almost completely buried in the forest floor. It was a strange find in the middle of nowhere, but we didn't think much of it. Maybe a kid had lost it, or maybe it had been here for years. We shrugged it off and moved on. Then we found another one, and another, and another. At first, I thought we were just finding a few scattered shoes, but the more we looked, the more we found. They were all over the place. Some of them were worn, others barely touched by time. There were shoes of all types, old-timey dress shoes, worn-out sneakers, sandals, and those jelly shoes that kids used to wear in the 80s. Some of them looked relatively new, while others appeared to have been out there for decades. It was then that we noticed something even more disturbing. The shoes weren't just scattered across the area. They were piled up, forming small heaps, like someone had just left them there. In one spot, we found a pile of them, dozens, maybe hundreds, stuffed into large, decaying garbage bags that had been left to rot in the earth. It didn't make sense. Why would there be so many shoes in one place, buried out here in the middle of the forest? The area around the foundation was littered with them. Dozens of shoes, some intact, others falling apart, but all of them children's shoes. And there was nothing else. No furniture, no toys, no personal belongings. Just shoes. It was as if someone had taken every child's shoe in the area and dumped them here. But there was no explanation for it. We stood there, staring at the piles of shoes, trying to make sense of it. It was impossible to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. The forest seemed to close in around us, the silence becoming more oppressive. What was this place? What had happened here? Eventually, we left. We didn't speak much on the way back to camp, each of us lost in our thoughts. As the days went by and more people arrived at the seed camp, the memory of the shoes faded into the background. But every so often, I would catch myself thinking about them, the strange, unsettling piles of children's shoes scattered around the old foundation. It didn't make sense. No one ever spoke about it, and eventually, the event was swallowed by the larger, more chaotic energy of the gathering. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, deep down in that forest. Something that I couldn't quite put into words, something that had been left behind and forgotten. To this day, I can't explain what happened out there, why there were so many shoes, or what happened to the people who had once lived in that house. All I know is that I've never been able to forget it, and every time I hear a child laughing in the distance, I wonder if it's a memory of that place, still echoing through the trees. I'm not sure if this is exactly a scary story, but it's certainly eerie, and the more I think about it, the more unsettling it becomes. There's a lot of backstory, so I'll try to lay it all out for you, but I can't promise it will make sense. It still doesn't make sense to me. It all started in September 2006. I was living with my girlfriend at the time, in a small apartment, and I got incredibly sick. It came on fast, like a freight train. High fever, chills, the kind of sickness that makes you feel like you're drowning in your own body. My girlfriend was great, though. She'd run out to grab some soup, switch out my wet sheets when I'd sweat through them, and bring me water, trying to keep me hydrated. I don't remember much of the next 2 days, just flashes of moments. Her sitting beside me, looking concerned, me drifting in and out of delirium, not able to think straight. I remember being so feverish that I couldn't really focus on anything. It felt like I was floating. I would sometimes say things without realizing it. I'd be speaking, and it would feel like the words weren't even coming from me. But then, as if I'd just snapped out of it, I'd find myself lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling a strange disconnect between what I thought I had just said and what was going on around me. 2 days after the fever hit its peak, it finally broke. I woke up soaked in sweat, but feeling a little better. My girlfriend was there beside me, and she looked both relieved and exhausted. She handed me a glass of water and asked me a question that caught me completely off guard. "Who is Donald Crisp?" I blinked at her. "What?" "Donald Crisp," she repeated, looking confused. "You kept saying his name over and over while you were feverish. You'd call out to him, saying things like he has to save her." My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't been aware of any of this, but I felt the memory of the name stir something in my foggy mind. "Donald Crisp," I muttered. "Isn't he some old actor from the 30s? I paused, trying to think. I think he was in some Lassie movies. But that's it. I don't know who else he was. She wasn't convinced. "That's not all. You kept saying something strange, too. You said, 'Butto is coming back home to die.' Do you know what that means?" Butto. The name hit me with a sudden jolt. It was like something cracked open in my mind. I didn't know how, but I felt certain I'd heard the name before, though I couldn't quite place why. I couldn't recall the full context of what I had said. Fever dreams. Random words that meant nothing. Or maybe they meant something more. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. "I don't know. It's just fever nonsense. I probably dreamt something weird." That was the end of it, or so I thought. I tried to go back to my normal routine after I recovered, though my thoughts were still stuck on that strange fever dream. It bugged me, the things I'd said. I didn't know why, but something about it felt so real, like I'd known the name Butto from somewhere. And the name Donald Crisp, why had that stuck so strongly in my fever-addled mind? Then came the nightmare. It happened in early 2007. I don't remember falling asleep or what I was doing before I fell into this dream, but I found myself standing in front of a crowd, watching as a woman was killed. It was like a grainy old newsreel in my mind. She was wearing a blue dress and a headscarf, standing in the middle of what looked like a plaza. Suddenly, a shot rang out, and she collapsed to the ground, blood staining the pavement. There was fire everywhere, people screaming chaos. In that nightmare, I wasn't just watching. I was part of it. I was there, and the fear felt real. In the dream, I was pulled aside by a man I didn't recognize, but somehow I knew him. He was old, his face weathered, like someone who had lived through the kind of history you don't want to know. He looked at me with sharp, penetrating eyes. "It will happen to her too," he said. "Sind is no place for learned women." The words didn't make sense. The scene shifted then, and I was suddenly in a lounge. A thick, heavy air settled around me, and I found myself sitting across from the man, Donald Crisp. The feeling of déjà vu hit me hard. He handed me a crumpled, yellowing newspaper. The headline was something that made my stomach turn. "Bhutto killed in Sikh states." I looked at the paper, but there was no date. There was no year, just a price, 5 cents. I woke up, drenched in sweat, my heart racing, with the name Bhutto echoing in my head. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, confused and disoriented. Was it just a dream? Some kind of strange fever dream that had carried over into my subconscious? It didn't help that the dream felt so vivid, like I had been there, had witnessed it in some strange, twisted way. It wasn't until 3 days later that I got the news. Benazir Bhutto, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, had been assassinated. The news hit me like a punch to the gut. The events were too eerily similar to what I had dreamed about. The blue dress, the shooting, the fire, the chaos. I couldn't get it out of my head. How had I dreamt about her death before it happened? How had I known? It was too much of a coincidence. But the weirdness didn't stop there. A week or so after the assassination, I was sitting in my apartment, flipping through channels, when I landed on Turner Classic Movies, TCM. A film called Jezebel was on, and I had nothing else to do, so I left it on. I was only half paying attention when I looked up at the screen and froze. There, in the movie, was none other than Donald Crisp. I had to rewind the film to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. But no, there he was playing a supporting role. It felt like a punch in the chest. I hadn't thought about Donald Crisp since the fever dream, but now there he was, once again, thrust into my reality. I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow he was tied to everything. The fever, the dream, Bhutto's death, and now Jezebel. I spent hours looking up Donald Crisp after that, trying to find some kind of explanation, some way that he was connected to anything remotely related to the events I'd seen or heard. But there was nothing. He was an actor, an old, forgotten actor. He wasn't involved in politics, and he certainly wasn't connected to Bhutto in any way that I could find. Yet, I kept thinking about him. I kept hearing his name in the back of my mind, and the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. Was it all just a bizarre coincidence? Could my mind have just been grasping at fragments, piecing them together in a fever-induced haze, and then reinforcing them through the dream? Maybe, maybe not. But the nagging feeling never really went away. I would see his name or face again, and it would bring back that strange feeling of foreboding. I couldn't tell if it was the fever messing with me, or if there was something more to it. Something I wasn't meant to understand. In the years since, I've tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself it was just a weird, one-off thing. But the eerie feeling never quite faded. It's always there, lurking at the edge of my thoughts, reminding me of something I can't explain, something I don't understand. I still don't know what it all meant. And sometimes, when I'm watching an old movie late at night, I can't help but wonder if I'll see Donald Crisp again, just out of the corner of my eye, as though he's still watching over me, still connected to whatever strange, inexplicable thing happened all those years ago. When I was deployed in Kosovo, my team spent most nights out on missions. A lot of them were recon runs, some supply observation, some intel gathering. They usually involved us getting dropped way out in some remote location and moving across a lot of ground fast, all while trying to stay invisible. Moving through fields, woods, scrubby hills, sometimes villages, and all of it without being seen, heard, or leaving anything behind that said we were ever there. We'd always spot weird stuff during these missions. Lights way out in the fields where no one should have been. Dogs that seemed to follow us for miles, but never made a sound. Shapes in the tree lines. Once we thought we saw an entire patrol of people moving parallel to us about 400 meters off. But when we tried to track them, they disappeared like smoke. Most of the time you shrugged it off and kept going. You couldn't afford to let your mind mess with you out there. People got hurt when that happened. One mission, though, it stayed with me in a way nothing else did. Even now, after all these years, I still think about it when the air is cold and the trees are bare and the world feels a little too quiet. It started off the same as any other. We got dropped off in a remote area at around 2,200 hours. It was an in-and-out job. Gather intel on whether mortar rounds and mines were being moved through this region. The whole area was rough open land, scattered trees and brush, patches of old farmland abandoned long before we ever got there. Nothing too thick to move through, and the terrain was laid out well enough that we could plan good cover routes. The moon was either full or damn near it that night, so we had better visibility than usual, which made me feel better about our chances. We needed to cover just over 17 kilometers before dawn and get to the extraction point. Normally, our recon team was tight, just 4 men. We all knew each other inside and out, how we moved, how we reacted. No surprises. But this time, Command had decided to send 3 new guys along with us for experience. They wanted them to get a real taste of what a deep recon mission felt like in a live environment. I wasn't thrilled about it, but what could you do? It was important they learned. I got rear security, like usual. I always liked taking rear. You had the space to move a little differently, to take an extra second to scan behind you, to make sure you weren't leaving a trail. Plus, I worked well with L, the guy ahead of me. We trusted each other, didn't need to say much, just hand signals and the occasional glance. It was enough. The first 10 kilometers were boring, which was exactly what you wanted. We moved smooth and steady, breaking up our silhouettes when we crossed open areas, hugging brush lines, sticking to ditches when we could. Every 15 or 20 minutes, we'd do a short halt, check on the new guys, make sure they weren't dragging or forgetting to check their flanks. They were green, but they were doing all right. Even if they didn't quite have that sixth sense yet, the constant low hum in the back of your mind when something wasn't right. After we cleared our search area and found nothing, we regrouped for a minute. Everyone kneeled in a loose circle, whispering checks. Ammo good, supplies good, radio good. We reoriented towards the extraction point, which was still a few hard hours away, over a big wooded hill, and then down through the edge of a village without getting spotted. Seemed simple enough. As rear security, I was always the last to step off. Right as I started moving, I heard a noise. Off in the trees, maybe 50 meters back, something moved. It wasn't a heavy sound, not like a person crashing around, but it wasn't small either. I froze instantly. One hand went up instinctively to signal stop. I didn't make a sound. Slowly, I turned my head. L was already looking too, one knee down, rifle pointed low but ready. He'd heard it. Good. I wasn't imagining it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, especially the new guys, kept moving. They didn't have the instinct yet to check rear every 20 meters or so. They just assumed we were following. We were getting separated. It wasn't good, but it wasn't catastrophic yet. Could have been a deer. Could have been a wild dog. Could have been a lot of things. Probably was nothing. That's what I told myself. Still, we moved out, bounding by twos. One moves, one covers, leapfrogging our way to catch up to the team without leaving our backs open. Every time we moved, I kept hearing something. Always behind us. Not rushing. Not closing in. Just moving. Following. Quiet. Deliberate. After one bound, I told L to go ahead and catch up to the others. I'd stay and cover for a minute, see if whatever it was showed itself. He nodded and took off, low and fast, eating up ground. I found a thick tree with a fallen log next to it, giving me decent cover and concealment. I settled in, watching the tree line, keeping my breathing low and even. Minutes passed. Silence. No movement. No sound. No change in the wind. The world felt flat and dead around me, like holding your breath underwater and waiting for something to reach out and grab your ankle. The team circled back toward me, moving through the woods in a wide arc to box in whatever might have been following. Good discipline, good instinct. They didn't yell. They didn't stumble. They just moved like shadows. When they reached me, I gave the hand signal. Nothing. We searched the area quickly, methodically. No tracks. No footprints. No broken branches. Nothing to even suggest anything had been there at all. I could feel the smiles under the balaclavas. A few pats on the back, the kind that said, "You spooked yourself, good job." I took it in stride. Better to be cautious than dead. We set off again. I kept to the rear, Elle a few meters ahead of me. No noises this time, just the steady crunch of boots over dry leaves and the soft rustle of gear shifting against bodies. We crossed another 2 kilometers without issue before we came to an orchard. It was old and rough, probably abandoned for years. The trees were spaced well enough apart that we could move quickly, but still have decent cover if we needed it. The moon was so bright now that it almost didn't feel like night anymore. Everything was soaked in that pale silver blue light, the kind that makes shadows stretch long and deep across the ground. I was about to step into the orchard when I heard it again. At first, it was just that same noise, something moving low to the ground. But then it changed. A sound floated through the air, barely loud enough to hear over the wind. It was a giggle, a little girl's giggle. I froze so hard my knees locked. My stomach turned into a knot. I didn't want to believe what I heard. My mind screamed that it wasn't real, that it was some animal, some trick of the breeze moving through the trees. But deep down, the same part of me that had kept me alive in ugly situations knew better. It wasn't the kind of thing you miss here. It was soft, high-pitched, musical in a way that made the hairs on my arms stand straight up. I shot a glance ahead. Elle had already moved up about 20 meters and was crouched behind a tree, motioning me forward. I bolted to him and didn't look back. We kept moving. I didn't say anything. What could I have said? Hey man, I think I heard a ghost. I'd get laughed off the team. I buried it. I swallowed it down deep. Just kept scanning, breathing, stepping. We moved into the orchard, staying low. The trees cast thick shadows in the moonlight. My eyes kept playing tricks on me, shapes flickering at the corners of my vision, branches that looked like hands reaching out. I focused on the man ahead of me, kept my mind locked down tight. Then, without even realizing it, I found myself next to a tree that felt off. It wasn't anything obvious. It wasn't bigger or smaller than the others. It didn't look different. But standing next to it made the world feel wrong. Like standing next to an electric fence you didn't know was there until you felt the hum in your teeth. I turned toward it, almost against my own will. The knots in the bark seemed to shift under the moonlight. I blinked and stared. The rough shapes twisted, pulling together into something familiar. A face. A little girl's face. It wasn't detailed, not like a painting. More like something you glimpse in a crowd and then lose track of. But the impression was there, strong and unmistakable. She smiled at me. A wide, innocent smile. One little hand raised up out of the bark, tiny fingers wiggling in a small wave. Then she giggled again, soft, sweet, and disappeared back into the wood like she had never been there at all. I couldn't move for a full 3 seconds. I just knelt there, heart hammering so hard I thought it might punch through my chest. My mind was racing, trying to logic its way out of what I had seen, but there was no explanation that fit. Nothing made sense. I hadn't slept in over 30 hours, sure, but I'd gone longer without sleep before and never hallucinated. I forced my legs to move, forced myself to catch up to Elle. I didn't say a word. I wasn't about to tell the team that I had just seen a little girl smiling at me from inside a tree. Not a chance. We made it to the extraction point without further issues, boarded the truck, and left. Over the next couple of weeks, I didn't think about it much. I forced it out of my mind. Told myself it was stress, exhaustion, maybe the way the moonlight hit the tree. Nothing more. Then came another mission. I got assigned to provide security for a combat engineer team clearing mines. Good work, important work, but boring compared to recon. Meanwhile, my old team, including Elle, and the new guys, got sent back through the same area we'd crossed that night. When I got back to base after a few days out, I felt good. Tired, filthy, but good. I dropped my gear in my barracks room, finally peeled off my boots, and sat on my bunk to breathe for a minute. That's when the door slammed open and the guys burst in, laughing their asses off. Everyone except Elle. He wasn't smiling. Wasn't. It started one cold night in the middle of the fall semester of my sophomore year of college. Classes had been dragging, papers piling up, and all 3 of us, me, Jake, and Brian, were restless. Urban exploring was something we had gotten really into during our time at college. It gave us an escape from the everyday grind, something to break up the normal cycle of classes, work, and more classes. There's just something about the way abandoned places smell, the way they feel, that pulls you into their forgotten corners. It made you feel like you were stepping into a memory someone else had long abandoned. We had already explored old warehouses, broken down schools, the rusted out hulls of industrial sites hidden behind trees and fences. Each place left its own mark on us, but that night, we decided to push things further. We had heard, through whispers around campus and some deep dives on sketchy forums, about an abandoned town hidden in the foothills on the edge of the city. Most people just mentioned it like a ghost story you tell freshmen to freak them out, but there were enough half-true details floating around that we figured it had to be real. We didn't take long to decide. We packed up some basic supplies, flashlights, water, black clothes to blend into the night, and hopped in Brian's beat-up Honda Civic. We left around 10:45 p.m., figuring it would take some time to find the place. The roads got quieter and darker the further we drove. The city lights faded behind us, and by the time we turned onto the last road, it felt like we were the only people left awake in the world. We parked the car about a mile away from the spot where we thought the entrance would be. No point making it obvious someone was poking around where they shouldn't be. The air was crisp and damp, carrying the smell of wet leaves and cold dirt. Everything was silent except for the sound of our shoes scuffing against the cracked asphalt of the deserted road. It took us a while to find it. The area around the supposed entrance was overgrown, with thick brush and trees crowding the edges of the old road. We wandered back and forth for what felt like forever, scanning the dark for any kind of landmark. Finally, after about 20 minutes, we spotted a sagging red house set back from the road. The paint was faded and peeling, but it still held that unmistakable deep red color. Across from it, a thin path led into the thick brush. We took it without hesitation, pushing through tangled branches and stepping over broken bits of old fence and trash. The ground was uneven and soft underfoot, and the further we climbed, the steeper it got. Tree roots grabbed at our ankles, and the brush clawed at our arms and faces. It was slow going, and every step had to be careful. One slip, and you'd tumble back down into the darkness. Finally, we found it. A small, jagged hole had been cut into the iron fence that surrounded the town. It was barely big enough to squeeze through, and you had to cling to branches and saplings to hold yourself up while you slid in. I scraped my hands and knees pulling myself through, dirt and bits of broken leaves sticking to my jeans. I remember standing up, brushing myself off, and then looking up and feeling my stomach flip. In front of us stretched an entire town. It wasn't just a few broken houses or some random ruins like we had pictured. It was full streets, neighborhoods, an old market square, rows of houses, an apartment complex looming on one side. Streetlights, broken and twisted, lined the cracked pavement. We stood there for a long moment, just taking it all in. It felt almost impossible that something this big could just sit here, forgotten and abandoned. We didn't speak. There wasn't any need. We started walking toward the apartment complex first. It looked like it had once been the heart of the town, a big, squat building with cracked windows and graffiti splashed across the walls. We stuck close together, our flashlights off for now, only using the dim, cloud-filtered moonlight to see. As we approached the building, I heard it, a soft, sharp beep. It was faint, barely noticeable. I stopped, thinking maybe it was my imagination, but then there it was again. Beep. I looked at Jake and Brian, but we just kept moving. Weird noises were normal for abandoned places. Pipes shifting, metal settling, old alarms losing their minds. We had heard it all before. We slipped inside through a broken doorway, the air stale and cold. The smell hit us immediately. Mold, old wood, rotting insulation. Inside, the walls were peeling, the floor scattered with trash and broken glass. In one corner of the main lobby, an old mattress lay slumped over itself, stained and sagging. Someone had clearly been here before us, and not that long ago. We moved from room to room, careful with our steps. The whole time, the beeping continued. Sometimes it was close, sometimes far. I tried not to let it get to me, but something about it wormed into my nerves. It wasn't random. It was steady, intentional. We made our way upstairs, our boots thudding softly against the sagging steps. Halfway down the hall, we found a door completely locked, while the others swung open with a simple push. Something about that locked door made my skin crawl. We didn't try to force it. None of us wanted to know what was behind it. We left the building and stood outside in the dead silence. That's when we noticed the beeping wasn't coming from just one spot anymore. It was scattered, popping up all around us from different directions. It would speed up the closer we got to certain buildings, slow down if we backed away. It was subtle at first, easy to ignore if you wanted to. But once you noticed, it became impossible to forget. We decided to push deeper into the town. We passed old houses, their windows like blank eyes staring at us. The air felt heavier now, like something unseen was pressing down on our shoulders. Every cracked sidewalk, every creaking sign in the breeze, felt like it was watching us. Then we found the White House. It sat off by itself near the edge of a small cul-de-sac, away from the rest of the buildings. The paint was chipped and faded, and the roof sagged in the middle. But what stopped us wasn't the house itself, it was the yard. Leading from the crumbling sidewalk to the front door were neat, almost perfect squares made of shattered glass, stacked and arranged like stepping stones. It didn't make any sense. Someone had spent time on this, made it deliberate. We stood there staring at it for what felt like forever. That's when the first beam of light hit us. It came from the second floor of the White House, blasting out through a broken window. It was so sudden and bright that it froze me where I stood. The beeping, all around us, instantly grew louder, faster. In the next second, other beams lit up, from other houses, from the apartment building, from the market square. One after another, like someone flipping switches across the town. Without thinking, we ran. I barely remember my feet hitting the ground. I could feel the lights tracking us, beams cutting through the dark, making our shadows dance crazily against the ruined buildings. My lungs burned, my heart hammering against my ribs. Brian stumbled at one point, crashing to the ground hard enough that I thought he wasn't getting up. But he scrambled up, blood on his hands from scraping the pavement, and we kept going. We didn't know where we were running, just that we had to get out. Somehow, through blind luck or instinct, we found our way back to the fence. I saw Jake go through first, almost falling down the hill on the other side. I grabbed Brian and shoved him toward the hole, barely giving him enough time to squeeze through. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who, or what, might be behind us. I dropped to the ground and scrambled through the hole, branches snapping and scratching at my face and arms. I lost my footing halfway down and slid most of the way, hitting rocks and roots hard enough to bruise. But I didn't stop. We hit the old road at a dead sprint, running so hard it felt like my lungs were going to burst. Behind us, the beeping slowed, then faded. The lights disappeared one by one, swallowed back up by the night. We reached the car and piled in, slamming the doors shut with shaking hands. Brian fumbled with the keys, cursing under his breath, and finally the engine roared to life. We sped away, not stopping, not talking, not even looking in the rearview mirror. We didn't talk about it for a long time. Not really. Every time someone brought it up, there was this heavy feeling, like the memory was a wound that hadn't fully healed yet. None of us could explain what happened, and none of us wanted to go back and find out. 3 months later, during the winter break, curiosity got the better of us. We decided to drive by, just to see. The fence was gone. The gate had been torn down, and most of the buildings had already been reduced to piles of broken concrete and twisted metal. Construction equipment sat parked near the edge of the ruins, and workers in bright vests moved through the rubble like ants. We parked a little ways off and walked up to the edge. It didn't even look like the same place anymore. Just a dead, gray wasteland. We flagged down one of the construction workers, an older guy with a thick beard and a weary face. We asked him what had happened here. He told us the city had finally decided to tear the whole place down. It had become a hot spot for gangs, he said. Drugs, murders, human trafficking. Horrible things happened there, and it wasn't safe for anyone to go near it anymore. When I asked him how long that had been going on, he shrugged and said it had been that way for years. We left after that. None of us said much on the drive home. I still think about it sometimes. About the lights, the beeping, the White House with the glass leading up to the front door. Who was inside those buildings? Who was waiting for us to get closer? If we had stayed even a minute longer, I don't think we would have made it out at all. I don't think we would have ever been heard from again. And the worst part is, no one would have even known where to look. It would have been like we had just disappeared. It was a gray afternoon when the call came through. I remember it was one of those days where the sun never really comes out, just a heavy layer of clouds sitting low, like a dirty blanket pulled tight over the sky. I was home, sitting at the kitchen table, sorting through some paperwork for work when the pager on my hip started buzzing. I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed my bag, pulled on my boots, and was out the door within minutes. When you're part of a volunteer search and rescue team, you never know what you're going to be walking into, but you learn pretty quickly not to waste time second-guessing yourself. You just go. The drive out to the staging area was long and quiet. The roads twisted through thick woods, and the closer I got to the neighboring town, the worse the weather seemed to get. A light mist had started to fall, slicking the road and smearing the windshield. I turned the wipers on low, trying to push the haze away, but it didn't do much. It felt like the world was holding its breath. When I got to the parking lot that was serving as the staging area, it was already half full of vehicles. Sheriff's trucks, other volunteers' cars, a few official-looking SUVs. I parked at the end of the row and grabbed my gear, throwing on my rain jacket before heading over to the group that had already gathered. Faces I recognized, people I'd worked alongside more times than I could count. Normally there would be some chatter, someone cracking a nervous joke to lighten the mood. But today it was different. Everyone was quiet, shifting from foot to foot, avoiding each other's eyes. The sheriff himself was there, standing by his truck with a map unfolded on the hood. He looked grim. His hand was resting on the map, fingers tapping an absent rhythm against the laminated surface. When he spoke, his voice was low, carrying just enough to reach us, but not loud enough to disturb the stillness. "It's a small plane," he said. "Went down a little after noon. Radar lost contact about 20 minutes before we got the call. We got a rough idea of where it came down, but it's a mess up there. Steep terrain, lots of tree cover. Gonna be tough going." He paused, looking around at us, and then said the thing that froze the air in my lungs. "We've been told there were 3 people on board, an elderly couple and their granddaughter." You could almost feel the words hit everyone at the same time. A physical blow. I saw a few of the newer volunteers blanch, one woman covering her mouth like she might be sick. Nobody said anything, but the mood shifted, the way a room changes when bad news walks in wearing a uniform. We got our assignments and started gearing up. I loaded my pack with extra gloves, tarps, body bags. Stuff you hope you won't need, but always bring anyway. I checked my harness and rappelling gear twice, my hands moving automatically through the motions even as my mind spun. The hike up to the crash site was brutal. The slope was steep enough that we had to use ropes in some sections, digging our boots into the wet ground and pulling ourselves up hand over hand. The rain had turned the dirt into slick mud, and more than once I saw someone slip and catch themselves on a branch or a teammate. Broken tree limbs and shredded pieces of metal littered the hillside, a grim breadcrumb trail leading us upward. It didn't take long to find the first real piece of the wreckage. A wing, half buried in the mud, bent almost in half like someone had twisted it with their bare hands. Paint scraped away, metal torn open like a can. Bits of wiring and insulation hung from the edges, swaying slightly in the misty air. It was a sight I don't think I'll ever forget. You see pictures of crash sites in the news sometimes, but standing there in front of it, smelling the sharp, bitter tang of burnt fuel and oil, feeling the ruin of it in your chest, it's something else entirely. Our lead, an older guy named Mike who had been with the team for decades, pulled us together. His face was lined and pale, but his voice was steady. "Listen," he said. "Nobody has to go down there if they don't want to. This isn't going to be easy. If you can't do it, there's no shame in that." About half the group stepped back. No arguing, no explanations. Just quiet nods and turned backs. They busied themselves setting up the rope systems we'd need to get down the hillside safely, making calls on the radios to coordinate with the other teams working their way up from below. The rest of us clipped onto the lines and started the careful descent toward the main wreckage. The closer we got, the worse the damage became. Trees sheared in half, ground gouged out by the impact. Bits of luggage scattered like confetti, mixed with shredded seats and twisted metal. The fuselage itself was barely recognizable, just a crumpled heap at the bottom of a small ravine, torn open and smeared with mud and blood. The first thing I noticed when we touched down was the stuffed teddy bear. It was lying in the mud a few feet away from what was left of the fuselage, half soaked and stained a deep, dark red. I stared at it for a long time before I could make myself look away. Something about it hit harder than anything else. It made it real. This wasn't just a crash site. These were people. A family. A little girl who probably clutched that bear to her chest when she was scared. I forced myself to move, following Mike and another guy named Chris toward the wreckage. The smell hit us hard. That thick, sweet, sick smell of blood and broken bodies. It's different than the metallic scent of a bad car wreck. There's a finality to it, a wrongness that your brain tries to push away but can't. We found the first body still strapped into what was left of a seat. An older man, probably the grandfather, though it was hard to tell. His head lolled unnaturally against his chest, and his hands were still curled around the remnants of the seatbelt. We worked silently, carefully, trying to free him from the twisted wreck without causing more damage. Every move had to be slow, deliberate. You don't think about it when you're watching a show or reading a report, but recovering a body is delicate work. It's about respect, about giving what's left of a person back to the people who loved them. The grandmother was a few feet away, thrown from the wreck. She was lying face down in the mud, her hair fanned out around her like a halo. We took our time with her too, moving gently, trying not to look too closely at the damage the crash had done to her body. And then there was the little girl. She was still buckled into a child's seat, somehow mostly intact despite the destruction around her. Her eyes were open, staring blankly upward, and there was a gash across her forehead that had long since stopped bleeding. Her hands were small, delicate, resting limply in her lap. One of her shoes was missing. We all stopped when we saw her. None of us spoke. None of us moved. I think we all just needed a minute to gather ourselves, to steel our nerves for what we had to do next. I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, my breathing loud and harsh inside my helmet. It was Mike who finally stepped forward. He knelt beside her and brushed a strand of hair from her face with a gentleness that broke my heart. Then he looked back at us and nodded. We moved slowly, working together to lift her out of the seat and onto a tarp. I tried not to look at her face, but I couldn't help it. She looked so peaceful, so heartbreakingly normal, like she could have been sleeping, like any moment she might sit up and ask where her parents were. But she wouldn't. She never would. We wrapped her carefully, making sure she was secure, and then we started the slow, painful process of carrying the bodies back up the hillside. It was hard, grueling work. The mud made every step treacherous, and the weight of what we were carrying, physical and emotional, made it feel like we were moving through quicksand. By the time we got back to the staging area, it was full dark. Someone had set up floodlights, casting harsh white beams across the parking lot. The sheriff met us at the edge, his face tight with grief. No words were exchanged, just nods, handshakes, claps on the shoulder, small gestures of shared understanding. We loaded the bodies into the coroner's van in silence. The little girl went last. I remember watching as they closed the doors, sealing her away from the cold night air, and feeling something inside me splinter. Afterward, we stood around in small groups, drinking bad coffee from styrofoam cups and pretending like we were okay. I wasn't. I don't think any of us were. But nobody said it out loud. We just stared at the ground or the sky or the swirling mist and waited for the world to make sense again. It didn't, not right away. The days that followed were some of the hardest I've ever lived through. I couldn't stop seeing her face every time I closed my eyes. I would wake up in the middle of the night with the smell of burnt fuel still in my nose. The image of that teddy bear burned into my brain. I thought about quitting, more than once. I thought about handing in my gear, walking away from it all, pretending like I could just forget. But every time I thought about leaving, I remembered that little girl. I remembered the way Mike had brushed her hair back from her face, the way we had wrapped her so carefully, the way we had carried her out of that awful place with as much dignity and respect as we could muster. If I didn't do it, someone else would have to. Someone else would have to carry that weight, bear that heartache, live with that memory. I couldn't let that happen. So I stayed. I went to the debriefings. I talked to the counselor they brought in. I leaned on my team, and they leaned on me. Slowly, painfully, I learned how to carry the memory without letting it crush me. You don't ever get over something like that. You just learn how to live with it, how to let it shape you without breaking you. And maybe that's the real reason we do what we do. Not for the glory or the recognition, not for the adrenaline rush or the hero stories. We do it so that families can have closure, so that a little girl isn't left alone in the woods, so that the people who loved her can know deep down that even in the worst moment of their lives, she was treated with care and respect, that she mattered, that she was never just another number or statistic. She was a life, a precious, irreplaceable life. And even though she's gone, I was running my cable route like any other day, somewhere deep in the inner city, bouncing from one apartment building to the next, sweating through my work shirt even though it wasn't even noon yet. The sun was already baking the asphalt, and everything around me smelled like hot metal and car exhaust. It was one of those days where time drags and every small thing feels like it's just trying to make the day longer. I had just finished a job reinstalling internet for a lady who insisted I move her router 6 times before she was happy, and my patience was already running on fumes. As I packed up my truck, tossing the clipboard on the passenger seat and wiping sweat from my forehead with a grimy rag, I felt it. That deep, twisting cramp in my gut that sends a bolt of panic through you. Not a polite heads-up kind of feeling either. This was an emergency broadcast, a 5-alarm fire in my guts. I needed a bathroom, and I needed it now. I did a quick mental scan of the area, trying to remember if there were any good spots nearby. I knew the quick trip a few miles down the highway had a decent bathroom, clean enough at least, but 5 miles in city traffic felt like a suicide mission. In the time it would take to cross those lights and intersections, I'd be chewing on the steering wheel in agony. I didn't have time for that. I couldn't risk it. There was a grimy little gas station about 6 blocks away, the kind of place where the pumps barely worked, and there was always at least one guy hanging around selling bootleg DVDs or knockoff colognes. I hesitated because gas station bathrooms are a real gamble, especially in this part of town. You never knew if you'd walk in and find the whole place flooded or worse. But I didn't have the luxury to be picky. It was either roll the dice or crap myself in my work uniform, and I wasn't about to be that guy. I climbed into my truck, clenching every muscle south of my ribcage, and drove to the gas station, hitting every red light along the way. It felt like the city itself was conspiring against me. Every bump in the road, every brake tap, every swerve made my situation worse. I was sweating bullets by the time I pulled into the cracked parking lot. The gas station was exactly the dump I remembered. Flickering fluorescent lights, trash blowing across the pavement, some dude sitting on a crate yelling at cars as they pulled in. I ignored it all and beelined for the building, speed walking through the double doors. The smell hit me immediately. Stale beer, old coffee, something burnt. I didn't care. All I needed was that bathroom. Of course, it wasn't that easy. There was a line. A short one, but a line all the same. The bathroom was a single unisex stall tucked in the back corner by the flickering soda machine. A young woman and a guy about my age were standing outside the door. They were making that awkward small talk you make when you're all waiting for the same thing, but pretending not to care. I joined the line, trying to act casual, but inside I was in full-blown crisis mode. I shifted from foot to foot, trying not to draw attention to myself. Every second felt like a year. I glanced at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes had crawled by. I could hear the faint sound of running water from inside the bathroom, and then silence, like whoever was in there was just sitting. My stomach groaned violently. I pressed my hand against it and tried to focus on anything else. The woman next to me was scrolling her phone. The guy was fiddling with the zipper on his jacket, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the guy lost it. He let out this sound, half scream, half roar, and lunged at the bathroom door, yanking the handle and slamming his shoulder against it. The whole frame shook. The woman inside shrieked, and the woman next to me gasped and stumbled back. I froze for a split second, my brain trying to catch up to what I was seeing. 1 second the guy had been jittery but fine, and now he was acting like a man possessed. He kept yanking the door, slamming into it, making these horrible, guttural noises that didn't even sound human. His eyes were wild, rolling around in his head, and spit flew from his mouth as he screeched and grunted. The woman inside the bathroom was yelling for help now, pounding on the door from the other side. I stepped forward, instinct taking over, reaching out to grab the guy's arm, ready to yank him back and tell him to get a grip. As soon as my hand touched him, it was like he got hit with a lightning bolt. His whole body seized up and he collapsed backward, dead weight against me. I barely caught him, staggering under his weight. His legs kicked out randomly, his arms jerking and flailing. I laid him down as carefully as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. His eyes were open but unfocused, tears running down his cheeks, and to my horror, blood was leaking from the corners of his eyes. His mouth foamed and twisted as he convulsed, making wet choking noises that cut deep into my gut. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. 1 minute we were waiting in line, making jokes about how slow it was, and now he looked like he was dying right in front of me. The woman inside the bathroom cautiously opened the door, stepping out with a terrified look on her face. She was older, maybe in her 60s, with short gray hair and a no-nonsense look about her. Without hesitating, she barked orders, telling someone to call an ambulance, telling me to roll him on his side. Her voice cut through the panic that was building in my head. I did what she said, hands shaking. The guy was still seizing, twitching violently, but at least he wasn't choking. The woman, the retired nurse, as I later found out, knelt beside him, checking his pulse, keeping him from smacking his head against the floor. She moved with calm, practiced movements that made me realize she'd probably seen this sort of thing before. The gas station clerk came running over with a cordless phone, jabbering into it as he relayed the address to the 911 operator. A few other people had gathered, peering in from the parking lot, whispering and pointing. I barely noticed them. All I could focus on was the guy at my feet, the way his body jerked uncontrollably, the blood in his eyes, the foam dripping from his mouth onto the filthy linoleum floor. After what felt like forever, though it was probably only a few minutes, the seizure started to slow. His muscles unclenched little by little. His chest heaved with ragged, shallow breaths. His eyes fluttered closed. The nurse kept talking to him softly, telling him he was okay, even though he wasn't awake enough to hear her. The paramedics arrived just as he was coming out of it fully. Big guys in navy blue uniforms, moving fast and efficient, with a stretcher and a big red medical bag. They got him stabilized, put an oxygen mask over his face, started running IVs. One of them asked if anyone knew him. That's when a woman, his wife, it turned out, burst through the door, pale and frantic. She must have gotten a call from one of the bystanders. Through snatches of conversation, I learned the guy had epilepsy, worsened by years of alcoholism. His wife said he'd been trying to quit drinking, but kept sneaking drinks, hiding flasks in his jacket. She said he probably had a seizure because he took a drink while already dehydrated and overheated, standing in that hot gas station waiting for the bathroom. The paramedics loaded him up and wheeled him out, his wife trailing behind, clutching his jacket to her chest. The nurse stood up, brushing dust from her knees, and gave me a tight nod. Her hands were steady, but her eyes looked tired. The whole place felt heavy and strange after they left, like the air itself was thicker. The bystanders drifted away, murmuring to each other. The woman who had been waiting in line ahead of me shook her head and said she didn't think she could use the bathroom after all. She looked rattled, pale and jumpy. I didn't blame her. But for me, survival mode kicked back in. My gut twisted again, reminding me why I had come here in the first place. I stepped over the blood-streaked floor, the dirty handprints, the crumpled oxygen tubing, and pushed the bathroom door open. It was a nightmare inside. Filthy walls, broken paper towel dispenser, graffiti scratched into the mirror. The air reeked of bleach and old sewage. There was a puddle of something unidentifiable in one corner. I didn't care. I locked the door, shoved my shirt over my nose, and took the most hard-earned, relieved, and painful dump of my entire life. It wasn't comfortable. It wasn't clean. I perched above the toilet like my life depended on not touching anything. I wiped with the world's thinnest toilet paper and washed my hands in a sink that barely dribbled water. But walking out of that bathroom felt like stepping back into a different world. The sun was still blazing outside. Traffic still roared by on the street. Life was still moving around me like nothing had happened. I climbed back into my truck, sitting for a moment in the idling AC, just breathing. I thought about that guy, about how I had just been standing there talking to him, about how normal he seemed. Well-dressed, clean, polite. You would never guess the battle he was fighting underneath it all. You would never guess how close he was to the edge, hiding it with a smile and a flask tucked in his coat. Driving away, I realized how thin the line is between everything being fine and everything falling apart. Sometimes all it takes is a few minutes, a wrong drink, a missed warning sign, and everything crashes down. I didn't know that guy's name, and I probably never would. But for those 10 minutes in the gas station, our lives were tied together in a way that left a mark on me. Seizures scared the hell out of me before, and they scare me even more now. Not because of the blood or the violence of it, but because of how fragile people are, even when they're doing everything they can to look strong. Even when they're standing right next to you, laughing, waiting for the bathroom. I finished my route that day like normal. I pulled cable, set up routers, smiled at customers. But something was different. I moved a little slower. I listened a little closer. I realized you never really know what someone's carrying inside them. That was one of the 2 times minor, random. There are some wonderful things about being young, poor, and in love. But this isn't about any of those things. When I was 22, I decided to move in with my boyfriend. He was just as broke as I was. Poor plus poor didn't make rich. It didn't even make comfortable. But we had just enough to scrape by and afford a tiny one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of a college town. I still remember the first day we moved in. It wasn't much. The place looked tired, old, almost forgotten. The walls had so many layers of lead-based paint that it looked like if a bomb dropped, the walls would still be standing, chipped and peeling but stubborn. The bathroom was the worst part. No vent, just a little window right in the shower that barely opened more than a few inches. The appliances looked like they were from the 1970s. The oven rattled when it heated up. The fridge door squealed loud enough to wake the dead when you opened it. But it was ours, our little slice of life, and we were stupidly happy with it. Our schedules didn't match. I worked during the day at a small office job downtown, and he worked graveyard shifts at a factory about 30 minutes away. It meant we missed each other a lot, passing like ships in the night. But it also meant that when we were together, we didn't waste a single second. We cooked dinner together. We danced barefoot in the living room. We spent a lot of time naked. Young and in love, what else was there to do? It didn't take long for a silly game to start. In the mornings, when I would be getting ready for work and hopping in the shower, he'd be just coming home from his overnight shift. He realized he could sneak up to the bathroom window and catch a glimpse of me showering. The first time it happened, I caught him immediately. His ridiculous grin gave him away. I screamed, he laughed, and it became a little game between us. I always caught him. It was harmless. It made us laugh. But after a few weeks, I started to notice something weird. Outside the bathroom window, there was a log standing upright against the building. It was odd. It hadn't been there before. I asked him about it, teasing. "You need a step stool now?" He laughed it off, said it wasn't his, that maybe the maintenance guys were moving debris around. And it made sense, sort of. Yard workers were always around, mowing, trimming, doing whatever yard workers did. So I forgot about it. But then the log kept coming back. Even after we'd move it, it would reappear in the same spot a few days later. We didn't think too much about it. Life kept going. Fall came, and with it the first snow. The maintenance crew finally came through and cleaned up the whole yard, hauling away all the junk, including that log. I didn't think about it again. Time passed. Our lease ended, but the complex had a special going. 2-bedroom apartments cheaper than our 1-bedroom. It was a no-brainer. More space, less money. We signed the new lease without thinking twice. The new apartment was on the other side of the complex. The first side had been along a tree-lined street, facing nice suburban houses. It had felt kind of homey, almost safe. The new side faced the back of an abandoned strip mall. There was a dark alley, a broken streetlight, some dumpsters, and the back door of a closed-down Chinese buffet. Stray cats roamed around like little ghosts. At night, the whole area was just a pool of shadow. But during the day it wasn't so bad. And the apartment was bigger, cheaper, and felt like a steal. We filled the second bedroom with cheap thrift store furniture and called it our office, even though all we really did in there was store junk. It was around this time that my boyfriend decided to propose. It was close to Valentine's Day. He was so excited, he couldn't even keep the secret. He blurted it out one night after dinner, fumbling with words and turning red. I said yes before he could even finish asking. We were kids. We thought love was enough to fix everything. He had gotten the rings from a family friend who owned a jewelry shop. A discount deal, the best he could do. When he brought them home, we opened the little box together, both of us so giddy. And then my heart sank. The engagement ring, along with the wedding band, was massive. I mean huge. I wear a size 4. The ring looked like it could fit over 2 of my fingers at once. I tried to put it on and it fell right off. We checked the receipt. Somehow, someway, they had made it a size 12. It was disappointing, but fixable. He put the rings in his glove box to take them back to the jeweler the next day. But overnight, a snowstorm blew through. Roads were a mess. He couldn't make the drive. The day after the storm, he went out to his car and found the glove box wide open. The window smashed. Nothing else was missing, just the rings. Somebody must have broken into his car, specifically looking for valuables. They'd found exactly what they wanted. We spent weeks going to every pawn shop in town, explaining, showing pictures, begging the owners to keep an eye out. Nobody had seen anything. Eventually we had to accept it. The rings were gone. We couldn't afford to replace them. After that, Every time I saw a woman with thick fingers wearing a chunky silver ring with Celtic knots, a part of me would burn with anger. I'd picture some deadbeat boyfriend stealing from someone else to give her that ring. I tried to let it go, but it stayed with me like a stone in my shoe. Winter dragged on, but eventually summer came. Long days, warm breezes. We didn't have enough money to get our phone service turned back on, but it didn't matter much. We didn't talk to anybody but each other. Meanwhile, the city budget took a hit. Police stations closed, especially in our area. Crime rates climbed. There were break-ins, car thefts, even a few assaults. But it was all during the night. During the day, the world still looked bright and safe. That made it easy to pretend nothing was wrong. One night, my boyfriend had gone to bed early. He had picked up a day shift to try and get some extra money. I decided to take a long, hot bath. It was one of my favorite things in the world. I ran the water, poured in way too much bubble bath, opened the little bathroom window for fresh air. I stripped down, dumped my clothes in a pile by the door, grabbed my laptop, set it up on the closed toilet lid, and climbed into the tub. I stayed in there forever. The water was warm, the laptop was playing some old movie I'd seen a million times, and for once, everything felt calm. Safe. I watched one movie, then another. The water went cold, but I didn't mind. I stayed, just soaking, zoning out. After what must have been 4 hours, I finally pulled the plug and sat there while the water drained around me. I stood up, stretched, grabbed my towel. The night air felt cool on my skin through the open window. I didn't even bother shutting it. The apartment was stuffy anyway. I stepped out of the tub, careful not to trip over my clothes, and turned toward the door. That's when my eyes, purely by habit, flicked back toward the window. And I saw him. There was a man standing outside the window. For a second, my brain tried to tell me it was just my boyfriend. A dumb prank. Like before. I almost smiled. But then I realized the man's eyes were too high. Way too high for someone standing on the ground. And he wasn't smiling. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, looking straight at me. I stood there, naked, frozen. My heart pounded, so hard I thought I might throw up. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. And then I saw his hand. He was jerking himself off. Right there, a few feet from me, separated only by a thin mesh screen. I caught a flash of something shiny on his hand. A ring. A silver ring with Celtic knot work. My stomach twisted. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to disappear. I finally unfroze. I bolted from the bathroom, slammed into the bedroom, scrambled under the blankets, heart hammering so loud I couldn't hear anything else. My fiancé woke up confused. He tried to get up, but I clung to him like a life raft, whispering over and over, "Make him go away." When he finally got up and stormed outside, the man was gone. There was nobody there, just a log, standing upright outside the bathroom window. We called the police the next morning, after driving across town to a working station. They took the report, but there wasn't much they could do. They were overwhelmed with calls and short-staffed. A peeping Tom wasn't exactly a top priority. We couldn't afford to break our lease. Moving wasn't an option, so we stayed. I taped black paper over every window. I shoved boards into every window frame so they couldn't open. I kept pepper spray with me at all times. I never left the apartment after dark. But it didn't stop. Most nights, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I'd hear faint noises outside the bedroom window. The crunch of footsteps, a low thump against the siding, a soft rustle. In the mornings, my fiancé would check. Every time, he found footprints, pressed deep into the dirt, right under our window. Summer turned into fall, fall into winter. We lived like prisoners, afraid to even breathe too loud after dark. Finally, our lease ended. We moved out the day we could, without looking back once. We found a different apartment across town, in a better neighborhood. Smaller, more expensive, but worth every penny. We never saw the man again. I still don't know who he was. Maybe he lived in the abandoned strip mall. Maybe he was just some random drifter. Maybe he had been there longer than we realized. Watching, waiting, I'll never know. For 3 long years after, I couldn't sleep without checking the locks twice, 3 times. I carried pepper spray everywhere. I never opened windows again, no matter how hot it got. I learned how to listen for every creak and groan a building could make. I wish I could say it all went away. That time healed it. But the truth is, some things stick. They settle deep inside you. You learn to live with them. Now, when I see a woman laughing under an open window, I remember that morning, so clearly it still makes my stomach turn if I think about it too long. It was about 4 years ago now. I had the day off, and it was one of those rare mornings when nothing in the world was pulling at me. No alarms, no schedules, just a wide open lazy day. I slept heavy, the kind of deep, dead sleep that only happens when you know you don't have to wake up early. When my eyes finally cracked open, the first thing I did was roll over and glance at the red glow of my bedroom alarm clock on the nightstand. 10:21 a.m. I remember that number so sharply because of what happened later. The room was a little chilly, but the bed was warm. I laid there for a few more seconds, gathering the energy to haul myself out from under the covers. Eventually, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the floor cold against my feet, and shuffled toward the bathroom. The old wooden floorboards creaked a little under my weight, the kind of familiar sound you stop noticing most days. But for whatever reason, I was just aware of everything that morning, every little detail. The bathroom was warm compared to my room. The fan wasn't on, and there was still some lingering heat from the shower I must have taken the night before. I stood there for a moment, letting the warmth settle around me. I used the toilet, took my time brushing my teeth, just standing there leaning on the sink with my elbows propped up, staring at myself in the mirror without really seeing anything. The water from the faucet hissed and steamed slightly. I washed my face with cold water to shake off the lingering grogginess. After that, I went back to my room, rummaged around for some clothes, pulled on a pair of sweats and a hoodie since I wasn't planning on leaving the house, and finally picked up my phone to check for any texts or missed calls. The screen blinked on, and right there at the top, clear as day, 10:25 a.m. I frowned a little. That couldn't be right. There was no way I spent only 4 minutes in the bathroom and getting dressed. I hadn't been rushing. I'd stood there for what felt like ages, brushing my teeth at a lazy pace, staring off at nothing, fiddling with the sleeve of my hoodie when I put it on. For minutes. No way. Still half in that sleepy mindset, I turned my head and looked back at the alarm clock on my nightstand, the same one I'd glanced at when I woke up. 10:25, same as the phone. I felt a small flicker of confusion, but shrugged it off. Maybe I'd misread the clock when I first woke up. Maybe it had actually been 10:21 when I thought it was 10:01 or something. I shook it off. No big deal. I went downstairs, my feet dragging a little on the stairs, still not fully awake, but the thought nagged at the back of my mind. I stepped into the kitchen, turned on the PC that sat on the small desk nearby, and flicked the TV on to the morning news just to have some background noise. The kitchen was filled with that soft hum of electronics coming to life. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet, filled it up from the sink, and took a few long gulps. The cold water helped me feel a little more awake. I remembered I had some leftover rice from dinner the night before, and I decided I might as well microwave it up and make a quick breakfast. I set a pan on the stove to start cooking some eggs, something simple. I pulled the rice out of the fridge, popped open the microwave, slid the plate in, and went to punch in a time. That's when I noticed the clock on the microwave. 10:25. My stomach dropped a little. I blinked, then looked over at the oven clock just to double check. Same thing. 10:25. I pulled my phone out of my pocket again, hands a little clumsier than they should have been. 10:25. There was no way. It wasn't even a thought I could reason away. There was absolutely no way it had taken me less than a minute to wake up, go to the bathroom, get dressed, come downstairs, turn on the TV, turn on the PC, get a drink, and start making breakfast. Even if I'd sprinted through everything like a robot, it would have taken longer than that. I stood there, holding the microwave door open like an idiot, trying to make sense of it. I decided I needed to test it somehow, just to make sure it wasn't all in my head. I let the microwave door close and leaned on the counter, facing the clock. I decided to count to 60. If the clock didn't roll over to 10:26 by the time I finished, then clearly the clock was stuck or broken. I started counting slowly in my head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I kept my eyes glued to the clock. About 20 seconds into my counting, the microwave's clock finally clicked over to 10:26. A weird sort of relief washed over me. Okay, it moved. Maybe I just caught everything during some weird fluke. Maybe every clock in the house happened to be exactly in sync for once, and I just happened to look right at the exact wrong moments. It was still strange, but not impossible. I shook my head, grabbed the plate of rice, and started microwaving it. Then I cracked a couple of eggs into the pan and let them sizzle while I fussed around with a fork and plate. I plated up my sad little breakfast and headed over to the PC to eat, like I did most days off. There was a comfort in sitting at the desk, half watching news, half scrolling through the internet. I sat down in the chair and tapped the mouse to wake the PC up fully. The desktop blinked on, and I immediately caught the little clock in the corner of the screen. 10:20. I froze. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, looked again. 10:20. No, that couldn't be. I pulled my phone out again. My heart actually skipped a beat this time, a sharp punch behind my ribs. 10:20. I just sat there for a long moment, fork hovering over my rice, my mind blank except for the roaring of blood in my ears. It didn't make sense. It wasn't just one clock being weird. It wasn't just the microwave or the PC or my phone. Everything was wrong. Everything was lying to me. Trying to steady myself, I opened up the little clock toolbar on the PC and pulled up the second-hand view. I stared at it. The second hand moved. Tick, tick, tick. I watched it crawl all the way around once, twice, 3 times. The minutes ticked up. 10:21, 10:22. Time was moving forward, just like normal. Maybe, I thought, maybe somehow everything had reset. Maybe some glitch hit. I didn't know enough about computers or phones or clocks to even guess. But it didn't stop there. Over the next stretch of what felt like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, time felt like it moved normally if I watched it directly. If I sat there and stared at the clock, the seconds would tick by, the minutes would change like they were supposed to. I kept checking, eyes glued to the little clock on my PC, checking it against the microwave when I got up to refill my water, checking it against my phone every few minutes. When I was paying attention, it was like nothing was wrong. But if I let myself get distracted, even for a little while, even for a couple of minutes, everything would slip again. Once, after getting up to rinse my plate and coming back, I noticed the clock had moved backward. The PC now said 10:14. The phone matched it exactly. Another time, after scrolling through a few articles online and not checking the clock for a bit, I noticed it said 10:13. Lower still. Then back up into the 10:20s after I stared at it long enough. It was like time was stuck in a loop, or like my house was sitting on some kind of bubble that wasn't lined up with the rest of the world anymore. But nothing outside seemed strange. Through the window, I could see the neighbor's trees blowing lightly in the breeze. A car drove by on the street, slow and steady, someone going about their normal day. I thought about turning on the news louder, but I was almost afraid to. What if they said something crazy? What if they said nothing at all? I sat at the desk for what felt like forever, feeling like I was losing my mind. Watching the seconds tick by normally when I stared, but knowing in my gut that something was wrong whenever I wasn't looking. I kept jumping back and forth between the clocks, on the microwave, on the oven, on the PC, on my phone. I checked the settings on the PC, even opened the internet time sync settings. Everything looked normal. I Googled the time on a website. It matched what my clock said when I was watching them. But if I clicked away, looked at something else, then clicked back, sometimes it would change weirdly. Backward, forward, no clear pattern. It wasn't just a power outage. The PC hadn't rebooted. The phone hadn't restarted. There was no blinking on the microwave clocks like there usually was after a reset. Everything acted like it had never lost power. It all just refused to agree on what time it really was unless I stared at it. I tried standing in the middle of the kitchen at one point, staring back and forth between the microwave and the oven, feeling like a crazy person. Both clocks ticked forward normally when I watched them, but every time I stopped paying attention, they slipped. It was the strangest, most unsettling feeling I've ever had. Like reality itself was paper-thin and crinkling at the edges. Finally, after about what felt like an hour and a half, I realized I hadn't noticed any slips in a while. I pulled up the PC clock and just left it running while I scrolled through a few articles without really paying attention to the clock itself. After a while, I glanced at it and it still made sense. It read 12:05. My phone said 12:05. The microwave said 12:05. Normal. I sat there for a long time, longer than I needed to, just watching, waiting for something else weird to happen. But it didn't. It was like whatever invisible glitch had wrapped around me finally let go. Eventually I convinced myself it must have been some weird combination of system errors. Maybe my phone had a bug. Maybe the PC lost sync somehow. Maybe the microwave's old wiring had a hiccup at the same time. Rationally, that was all I could come up with. It didn't feel right, but it was better than thinking about it too hard. I wrote everything down in a notebook that same. When I first moved into the apartment in Oslo, I didn't really think much of it. It was an old building, mid-1800s from what I was told, with creaky floors, high ceilings, and those tall, narrow windows that never seemed to close quite right. It wasn't exactly pretty, but it had that old European charm that people either love or hate. I didn't have much money at the time, so when two girls I knew from university said they had a spare room and needed someone to move in, I jumped at the offer. Rent was cheap, location was decent. I didn't ask too many questions. The day I moved in was gray and damp, like most days in Oslo during late fall. I remember dragging my bags up the tight spiral staircase, paint peeling from the handrails, the whole building smelling faintly of dust and wet wood. The girls, Emma and Karina, met me at the door. They seemed relieved to have another roommate. The apartment was huge but worn down, and I got the feeling they didn't like being there alone. Inside, the place was a little better. High ceilings, wooden floors scratched and scuffed from decades of furniture being dragged across them. Everything echoed, footsteps, laughter, even the clink of a glass against the counter. There were 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 70s, and what looked like an old formal living room that had been converted into my bedroom. Big, drafty, but at least it had a fireplace, even though it didn't work. The 3rd bedroom, the one at the end of the hallway, was different. Even from the first day, I felt it. It was colder, darker, even though it had the same big window as the others. I didn't like looking into it. When the door was open, it was like it pulled at my attention, made me uneasy. Emma had set it up as a kind of storage room. She said she didn't like sleeping in there and had switched with Karina months ago. I didn't press her on it. We all have our quirks. The first few nights, nothing really happened. I was exhausted from moving and adjusting to a new schedule. But even when I was half asleep, I started to notice things. Little things. Creaks in the floorboards that didn't seem tied to anyone walking. A feeling of being watched when I was lying in bed with my back to the room. I figured it was just getting used to a new place. Old buildings make noise, after all. I told myself that over and over. But the room at the end of the hall, I avoided it. At first it wasn't deliberate, but after a while, I realized I was making excuses not to go in there. One evening, I needed a screwdriver to fix a lamp, and knew it was probably in one of the boxes stored in that room. I told myself it was stupid to be afraid. I walked down the hall, hand brushing against the cold, peeling wall, and pushed the door open. It hit me immediately. The air inside felt colder, heavier. I actually shivered. It wasn't the kind of chill you get when you step into a cold room. It was deeper, like it settled into your bones. The air smelled faintly of something. Not rot exactly, but something sour, like old milk or wet cloth left too long. The window was closed. There were no vents. No reason for it to be so cold. I stepped inside and started digging through the boxes, but as I crouched down, this overwhelming feeling came over me. Panic, almost. Like something terrible had happened in there, and my body knew it even if my mind didn't. I started thinking about children crying, being scared, trapped somehow. It wasn't like remembering a story or imagining it. It was just there, heavy in the air, settling into my thoughts like smoke. My hands started shaking. I grabbed the first tool I could find and backed out of the room, closing the door harder than I meant to. I stood there for a few seconds, breathing hard, trying to shake it off. I didn't tell the girls. What was I supposed to say? I was afraid of a cold room. After that, I avoided it completely. If the door was open, I shut it. If I had to walk past it, I kept my eyes straight ahead. A few weeks later, something worse happened. My bedroom, the old living room, was massive, almost too big for just a bed and a dresser. At night, it felt empty and too wide. One morning, early, just as the sky was turning that weak gray color it does before sunrise, I woke up to the sound of something growling. It wasn't a dream. I was wide awake, and the sound was real. It was low, guttural, deep enough that I could feel it vibrating in my chest. It sounded like a big dog or a wild cat, but heavier somehow, more angry. I tried to sit up, to turn and see what it was, but I couldn't move. I was pinned flat against the bed, arms at my sides, chest heavy like someone was sitting on it. Panic shot through me. I tried to yell, but no sound came out. It was like my body didn't belong to me. The growling got louder, circling the bed, close but invisible. There was nothing there. I couldn't see anything. The room was dim, the faintest light from the window spilling across the floor, but no shape, no shadow. Just the sound and the weight. It lasted maybe a minute, maybe less, but it felt endless. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The pressure lifted. I could move again. I sat up so fast I got dizzy, heart pounding so hard I thought I might throw up. I looked around the room, sweating and shaking. Nothing. No animals. No people. Just the silent, empty room. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed until sunrise, too scared to even lie down. I tried to rationalize it. Sleep paralysis, maybe. I'd read about it. Waking up but your body's still locked in sleep mode. Hallucinations, weird sensations. But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt physical, real. And that growling, I'd never heard anything like it in my life. A few days after that, something even worse happened. Emma had a cat, a little black and white thing named Felix. He was only about a year old, still playful, still full of energy. He followed us around the apartment like a little shadow, always poking his nose into everything. One evening we were all just hanging out in the living room, half watching some terrible reality show, half scrolling on our phones. Felix wasn't with us, but that wasn't unusual. He liked to curl up in random places to nap. Suddenly, we heard this horrible sound from the bathroom, this gasping, strangled mewling, like an animal in pain. We all jumped up and ran down the hall. The bathroom door was open. Felix was lying on the floor, his little body twisted awkwardly, mouth open, tongue out, gasping for air. His whole body shook violently, like he was having a seizure. The sounds he made were awful, wet and desperate. We didn't know what to do. We stood there, frozen, useless. It went on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of that horrible, helpless sound, and then he just stopped. His body went still. His eyes were open, glassy. His tongue still hung out. Dead. We didn't even know what to say. Karina started crying. Emma picked him up, cradling him against her chest, whispering that he was a good boy, that it was okay. But it wasn't okay. It didn't make sense. Felix had been perfectly healthy, no signs of illness, no accidents. We wrapped him in a towel and buried him in the small garden behind the building the next day. Emma called the vet to ask if it could have been some kind of sudden heart failure. They said it was possible, but rare in young cats. After that, the apartment didn't feel just unnerving anymore. It felt wrong, like something was festering under the floorboards, behind the walls. Every creak, every shadow out of the corner of my eye, made my skin crawl. I started spending more time out of the apartment, late nights at cafes, long walks even in the cold rain, just to avoid being there. I didn't sleep properly. Every night was a battle against the feeling of something watching me, waiting just beyond the edge of the dark. Even when I finally drifted off, I had nightmares, vivid, crushing dreams of being trapped, of hearing children crying, of being unable to move while something circled closer and closer. The girls noticed too. We didn't talk about it much. Maybe none of us wanted to admit how bad it felt. But we all spent less and less time at home. Meals became rare. We didn't hang out in the living room anymore. The apartment grew silent, heavy, like it was sinking into itself. One evening, I came home late, almost midnight. The hallway lights were flickering again, old wiring probably, and the lock stuck for a moment before finally clicking open. I stepped inside, and the air hit me like a wall. Cold, sharp, heavy. It smelled wrong, like burnt hair and damp earth. I didn't even bother going to my room. I grabbed a few things, a backpack, my laptop, a jacket, and left again. I walked to the nearest hostel and booked a room for the night. The next morning, I texted Emma and Karina that I was moving out. No drama, no explanations, just done. I found a smaller place across town a few weeks later, a newer building, plain and boring, no character at all, and I've never been so grateful for boring. I slept like the dead my first night there, and every night after. I still don't believe in ghosts or spirits. I really don't. But something was wrong with that apartment. Something in the walls, in the very bones of the place. Not supernatural, not horror movie stuff. Just wrong. Maybe the building had soaked up too much of other people's pain over the years, like a sponge. Old walls hold on to things. Maybe the energy of grief, fear, anger. It builds up layer after layer, until it feels almost alive. I don't know. I try not to think about it too much. But sometimes late at night, when I'm walking home and the streets are empty and the city feels hollow, I wonder about that room at the end of the hall. About Felix, gasping for breath on the cold bathroom floor. about the weight pinning me down in my bed. And no matter how much I tell myself it was all just bad luck, just imagination, part of me knows better. Some places, I think, are just wrong. They don't need... The events I'm about to share are real, and they still haunt me. Every now and then, I catch myself staring off into space, thinking about the sequence of strange, unexplainable things that happened in my life, one after another. It feels like everything tied together, like the universe was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't figure it out at the time. Now, when I look back, it's a mystery I don't think I'll ever fully understand. It all started when I was 19 years old. I met a girl, and we quickly fell into a relationship. She was a kind, sweet woman with a beautiful heart. We had 2 daughters together. Like many young couples, we struggled to make ends meet. I was just getting started in life, trying to figure out how to take care of my family, and she, coming from a native background, had moved off the reserve to be with me in the city. We rented a small house, and we did the best we could. In 2005, things took a strange turn. My girlfriend's youngest brother, Clinton, came to stay with us for a couple of weeks. He was 16 years old at the time. He was a good kid, full of life, respectful, and funny. He was the kind of guy who would make you smile just by walking into the room. But what happened one night would change everything, and it still makes my skin crawl to this day. It was a normal night. The house was quiet, everyone asleep. But I woke up around 2 a.m. to strange sounds coming from the living room, where Clinton was sleeping on the couch. It wasn't the usual sounds you'd hear in the middle of the night. It wasn't the house settling or the wind whistling through cracks. No, it was something completely different. I got up, rubbed my eyes, and walked into the living room. That's when I saw it. Clinton was sitting up on the couch, his eyes closed, fast asleep. But what really stopped me in my tracks was the noise he was making. He wasn't speaking. He wasn't mumbling in his sleep. No, Clinton was howling. Not just any howling. It was the kind of deep, primal sound that you only hear from wild animals. It was almost as if he had turned into something else. Something not human. I stood there frozen, unsure if I was dreaming, unsure if I should wake him up. The sounds were unlike anything I had ever heard. It was so strange, so foreign to me, that I couldn't process what I was hearing. I eventually snapped out of it and walked over to him, gently shaking him awake. When he woke up, he didn't seem to remember what had happened. He was confused, looking around like he didn't know where he was. I chalked it up to some weird dream he was having. But deep down, I felt uneasy, like something wasn't right. A few days later, Clinton invited us all out to dinner at the Keg, a nice restaurant that's known for being pricey. For a 16-year-old kid, it felt odd that he would take us out to a fancy dinner like this, especially considering we were struggling to make ends meet. But we went along with it, and throughout the meal, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just that Clinton was acting a little too mature for his age. It was more like he was trying to make the most of something, like he was saying goodbye, even though he didn't know it himself. I had no idea what was to come, but that night, I started thinking about it more. It felt final. The next day, everything took a turn. Clinton was gone. He didn't come back to the house. We tried calling him, but there was no answer. It wasn't until a few hours later that we got the news. He had died in a car accident on his way back to the reserve. Our hearts sank. I felt like the world had stopped moving for a moment. We were both devastated, not just by the sudden loss, but by the strange feeling that had been building inside me for the past few days. The howling, the dinner, his odd behavior. It felt like everything had been leading up to this moment, like he knew something we didn't. At Clinton's funeral, my girlfriend's older brother, Joe, was there. He was breaking down, tears streaming down his face as he clung to the tombstone. I felt a sense of unease in the air. It was too much, too sudden. After the funeral, the native family performed a ritual, a fire in honor of Clinton. As we sat around the fire, telling stories about him, I looked up into the sky. And that's when I saw it. A single black crow. It was circling the fire, flying in slow, deliberate circles, higher and higher. There were no other birds in the sky, just this one crow. It kept flying in a circle above us. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. It felt wrong. Something about it felt unnatural. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I just pushed the feeling down and tried to focus on the people around me. But things didn't stop there. About a month later, I received another blow. My girlfriend and I were back at home when we got the call. Her older brother, Joe, had died in another car accident, the same way Clinton had. The shock of it hit us hard, but it hit my girlfriend even harder. She had been so close to Joe, and now she was forced to say goodbye to him as well. The funeral for Joe was much like Clinton's. And once again, after the ceremony, the family gathered around a fire. As I looked up at the sky, there it was again. 2 black crows. They were circling the fire, their wings cutting through the air in slow, rhythmic movements. It was as though they were watching us, as though they were keeping an eye on everything that was happening. I couldn't help but feel like there was a message in it. Something I didn't understand, but was meant to be seen. Something beyond my comprehension. A couple of months passed, and life went on in a strange, numb way. Then one morning, my girlfriend woke up with a strange look on her face. She had a dream the night before, and it had shaken her to the core. In the dream, our house caught on fire, and we all died in the flames. It was so vivid, so real, that she couldn't shake the feeling. She was already a superstitious person, and she couldn't help but think that there was a curse on our family. Something bad was following us. She decided to take the kids and stay at a friend's house for a couple of days. It was supposed to be just a temporary break, but something inside me told me it wasn't just about needing space. I didn't think much of it at the time. After they left, I ran into an old high school friend, Tim, and we decided to jam out at my place. We stayed up all night, rocking out to some music and catching up. When he finally left, I passed out on the couch. I was exhausted, and sleep came fast. The next morning, I woke up early and headed to work. About an hour into my shift, I got the call. My house was on fire. I couldn't believe it. I rushed back home, heart pounding in my chest. When I arrived, all I saw was devastation. The house was completely burned to the ground. Police tape was everywhere, and the fire department was still on the scene. It was the kind of scene you only see in movies. My mind was racing. How could this have happened? How could our house have burned down while my family was away? It didn't make sense. If they had been there, there's no doubt in my mind that they would have been caught in the fire. The thought of it still sends chills down my spine. I can't even begin to imagine what could have happened if I hadn't run into Tim that night, if we hadn't spent hours jamming and talking. Soon after, my girlfriend and I separated. I got full custody of the kids, and she went back to live on the reserve. I remarried and started a new chapter of my life, trying to put everything that had happened behind me. But it wasn't easy. There were things that I couldn't forget. Things that kept popping up, like the black birds. Christmas time of 2007 rolled around, and my ex called me from the reserve. She sounded strange, almost like she was holding back tears. She told me she wanted to take the kids for the Christmas break. But there was something in her voice, something shaky and broken. An hour later, I got a call from her sister. My ex had been in a car accident. She wasn't wearing her seatbelt and had been killed instantly. The weight of it hit me like a ton of bricks. I had to tell my daughters the next day that their mother was gone. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. At the funeral, as I was leaving the reserve, I had this overwhelming feeling wash over me. I looked up, and there they were. 3 black crows, circling high in the sky. I don't know how to explain it, but I just knew. It was like they were watching over me, over the entire situation. A sense of calm filled me in that moment, like everything had led up to this. Like it was all connected somehow. The trial for the drunk driver who killed my ex went on for months. The newspapers were full of stories about it. One night, my new wife and I were lying in bed, talking about one of the articles. I mentioned how concerned I was about the whole situation, about the trial, and what had happened. And that's when she said it. "I don't know why you care so much. Your ex was a bitch to you." The words hit me like a slap to the face. But it was what happened next that really chilled me. The next morning, I went outside to my car, ready to leave for work, and I couldn't believe my eyes. My entire car was covered in bird shit. And I'm not talking about a little bit of bird droppings. No, it was like 50 birds had taken aim at my car. It was everywhere. On the windows, the mirrors, the roof. I had never seen anything like it in my life. It wasn't just a coincidence. It was too much. I knew it. This was her. She had heard what my wife had said, and she was sending a message. There were no birds around my house. There weren't any trees nearby, no places where birds could nest. And yet, here I was standing in front of my car, completely covered in bird shit. I couldn't explain it. I still can't. But it felt like a sign. Like she was watching over me, making sure I knew that everything was still connected. That the black birds were always there, waiting, watching. And now, every time I see a black crow, I feel that chill run down my spine. I don't know what it all means, but I'll never forget the strange events that unfolded that year. It's a story that I carry with me every day, a reminder that sometimes there's more to life than meets the eye. Sometimes things happen that we can't explain, and the black